Chapter 51 So familiar. The fact is just as Zhou Suifeng said. After repeated searches, it was confirmed that there were no survivors in the Netherworld Duke's mansion. The Emperor Xingluo was very mad and almost exploded on the spot. After being calmed down by the Queen, he issued 2 orders and made a decision at her suggestion. Order. Continue to investigate the truth of the Zhu family incident. Find the genius of the Zhu family's side branch. Decision. Have more children. Since the Zhu family is gone, but the woman with the Netherworld Spirit Cat bloodline is still there, his own queen, and the previous failed incumbent who has abolished his soul power. If the husband and wife martial soul fusion skills are not good, then brother and sister. In the space, Zhou Suifeng informed everyone that the Zhu family was gone, and the 4 of them felt his free and relaxed mood of heart like white clouds, always free, mind like flowing water. Each of them exchanged information, and there was no big change. Lan, I can't practice wholeheartedly recently, I have to keep an eye on Qian Rongxiu. Otherwise, if this little angel is not right, it would be a waste to play the undercover game again. Tianrui, practice. Ning Yulan, practice, cultivate feelings. And Ning Rongrong was born. Tang Yin sighed. Tang Yuehua is now of no help to him except for her good looks. And he didn't expect that she didn't even know where the mountain that Haoshan sect is now closed is. In other words, she couldn't contact Tang Xiao. Do you think I should take her to find Tang Hao? At this point in time, Tang Hao should have settled in the Holy Soul village with Tang Fozu. Lan frowned. Don't you like Tang Yuehua? Take her to find Tang Hao, but you don't like her anymore. Not really, I still feel quite comfortable with her. Tang Yuehua's martial soul field is very effective in soothing the spirit and relieving the pressure of practice, which makes people feel very relaxed. It's just that before, in the mountain gate, apart from cultivation, there was no need to worry about other problems. But now, apart from cultivation, I have to worry about food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Although she is not powerless, there is not much she can help with. Tianrui sneered. You have to finish the gun you made a date with, even if you cry. It's your own choice, and the 4 of us can help you. Now, except for him and Zhou Suifeng, the other 3 are holding in his arms, and he is very unhappy. Turning his head with his hands on his face, Tang Yin was too lazy to talk to him. Ning Yulin glanced at it. Are you sure you don't want it? Then I can help you investigate the current address of the Haoshan sect. It seems to be near Tiandu City. Let's talk about it later. I really want to give up, but suddenly I can't bear to do it. The 3 looked at him with disdain, but they were honest. Tang Yin sat up straight and responded to the 3 people with contempt. A small courtyard somewhere in Notting City. Tang Yuehua tossed and turned in the room and couldn't sleep. It was not only because of the gap from a noble lady who didn't touch water to the mortal world, but more because she was worried about her father, elder brother, and the Haoshan sect. Hearing someone sigh in the courtyard, she sighed too. Get up and put on clothes. Walk into the courtyard and sit down next to Tang Yin. She has seen everything Tang Yin has done these days. The wanted order of the spirit hall came, and it was not easy to use the Haoshan hammer spirit. Tang Yin spent a lot of effort to buy this small courtyard. Although she brought a storage soul guide, she didn't put too much treasure in it, and most of those things were with Tang Xiao. Are you tired? Why did you get up? It's cold at night, you should rest quickly. Tang Yin turned his head, and the look in his eyes made her feel hot and at a loss. She didn't feel bad about being protected by Tang Yin all the way here, but he was so much younger than her, and this look made her feel embarrassed. It's not that she didn't know what he meant. No problem. She pulled her shawl, although I can't help much, it's okay to listen to a few annoying words. I'm sorry to worry you, I'm just a little confused. What will the future be like? Looking at the posture of the spirit hall, even a small city like this has been notified, and they may not give up in the next 10 years. This is exactly the problem she can't provide advice on. After a moment, she twisted and uttered a sentence. Don't be so formal. This is not the sect. You can call me sister. It was a little difficult to hold back for a moment, but Tang Yin took advantage of the situation. Sister Yuehua. It's getting late. You should go to bed early. Tang Yuehua's heartbeat accelerated for no reason and she fled. Watching her enter the room, Tang Yin turned his head and sighed again. He was really confused. He was not worried about the problem of the spirit hall as he told Tang Yuehua. Rather, should he return to the Haoshan sect? After a gust of night wind, he made a decision. He still had to wait for Ning Yulan. Immortal grass. With enough potential, he could have enough status if he returned to the Haoshan sect. In the future, when he took charge of the Haoshan sect, he would contact the four people and see how to act, whether to let the Haoshan sect continue to act as an enemy or to operate in another way. The next morning. Sister Yuehua, I found a job in the blacksmith shop. You should be careful at home. The storm has not yet passed. Try not to go out. Tell me if you need anything and I will bring it back for you. Her face flushed and she was speechless. A few months later. Wuhan Hall. An Lan came to Jian Rongxiu every day and waited to prevent her from going crazy and running undercover. On this day, he came to her bedroom as usual, but the maid told him that she was not there. Where is she? We don't know. Turned away and went directly to the Pope's palace. As long as he didn't quarrel with Bibi Dong in the Pope's palace, there would be basically no other problems. There was no one in the Pope's palace. An Lan was surprised and asked the palace knights in front of the palace. Where is the Pope? Isn't today the day for the cardinal to report on his duties? After the Haoshan sect was finished, under the instruction of Jian Daoliu, Zhu Gui and the others stood on the platform and took out the so-called last will of Jian Sunji, and Bibi Dong became the Pope. Return to your highness. The knight holding the ritual vessel and wearing a helmet bowed slightly. The bishops who reported on their duties left half an hour ago. His Holiness has entered the back hall to rest. Back hall? After thinking for a moment, he could only go. Fortunately, before entering Bibi Dong's bedroom, he saw Jian Rongxiu's voice and heard the quarrel between the two from afar. I am not your mother. I don't have a daughter either. Then what am I? It has nothing to do with me. Although An Lan has been accompanying her wholeheartedly, the roles of father and mother cannot be replaced by everyone. Jian Sunji died without a complete body. Jian Rongxiu selectively lost her memory, forgot that she was almost killed before, and found Bibi Dong privately several times. But they would quarrel after a few words. Jian Daoliu, that is not a good old man who will play with little girls all day. With the existence of An Lan, it seems that he can be more assured to worship the angel statue with one's heart. He did not show up, but waited in secret. It doesn't matter if we quarrel. While listening, Bibi Dong suddenly said something. If you want me to respect you, then do something that makes me respect you. Damn it! With a curse, An Lan appeared and landed beside Jian Rongxiu. Chapter 52 Stubborn Temper. What you said, senior sister, is unreasonable. What do you mean, let you respect me? Standing beside Jian Rongxiu in a dignified manner, An Lan spoke calmly. Bibi Dong's face instantly became distorted, and her eyes were terrifying. During the process of the mother and daughter quarreling several times, he happened to hear that Bibi Dong was Jian Rongxiu's biological mother, but wisely did not ask more questions and did not show any curiosity. But in Bibi Dong's view, this was another person who knew her unbearable secret, the damned man. But she couldn't do it. It was Kyung Sunji's own fault if she killed him, but if she killed Anlin in this Wuhan city, Jian Rongxiu would not let it go. In other words, Jian Daoliu would not let it go. Our Zioxiu is a noble and a daughter of heaven. Although you and I both have twin martial souls, we have no capital to be proud of before Zioxiu's divine martial soul. If Kyung Sunji and Jian Daoliu, father and son, were not restricted by the times, and tried their best to improve Jian Rongxiu's physical fitness before she absorbed the spirit ring, Jian Rongxiu would have a high chance of reaching the first ring of the millennium. Even if it didn't work, the possibility of reaching the second ring of the millennium was more than 90%. Unfortunately, Jian Rongxiu should have been given 2 spirit rings shortly after she awakened her spirit power. Perhaps Jian Daoliu had thought about it, but he didn't dare to gamble. If the 5 of them were to train Jian Rongxiu, first of all, there would be enough whale glue to feed her until she vomited. Then, use the angel soul power that has been passed down from generation to generation to nourish the body. An Lan didn't believe that a dignified 99th level extreme demigod couldn't control soul power to nourish his granddaughter's body. Thinking about it, he suddenly became distracted. Bibi Dong lowered her eyes. This kid. It seems that An Lan often loses his mind. Can he work on this? Some vague ideas emerged in Bibi Dong's mind. An Lan, who was distracted, was pulled back to his senses by Jian Rongxiu. Let's go. Pulling An Lan, Jian Rongxiu walked into the garden path. If An Lan hadn't appeared just now, she might have continued Bibi Dong's words and done something that would make her look up to her. But An Lan's words interrupted Bibi Dong's self-taught pua in time. She, Qian Rongxiu, the inheritor of the angel martial spirit, the proud daughter of heaven, why should she look up to others? But in the end, she was still a little disappointed. Maybe this woman would never admit their relationship. With a cold snort, Bibi Dong walked into the bedroom. She stepped aside, took off her clothes, and stepped into the flower petal bath that had been prepared long ago. After soaking for half an hour, she put on a bathrobe and walked into the secret room that had once given her despair and no way to escape. Before, this place was filled with her despair and sorrow. Now, this place will become her altar to ascend to godhood. Hatred, resentment, despair, are just some food. Qian Rongxiu dragged An Lan all the way to the martial arts training ground that belonged to only the two of them. Without saying a word, they started fighting directly. After fighting for more than an hour, she still ran out of soul power and lost. She lay on the ground with dull eyes, a little sweat on her forehead, and some dust stuck to her hair, sticking to her face. An Lan took a breath, walked in, and stuck his head face to face with her. How about we go out and play? Go to some place far away from Wuhan City. The little angel's empty eyes had a bit of brilliance. Okay. Just after answering, he turned over and stood up. His head hit each other and he fell to the ground again. Ouch! What are you doing? An Lan. Why do I seem to have some hallucinations and see a person playing basketball? The next day, Qian Rongxiu ordered the maids to pack up their things and packed a big bag. She has a storage soul guide, but she doesn't use it. She thinks that this is the most interesting way to travel the world. In the stories I have read, those soul masters who travel outside do this. An Lan came to the angel temple in the worship hall and shouted loudly in front of the door. Great worshipper, I want to see you. The door of the hall opened automatically without wind, and there was a gap that could accommodate one person. An Lan strode in. After crossing the door of the hall, he felt warm. In the center of the hall, a huge angel statue was shrouded in sunlight that looked like holy light. The statue's face was unclear, but a sacred compassion and compassion for the world and people arose spontaneously, warm and peaceful. What's the matter? Yesterday, senior sister. Briefly describe what happened yesterday. Zioxiu is in a bad mood now, maybe it's good to go out and relax. Okay. Getting the old man's approval. An Lan breathed a sigh of relief and asked again with a bow. I wonder which two seniors the chief worshipper is going to transfer secretly to accompany him. It is impossible for him not to arrange bodyguards for Qian Rongxiu to go out. Originally, this kind of thing doesn't need to be brought up, but this trip to take Qian Rongxiu out to relax is fake, and preparing to obtain the fairy grass is real. It is necessary to know in advance which titled elders are accompanying to determine whether it will affect the plan to absorb the fairy grass. Qian Douluo did not speak, still with his back to An Lan, after a moment. If time permits, An Lan pondered for a moment. Sunset Forest, Tiandu City, far north, Death Canyon, Xingluo Empire, South China Sea. Sunset Forest, Yinyang Eyes, Tiandu Palace, Sea Cover, far north, 10,000 Years Marrow, Death Canyon Mystery, Xingluo, South China Sea, New Continent. What An Lan wants to know. After a while, Qian Douluo gave two unexpected people, Zhang Mo and Qian Jun, and said, come back before Zioxiu's fifth soul ring. Yes. After leaving the temple, An Lan looked back at the closed door. He shook his head. It was normal to send two priests to follow. Unlike the original lurking in the Tiandu Empire, there was generally no danger in Tiandu City, and 292 level titles were enough to deal with it. Now that he was going to travel around the continent, he might encounter some troubles. It would be safer for the priests to take action. When he found Qian Rongxiu again, she looked very funny standing at the door with a big bag on her back. Seeing An Lan with empty hands, he was very, where's your bag? Bag? What bag do you want? Don't you have a storage soul guide? I don't care. You have to do the same as me. An Lan, who was rarely a daughter, gave up and had to pack a big bag of the same style as hers, called a more ordinary carriage, and left Wuhan City. However, soon after leaving the city, she lost interest in acting and finally stuffed everything into the storage soul guide. Douluo's house. I'm ready, let's go. After more than a year of training, Douluo Yan's soul power reached level 10 and was ready to add soul rings. Ning Yulan certainly couldn't be absent at such an important time. After packing up, it was time to set off. Oh, let's go. Go out. A team of guards from the Seven Treasures Glazed sect at the door, a total of 7 people, were ready to set off at any time. Originally, Douluo couldn't not show up for Douluo's additional soul rings, but Ning Yulan persuaded him to do something else. Get on the carriage. If everything goes well for Senior Douluo, he should be able to meet us in time. 53 Chapter 53 People. 53. My grandfather? Yes, I haven't seen him for several days. Where did he go? Senior is busy with something very important. You go over there, leave this to me. Yes. Oh. The carriage started, Ning Yulan felt a little stuffy, opened the door and asked the coachman to go to the carriage next to him, and he drove it himself. Looking at the back of Ning Yulan's head, Douluo's thoughts were a little divergent. This guy. It seems that she rarely looks at him so quietly. Thinking of the scenes of getting along for more than a year, she suddenly laughed in a low voice. Ning Yulan turned around. What? Hey, nothing. Outside, Ning Yulan, who was in the coachman's position, heard the regular gurgling sound of the wheels, the swaying shadows of the trees on both sides, and the breeze, which had a hypnotic effect, and he subconsciously became distracted. Now Ning Rongrong has been born. If nothing unexpected happens, she must have the innate 9th level soul power in the original book, and Ning Fengzi regards her as the hope of breaking through the limit of the number of floors of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower. Although Ning Yulan has done a lot, he has only changed the ability limit of his own martial soul. After witnessing the effect of his second ring, Ning Fengzi made up his mind to arrange people to try according to his method, but no one succeeded. Several people died and many were seriously injured. This situation caused Ning Yulan's status in Kaibao to decline a bit, all thanks to Douluo who might be won over and the credit of discovering whale glue. Once Ning Rongrong awakens the innate 9th level soul power, with the preference of Jiangu and Ning Fengzi, everyone else will have to stand aside. To control the 7 Treasures Glazed sect and mobilize huge resources, the difficulty will be doubled. It is necessary to obtain the fairy grass within 6 years, or find other ways to break through the limit of the number of floors of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower. To be honest, the fairy grass is only used to break through the limit of 7 floors, which Ning Yulan thinks is a waste. Excluding the immortal grass, what other methods can be used to break through the number of layers? The number of layers of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower may be limited by the bloodline and martial soul itself. According to Ning Fengzi, there have been pagodas with more than 7 layers in the history of the 7 Treasures sect. The ancestors who founded the sect at the beginning had 9 layers. If it weren't for the 9 layers, it would be impossible for a titled Douluo to establish such a large sect and pass it down for so long. Bloodline like the White Eyes, can I extract the bloodline of other 7 Treasures Glazed Towers to fuse and sublimate it? Thinking secretly and simulating the scene, Ning Yulan shook his head, I'm afraid it won't work. There is a way to extract bloodline, but how to fuse other bloodlines together? You must know that in fact, everyone's bloodline basically contains 2 martial souls, or even more than 2. It's just that the awakened martial soul occupies the largest proportion of the bloodline. Even if all the bloodlines can be fused, it may not only fail to purify the glazed tower, but also reverse evolution. If you really want to do this, you need a pair of special eyes that can intuitively see the proportions of various bloodlines, and a pair of special hands that can arbitrarily separate and combine bloodlines. I'm afraid only gods can do this. God can give a person a martial soul that has nothing to do with blood, such as the light goddess Butterfly of Tang Buddha's daughter and the sea god martial soul of Poseidon. It seems that it is easy to arbitrarily fiddle with bloodlines and combine them into new shapes. Replenish the shape with the shape, and replenish the source with the source. The beast martial soul seems to be able to make up for the origin by absorbing the same soul beast as itself. What about the weapon martial soul? Is there a soul beast with a glazed pagoda on the mainland? Make it up. However, there are some soul beasts named after glazed glass. Glazed 7 mysterious deer, glazed lily, and the like, but they are rare. If the innate soul power is not divided equally among everyone, and the soul power is really full, will the number of floors of the glazed tower break through the limit by itself? Thinking about this possibility, but considering that Ning Rongrong is at the 9th level of the innate, she is still at the 7th level, it should be unlikely. The root of the existence of the martial soul is the blood and spirit of the soul master. The Qi method requires the practice of the wonderful secret, and the absorption of natural energy into the body. It seems that there is some effect of refining the blood, but the progress is not obvious. I don't know if the desired effect can be achieved within 6 years. Thinking over and over again, I arrived at the sunset forest. The wild breath of the soul beast gathering place hit Ning Yulin in the face, and he sighed. The so-called evolution is from low to high, from shallow to deep, and from weak to strong. If you can meet a high-level existence that can make the 7 treasures glazed tower martial soul react, through a reaction similar to resonance, turn on a switch, that's all. Unfortunately, the glazed tower is a weapon spirit, not a beast spirit. Otherwise, it can be directly driven to evolve by adding high-level spirit-beast spirit rings. Wait! A figure suddenly appeared in my mind. The spirit of Snake Spear Douluo seems to have the dual states of beast spirit true body and weapon spirit true body at the same time. Perhaps his spirit is worth learning from. And Zhang Mo and Qian Jun, it seems that there is a spirit beast sealed in their spirits, and through that spirit beast, they make up for the spirit defects and break through to level 95 or above. If the glazed tower can also develop a similar method. Hey! Are you so reluctant to accompany me to hunt spirit rings? Duguyan's voice interrupted Ning Yulin's thoughts. He was not annoyed. He already had a specific idea and would think about it in depth when he had time. Turned his head and smiled. Of course I'm not reluctant. I'm just wondering why Senior Dogu hasn't come yet. Stinky boy! Can't you think of something good for me? Everyone is here. Dogubo quietly appeared, holding 2 people in his hands, and put them down. Ning Yulin raised his eyebrows. What are the conditions? Dogubo had a sour face, not very satisfied. It's barely enough. I can't find anyone more suitable. Duguyan looked at her grandfather and then at Ning Yulin. She had no idea what the two were talking about. Why did she have to wait for these 2 guys to hunt for spirit rings? She held her hands in dissatisfaction, waiting for these 2 guys to explain to her. Unexpectedly, Dogubo took the lead and walked into the forest. Hey! You two! Finding that no one was paying attention to her, Duguyan shouted angrily. What's wrong, Yan? Dogubo turned around and smiled. This shameless guy is a titled Douluo? Everyone was shocked. Dogubo reacted and coughed awkwardly. What are those 2 people doing? Pointing at the 2 strangers brought by Dogubo. Ning Yulin waved to her and motioned her to come over. This Duguyan is completely another version of Ning Rongrong. Dogubo put all his love on her and spoiled her completely. Although he had some plans for her, which was to tie Dogubo's anchor and enter the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, Ning Yuxuan did not intend to throw her away after using her. With the idea of cultivating her into a good wife, he tried to adjust her worldview through some small stories and small actions, and the effect was good, but occasionally she would be proud and irritable. Chapter 54 Experiment. He explained it to her a little. These 2 people were arranged by Ning Yulin to be investigated by the people of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Their conditions were similar to those of Dogu's grandfather and grandson. People whose beast martial souls absorbed poison attribute soul rings and caused themselves to be poisoned. It was really hard to find them. It took more than half a year to find these 2 people. There was an idea to let these 2 people experiment first. If it worked, Duguyan's situation would be greatly improved. After getting the answer, Duguyan immediately became happy. It made Ning Yulin puzzled, so what was this guy angry about just now? He asked Dogubo with his eyes. Dogubo snorted coldly and turned his head, with the same attitude as Duguyan. You don't know, how can I understand? Tisk! Arrogant grandpa and grandson, so troublesome. The group entered the forest. The 2 guys caught by Dogubo were trembling with fear. After listening to Ning Yulin's explanation, they looked unbelievable. They never thought that such a great good thing would fall on them. The dignified poison Douluo, and the people of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect, helped to hunt soul rings? Experiment? What experiment? This is a great benefactor. The martial spirits of the 2 people, one is a lizard and the other is a soil spider. Neither of them has toxins, but they have absorbed the soul rings of poisonous soul beasts. After the investigation of the 7 Treasures Sect's deacon and the certification of Dogubo, they have been poisoned, but they don't know it. If Ning Yulin hadn't found them, they would have been poisoned in the bone marrow around the 4th ring, and they would die of poison one day. Now both of them are level 30, one is 23 years old and the other is 26 years old. A few hours later. 6th young master, the soul beast has been caught. Okay. Ning Yulin nodded, Bring it here. The guards left immediately and brought back the soul beast catching team. 2,000-year soul beasts were thrown in front of the two people. Absorb quickly. Douluo said lightly, and the two of them were shocked and hurried to summon their martial souls to absorb the soul rings. It is rumored that Poison Douluo has a weird personality and is extremely difficult to get along with. They don't want to die. The two entered the state, and Douluo stood aside with his hands behind his back, looking nervous and expectant. The soul beasts they absorbed were the poisonous lizard and the poisonous stone frog. These two soul beasts do not have toxins themselves, but they have the ability to swallow, absorb, and digest toxins, and use toxins as nutrients to promote their own growth. Ning Yulin's idea is to let Douluo attach a soul ring with similar abilities to digest the toxins in his body, either converting them into pure energy to feed back to himself, or directly excreting them from the body. Douluo in the original novel should have similar ideas, but Douluo's condition is very dangerous, so he can only stabilize his granddaughter's condition through the poison spirit ring. When the poison is almost eliminated, just give her a few sub-dragon spirit rings, and match them with fairy grass, and the future will be limitless, and it will never be like the original novel. I heard that the grandfather and grandson after death, the body was buried by Tang Buddha outside the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, and later a circle of extremely poisonous rare and precious biphosphorus 7 wonders flowers grew. It is a rumor, and I don't know whether it is true or not. According to the style of that adult, it is highly likely. Waiting for them to absorb, Douluo did not show any impatience during the period, and it seemed that he also understood what the results of these two people would represent. An hour later, the two opened their eyes one after another, and they had no time to get excited. Douluo's gloomy old face was directly in front of them. What effect? What do you feel? Tell me quickly, if there is any omission, you two should not. Senior. Ning Yulin shouted hurriedly, and it was his turn to negotiate. He pushed the old man next to Douluo and asked the two of them in a gentle voice. You two. Whether it was Douluo or Ning Yulin, neither of them had any room to resist. However, a young master of noble status, so condescending, really made people feel comfortable, and they felt respected. Each of them expressed their feelings. My dear, I do feel much better. But the effect of the soul skill is to increase the negative state by 25%, which seems not to be the effect you hoped for. The Earth Spider Soul Master looked uneasy, his heartbeat was very intense, wondering if this effect met the requirements of the young master of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect and the poison Douluo. If not, would the two kill to silence him? Sighing, Ning Yulin was a little disappointed and looked at the other person, the Lizard Soul Master. If this person is not good enough, Douluo's soul ring acquisition will require other options. Douluo clenched his fists behind his back, he didn't want to fail like this. This idea proposed by Ning Yulin, without knowing the fairy grass, may be the one with the least trouble. It works quickly, has no trouble, and can have a bright future. In his mind, he began to recall whether there were other soul masters whose beast martial souls absorbed poison attribute soul rings, and caught a few more. The lizard soul master seemed to feel that the atmosphere was not right, and he didn't dare to breathe, and described the effect of his soul skills tremblingly. I of course can. Ning Yulin listened to him patiently, his eyes lit up, this idea, right. This guy's soul skill is to absorb and transform the toxins in the body, and spray them out through the mouth of the martial soul lizard, combining some physical impact damage and toxic corrosion. Ha ha ha. Good. The old man was shaking with excitement and shouted excitedly. Grandpa. Douluo felt a little embarrassed and shouted. Ning Yulin was also very excited. Not only could he solve Douluo's problem, but more importantly, he verified the development path of a martial soul, which was worth recording. He was very happy and asked the guards to send the two out of the forest. Douluo happily hugged Douluo, watching the two people go away with his eyes flashing. Should we get rid of these two people? Kill them to silence them. After thinking for a moment, he gave up this plan. Anyway, these two guys who were caught casually didn't know the specific truth. They just absorbed 2 soul rings, so it didn't matter. Ning Yulin gave orders, and the team began to move towards the predetermined soul beast target. Considering the plan after success, some soul beasts have been investigated accordingly. The one chosen for Douluo also has the ability to absorb and digest toxins, but it is a plant-type soul beast. If the animal type is chosen, it may stimulate the toxins in Douluo's body to reproduce. The plant type is safer. A poisonous vine that is more than 700 years old. It usually lives in the swamp poisonous fog area. Although it has the word poison in it, it is not poisonous. It usually grows by absorbing toxic substances in the soil through its roots. After the toxins are absorbed, they are transformed into a kind of sweet, anesthetic, but highly nutritious seductive juice, which is secreted through the branches and leaves to attract some animals to approach, anesthetize, and strangle them to prey. The ability to digest and absorb toxins can transform the toxins in Douluo's body, and the shape of the vine can also enhance the shape of the green phosphorus snake. All of them are used clearly for it. Chapter 55 Perfection. Wait a minute. After finding the soul beast, Douluo discovered that it was more than 700 years old. He was surprised and refuted directly. What the hell are you doing, you brat? Did you also use Yanyan as an experimental subject? He looked at Ning Yulan suspiciously. The guards around him were secretly on guard against Douluo. How could you think so, senior? Yanyan is the one who will accompany me for life, how could I harm her? A very low voice next to him said, who wants to accompany you for life, don't you feel ashamed? Don't worry, senior. I have already used the secret medicine for Yanyan. Have you forgotten that my second soul ring is 1,000 years old? With her current physical fitness, it is no problem to absorb this soul ring of more than 700 years. If you don't believe me, you can check it out. Things like whale glue are only suitable for making a fortune in silence. Although Ning Fengzi knew about it, he did not publicize it. He secretly selected people for experiments and did not let people know the truth. Ning Yulan, as the great contributor to the discovery of the efficacy of whale glue, has considerable disposal rights over whale glue. Zhou Suifeng and Tianrui all used this part. Ning Fengzi asked about it. He just shirked it by saying that he was doing an experiment. Since it was about Douluo naturally didn't believe it. He raised his hand and placed it on Douluo's shoulder, probing his soul power to check. After repeating it several times, he began to doubt his feelings. After a long moment, he sighed silently, it is worthy of being one of the top 3 sects, with a long heritage and such good things. However, this secret treasure can be taken out for Yanyan to use. This kid is good enough for Yanyan. Although I don't understand, Douluo was suddenly relieved about something, and Ning Yulan smiled in cooperation. Ahem. I have checked it out. Yes, according to Yanyan's current physique, there is indeed no problem in absorbing the 700-year spirit ring. You are good. What? Douluo was confused. After the verification, Douluo personally pulled up the vine by the roots and placed it in front of Douluo. Yanyan, do it. Looking at the vine covered with pus lumps, Douluo felt a little nauseous. It was too ugly. But since it was a spirit beast recommended by that guy and her grandfather, there should be no problem. Holding an axe in both hands, the others controlled the branches and leaves of the poisonous vine, and she choked at the roots. After working for a few minutes, a bright yellow halo floated out. She took a breath, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and was about to absorb it directly. Ning Yulan suddenly thought of something and shouted. Wait a minute. Douluo shuddered and coughed repeatedly because of the saliva. What? Did he think of other more suitable soul beasts? Douluo looked at Ning Yulan inexplicably. Ning Yulan didn't think of a more suitable soul beast, but when he saw the soul ring appear, he suddenly had a wonderful idea. What would happen if he added vitality to this soul ring? Will the resulting skills be more in line with the imagined effect? Or, will it be resurrected as a soul beast? Or become something else? Just as he was about to take action, Ning Yulan paused. He looked at the guards around him. Sister, be careful, don't let irrelevant people get close or other soul beasts come over. Although they are loyal, they still have to be on guard in some aspects. Summoning martial spirits, the second soul ring flickers. Although it is not the first time to see this 1,000-year-old second ring, Douluo still can't help but admire it. He can't imagine what kind of mentality this kid had when absorbing this soul ring. As the young master of the 7 treasures glazed sect, he doesn't believe that this kid has not understood the consequences of failing to absorb soul rings beyond their level. He silently recited the soul skill in his heart, and the purple light circle moved rhythmically, and the colored light of the glass merged into the soul ring. Douluo didn't understand Ning Yulan's expectant eyes, but seeing his reaction, he also looked curiously at the soul ring wrapped in a circle of colored light mist. After a few breaths, the surface of the soul ring suddenly fluctuated, and accidentally turned into a proportionally reduced poisonous vine. It's done. Ning Yulan was very excited with a happy look on his face. The next moment was to witness the miracle. He pressed Duguyan's shoulder and urged her to die. I tell you, when you absorb it later, don't think about other things in your mind. Just think about one thing, tell yourself that this soul skill can absorb the toxins in my body and transform them into pure energy. Don't think about anything else, just think about this. According to the conclusion he summarized from reading a lot of books, there are generally 3 factors that affect the formation of soul skills: martial soul characteristics, soul beast types, and soul master's subconscious or personal will. The green phosphorus snake is poisonous, and Duguyan's body is also poisonous, which satisfies the passive characteristics of this soul beast. Coupled with Duguyan's self-hypnosis, the 3 elements are close to unity, and the soul skills that appear are very likely to be the expected effect. The experimental results of the 2 have already proved part of it. The first time she saw Ning Yulan's fanatic reaction, Duguyan shrank back. Ning Yulan restrained himself and put down his hand. I know. Duguyan took a few deep breaths, emptied his mind, summoned his martial soul and sat cross-legged on the spot. Ning Yulan waved at the pocket-sized poisonous vine, driving it to actively fall on Duguyan's martial soul. Absorption began. Can this achieve the effect we want? Dugubo lowered his voice and was curious. Ning Yulan put his hands in his pockets and waited for the result. In theory, the formation of a soul skill is influenced by various factors, such as the race, appearance, and ability of the soul beast, the psychological suggestion and martial soul ability of the soul master, etc. I used the second soul skill to affect the basic composition of this soul ring, and with Yunyan's self-suggestion, whether it succeeds or not can only be judged by the rules of heaven and earth. After such a long period of research, this second soul ring, Life Edition, can even affect the energy that is neither alive nor dead. Now it seems that it should be a rule-based ability. I wonder if other people will still have this ability after adding a higher level 10,000-year soul ring. If not, my 7 treasures glazed pagoda martial soul may have to retain this ability. While waiting for Duguyan to absorb it, Ning Yulan's thoughts diverged again during the boring time. The 7 treasures glazed pagoda cannot break through the titled Douluo because it only has 7 layers and cannot absorb 9 soul rings, but I have another martial soul. After the soul power breaks through, will it drive the glazed pagoda to evolve? Yu Xiaogang one is level 29 and the other is level 79. Is there any research value on him? Ignoring other things, just the martial spirit that is separated from the body has intelligence and can eat food by itself, which is unique in the history of Douluo continent, has extremely high research value. Unfortunately, no one among the people Yu Xiaogang knows seems to care about this, and he himself doesn't seem to think there is anything strange about it. Glancing at Duguyan who has not reacted yet, Ning Yulan's thoughts turned back to how to break through the limit of the number of floors of the 7 treasures glazed tower. Replenish the shape with the shape, and replenish the source with the source. The weapon martial spirit cannot find a corresponding existence in the soul beast, and can only find some tools that exist in reality. A flash of inspiration came up, and an idea came up. Method, heartbeat accelerated, body temperature rose. Ning Yulan's eyes flashed with a terrifying look, and he turned to ask Dugubo. Senior, do you think that weapon spirit can enhance the strength of spirit by fusing the same equipment? What? What are you talking about? What am I doing? Youthi's idea. If he answered that he didn't know, Dugubo felt that he would lose face, but if he answered ambiguously, this kid would rashly try it, and if something went wrong, wouldn't he become a harm to others? Turning around, he answered awkwardly. I don't know. Chapter 56 New Idea, Nourishing the Soul with a Weapon. In fact, Ning Yulan just asked Dugubo casually, and didn't expect his answer. Retracting his gaze, he calculated for himself. In Huo Yuhao's era, there seemed to be a Ji Jueshan who sharpened his spirit into a sword. From this, it can be seen that the rules of Douluo continent and external conditions can affect the internal changes of spirits. Select suitable materials, forge several glazed towers, fuse the martial soul into them, and slowly absorb the factors that the martial soul lacks. Even if the forged things don't work, I can give them vitality and fuse them. Or, an even more shocking idea popped up in my mind. Give vitality to other people's 7 treasures glazed towers, and then let your martial soul fuse and absorb them. Just like the Otsutsuki on the moon of Naruto, who fuse countless Byakugan to create the Samsara Eye. This method, even, fuse a 7 treasures glazed tower that is separated from the martial soul and in the real material world. Going further, fuse the 7 treasures glazed tower into the body and release soul skills without pre-swing. It is similar to the performance of the original martial soul. However, due to the rules of heaven and earth, I don't know if it will work. In the battle between Aizen and Kurosaki Ichigo, basically the man is the sword and the sword is the man. The martial soul is similar to the Zanpakuto in a sense, so there is no reason why it won't work. Wait for the meeting later and discuss it with everyone. With a new direction of expectation in mind, the whole person is full of fighting spirit. This is different from dealing with Tang Fozu, Shura God King and the wretched Sea God. Those are objective reasons that require the elimination of external harm, while this is a completely subjective idea from the heart, full of motivation. Duguyan's absorption speed is much faster than the previous 2 experimental subjects. About half an hour. Opening her eyes, her grandfather's old face and Ning Yulin's expectant eyes came to her, frightening her to gasp and almost fall to the ground. Ning Yulin grabbed her arm and hugged her waist. How is it? How is the effect? Dugubo held his breath and didn't dare to breathe. He was afraid that breathing more would affect the result. Some effects, but it doesn't feel too strong. The effect, yes. It pried the stubborn toxins in her body, and after the transformation of the soul ring, it could be turned into pure soul power to be driven by her, but the intensity was not very high compared to the results expected by the 2. She demonstrated the soul skill drive. The green phosphorus snake coiled around her, and a circle of light poisonous mist spread out from the gaps between its scales. Ning Yulin raised his eyebrows. You can use this transformed soul power however you want. Seeing her nod, Ning Yulin fell into deep thought. There will be a lot of room for development for Duguyan in the future. I have no other intentions, just talking about soul skills. Dugubo looked up at the sky, almost crying. Finally, he finally found hope. Yan Yan would no longer have to worry about dying from poison. Dugubo glanced at the hateful boy who asked his granddaughter questions, and nodded secretly. This boy is indeed a good match. Even if he can't control the 7 treasures glazed sect in the future, he can at least keep Yan Yan safe for life. I don't know Yan Yan. The goal was achieved, and the group began to leave the forest. On the way back, Ning Yulin took the opportunity to bring up another topic. Senior, now that Yan Yan's problem has been solved, in order to achieve greater results, in my opinion, in addition to the spirit ring of a higher age, rare and precious herbs are needed to lay the foundation. After her problem is solved, she can have even more powerful power. In this situation, it is time to pull out the fairy grass. As for the senior's problem, it needs to be considered separately. But I have some ideas, so it's not a big problem. Dugubo didn't think too much and replied casually. I have a medicine garden with many rare herbs. I will take you to see them in a few days to see which ones can be used. It's settled. Ning Yulin felt relieved, but at this time he could only wait for Dugubo to take the initiative, and he couldn't show any abnormality. After leaving the forest, the carriage drove to Kaibao Liulai sect. According to the original agreement, it was time for Duguyan to live in Kaibao for a while. Dugubo pulled his granddaughter to another carriage, and he had some private matters to talk about. Ning Yulin didn't care. He would know the important things later. If they were not important, why waste time to be curious? Meditation, entering the space. Others were not there, and there were no messages worth noting. Anlan had just entered the Haagen-Dazs kingdom with Jian Rongxiu, and planned to stay for some time. Zhou Suifeng had just crossed the Xingda Great Forest. Tang Yin and Tianrui had no messages. Meeting. The spiritual power materialized 2 big words, making them 3-dimensional and floating in the middle of the round table. When any of the 4 people came in, they would be able to find them at the first time. Return to the Kaibao Liulai sect and get off the carriage. Looking at Duguyan and meeting her eyes, Ning Yulin saw her face blush for a moment, and then turned her head away proudly, like a proud little duck. It was confusing. Dugubo went straight to Ning Fengzi, and no one else knew what he said. When they appeared again, both of them were beaming. Master Ning really has a good son. Your Majesty is joking, you are flattering me. In the evening, Ning Yulin knew what they were talking about. Dugubo persuaded Duguyan to make a marriage contract. No wonder Duguyan reacted like that when she got off the carriage. Although she didn't reject the marriage contract, it was inevitable that the little girl felt that there was an invisible and intangible yoke on her body. It seems that I have to pay attention to the distance between me and Duguyan in the near future. Finally, Ning Yulan sighed. Hey, fortunately she is not Nalan Yanran, and there is no Soul Emperor here. I felt a little relieved. If Tang San faced Soul Emperor, I wonder what the scene would be like? He. Ning Yulan originally wanted to just go through the motions at the engagement banquet, but he felt a headache when he thought about dealing with so many people. It was a waste of time and there was no point at all. But the Kai Bao Liulai clan was big and powerful, and Dugubo was a titled Douluo after all. No family could afford to lose out. As for the targeting of other forces, apart from the Spirit Hall, what else should we worry about? The Spirit Hall was already targeting other Spirit Master clans and families. Let Ning Fengzi handle this matter. He was going to a meeting. If the idea of combining weapon and soul could be realized, he would have the confidence and trump card to tell Ning Fengzi openly that he wanted to be the next clan leader. With the official status of the young clan leader, many things can be done freely. Inside the space. When Ning Yulan came in, the other four had already arrived. Zhou Suifeng closed his eyes, and the mental power fluctuations around him were obvious. Looking around, the originally monotonous space had a piece of blue-silver grass. Just like the outside world. The monotonous space is decorated with some vitality, which makes people feel much more comfortable. This time. This is so. He revealed his ideas. Doguyan's soul skill changes, and the idea of using external tools to make up for the defects of the 7 treasures glazed pagoda martial soul. And the marriage contract. He conducted several experiments on the use of tools to nourish the soul, and asked people to melt and cast many pagodas, but there was no reaction. Replacing it with gems and some rare crystals, the glazed pagoda that is similar to the martial soul, has no effect. Chapter 57 Stable Development. Can his second soul skill also affect the soul ring? The plasmolysis that others envy. But at this stage, it is not worth the loss to let Ning Yulan share his soul ring directly. Except for Zhou Suifeng, the other 3 can only continue to wait until the moment of sitting back and enjoying the fruits of their labor. Several people continue to discuss. This method is good, but it may not be so easy to make a tower-shaped device that can be integrated with the 7 treasures glazed tower. Ordinary metals and forging technology will definitely not meet the requirements. Spreading his hands, Tianrui leaned back, and the chair turned into a recliner under the effect of mental power, rocking back and forth. He put his legs on the table, and the 4 people could only see the solace of his shoes. This time I went out with Jian Rongxiu, and the one who secretly escorted me was Zhang Mo Qianjun. If I have time, I will ask them for advice. Lan opened his mouth. Ning Yulan's idea, through similar methods to make up for the defects, may be possible. If ordinary metals and forging technology don't work, then study something extraordinary. Opening his eyes, Zhou Suifeng pointed at something. I heard that there are spirit forging and fusion forging in the 3rd part. The forged armor can be directly stored in the body. If it is that kind of technology and materials, it should be no problem to build a pagoda that is integrated with the glazed tower. This matter is most suitable for Tang Yin to execute. After all, he takes the clear sky hammer as his main martial spirit, which is very suitable for forging. Feeling the gazes of the 4 people, Tang Yin had nothing to say. Okay, leave it to me. It's not impossible to forge iron. Although he prefers carpentry, splicing various woods together to show various works. Forging iron is also okay. But this kind of thing, you know that it requires special metals, right? I'll take care of this. Ning Yulan promised, you accumulate the basics first, and I will mobilize people to collect various special metals or ores. The 7 treasures glazed sect doesn't have much else, but the most treasures and money. After the engagement banquet is over, take people to Zhengzhen city for a trip. With the martial spirit, you can be sure to find a lot of rare ores. Oh, right, the engagement party. Ahem, let me tell you a good news. Duguyan and I have already established an engagement, and the party will be held in a month or so. It is expected that within a year or 2, we will be exposed to the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. You can set off now. As soon as these words came out, all 4 of them were delighted. They did not expect things to develop so quickly. After a moment of happiness, Zhou Suifeng suddenly poured cold water on them. That adult said in the extra chapter that Tang San's arrival in Douluo continent was arranged by the god King Shura. This yin-yang eyes of ice and fire that is so important to Tang San. One day in the god realm is 1 year on earth. We don't have the god of killing domain on us. If we take it and run, even if he pays attention to it, can he accurately lock on to us? The voice of Tianrui came from the solace of his feet. Think about it, it makes sense. The few of them don't have the god of killing domain on them. Even if the god King Shura wants to see it, he may not be able to find it. People. Zhou Suifeng nodded. Everyone was about to disperse, and Tianrui raised a new question. Now that Jian Rongxiu is not going to play the undercover game, the 4 princes of the Tiandu royal family should be fine. Which one should I rely on? After pondering for a moment, Ning Yulan described the information of the 4 princes collected by the Kai Bao Liulai sect. The eldest prince Shui Luoquan is ambitious but not talented. He is ambitious for the throne but stingy and petty. The second prince Shui Qinghe is a mediocre talent. The third prince Shui Kanghai is brave and resourceful, and his martial spirit cultivation talent is not weak. The fourth prince is still young now, but I don't know what kind of person he is. If you want to show your ambition and get better investment, the third prince is naturally a good choice. But the purpose of the 5 people is to get the Hanhai Kyunkan cover. It doesn't matter whether it is a royal family or not. Let's enter the Tiandu Royal Academy first. Anlan made a suggestion. We'll see who comes to contact you first before we make a decision. When there's a chance later, I'll arrange for the people in the Spirit Hall to let you make some contributions and improve your status before we make plans. Raising his hand and making an OK gesture, Tianrui disappeared first while keeping his feet facing people. The remaining 4 people didn't have any important matters to discuss, so they all dispersed. Ning Yulan stretched his body, not feeling sleepy, and continued to practice. If everything goes well, the 3rd soul ring can be added by the end of the year or the beginning of next year. Anlan and Tianrui's practice speed is similar, and Tang Yin is a little behind. Only Zhou Suifeng, who is obviously just a blue-silver grass, has a much faster practice speed than the 4 people. The existence of a shared space is already a cheat, but that guy is cheating in another way. It's really enviable. No, it's disgusting. The Kingdom of Haagen-Dazs. Anlan thought that the cold drink products in this place would be particularly outstanding, but there is nothing special about it. The name of this kingdom is just because the name of the king's family is Haagen-Dazs. He felt bored. Jian Rongxiu was having fun. Although this place is not as big as Wuhan City, it has some things that Wuhan City doesn't have. The backyard of Wuhan Hall in Haagen-Dazs Royal City. Hey, stop playing, it's time to practice. No one cared. Jian Rongxiu showed some signs of playing crazy. Anlan urged her to practice, so as not to have a hard time explaining to Jian Daolio when she returned to Wuhan City. Oh! Fortunately, although she was proud, she was not arrogant. Moreover, she rarely won in the competition between the two, and Anlan could still suppress her. Meditate on soul power, and then practice swordsmanship. Jian Daolio's swordsmanship level is not low, otherwise he would not have attracted the previous sword Douluo, Chen Xian's father, to challenge him. Jian Rongxiu naturally mastered swordsmanship by words and deeds. If she didn't practice swordsmanship, the Angel Holy Sword in the Angel Inheritance in the future would probably only be used as a fire stick. However, her current swordsmanship level is very low, and it is difficult to play any effect without getting close, and she can't even use sword energy. Otherwise, Anlan wouldn't have won so many times. Look at the sword. Look at the sword. Anlan opened his martial soul and used his first soul skill energy gathering ring to control the flames, condensing them into rough hands to fight with Jian Rongxiu's sword. Whenever he thought of Tianrui's weapon soul skill, he would envy and grit his teeth. Anlan was completely unsure about this kind of soul skill that could only be obtained by chance, so he planned to study it himself. It just so happened that he could also practice soul power control and prepare for condensing soul core. Soul core. Does Douluo's poison pill count as a soul core? It seems that it was condensed when he broke through the title Douluo. But according to Huo Yuhao's era, the soul core is the threshold for breaking through the 99 level. If his poison pill is considered a soul core, how could he have wasted so many years and stagnated at the 91st level? Tisk. The history of Douluo is full of inconsistencies. He was distracted in his mind, but he didn't relax when practicing with Jian Rongxiu. Don't be so straightforward. Try to wrap your soul power around the sword. Try it yourself. This is not a soul guide. Putting away the sword, Jian Rongxiu looked at Anlan in confusion. He didn't even know this common sense. Throwing the sword to Anlan. Holding the hilt, Anlan held it for a while. Although he could wrap a certain amount of soul power, it didn't play a big role at all. It was basically just a waste of effort. What is a soul guide? There are so many materials in the Wuhan Hall, but I didn't find any knowledge about making soul guides. It seems that it was deliberately erased. If it can't be used, forget it. Let's practice something else. When she obtains the soul skill of the sacred sword, her swordsmanship level will increase like a rocket. In the middle of the night, she finished practicing the Qi method and walked out of the room. Lan arched his hands to the air. Please show up, seniors. I have something to ask you. Chapter 58 Zhang Mo Kyunjun. The only answers he got were the occasional chirping of insects and falling leaves. After waiting for a while, just when Lan thought they would not come out, two figures suddenly appeared at the table in the yard, one sitting and one standing. Boy, what's the matter? For the sake of Jian Daoliu and Qian Rongxiu, Zhang Mo Kyunjun was willing to give them some face. I heard that the martial spirits of the two seniors sealed a certain soul beast. I wonder if I can ask how they did it. You ask this? Zhang Mo laughed. This matter was originally a coincidence. At the beginning, my two brothers. Their situation was probably impossible for others to replicate, and the two did not hide it, and they were not worried that Lan would reveal it to outsiders, so they told the story. When the two of them hunted for the seventh soul ring, the opportunity by coincidence, they encountered two evil-breaking holy dragons. They used the martial soul fusion technique and fought hard to take them down. After the battle, the two absorbed the soul rings and were exhausted. They didn't know the specific reason. After the absorption, the two didn't notice anything unusual. Later, when they challenged Jian Daoliu and used their martial souls to their full strength, they found that the two soul beasts were sealed in the martial soul. So sloppy? It's as rare as Luo Sanbao's wisdom out of body martial soul, but it was ignored. I asked the two about the situation in detail, but after so many years, who can remember it so clearly? With such a vague answer, how can I trace back the process and study my own plan? Is it that the martial souls of the two people are special but they didn't find it? Or are the two soul beasts unusual? Martial soul fusion technique. Exhausted? There are many possible reasons. Taking a sneak peek at the two, Lan wanted to personally experience the process of the two releasing the sealed soul beast, but they were great worshippers, and how could a little karami like him cooperate with them in research? What is a martial soul? How can it be easily studied by others? Forget it, I am not the one who wants to study the martial soul and seal the soul beast. Tell Ning Yulan and let him think about it. His martial soul does not need this method to make up for its defects. Two seniors, I wonder if I have the honor. Seeing the process of releasing the sealed soul beast with your own eyes, maybe you can see a clue or two. The two looked at each other. If they didn't agree, this kid might go to Jian Rongxiu to blow her pillow wind and let Jian Rongxiu come over and say it, and then both sides would be embarrassed. It's okay to take a look. But now everyone is in the branch hall of Haagen-Dazs King City, so it's not easy to do it. We can only wait until we leave here and go to the wilderness to find a secluded place with no one around to perform. Then I thank you in advance. He clasped his fists and saluted. When he looked up again, the two had disappeared. Lan sighed silently, it is indeed better to lean on a big tree for shade. If I only rely on Qian Sunji's face, I am afraid these two people will not pay attention to me. If I hadn't captured Jian Rongxiu, Qian Daoliu would not help to stand on the platform. It's getting late, go to bed. Nodding City. Tang Yin thought about it and thought that he should set off for Tiandu City in advance. Whether it was to study the forging technology of the spirit forging or to wait for time to harvest the fairy grass, it was not worthwhile to stay in Nodding City. He felt more and more that Tang Yuehua was useless except for being a vase. He thought carefully that except for that layer of filter, Tang Yuehua seemed to have no other attraction to him. Moreover, during the time when he was an apprentice in the blacksmith shop, when he came back from get-off work and saw Tang Yuehua, he would occasionally think that this woman was not as interesting as the iron ingot. Watching the iron ingots change into various shapes under the hammer, and the process of exerting strength, there will be a strange sense of satisfaction. And Tang Yuehua, she can't even cook. He decided to show his cards with Tang Yuehua. At dinner that day, Tang Yuehua raised her hand to clean up the dishes, and Tang Yin called out. Sister Yuehua, clean up later. I have a question, I hope you can answer me. Do you have someone you like? This kind of words. Tang Yuehua was stunned for a moment, feeling strange. Although the appearance age of a soul master cannot be directly measured by appearance, absorbing soul rings will promote physical development. But, Tang Yin is now almost 10 years old. Just looking at the appearance, it is just a teenager of 14 or 15 years old. Ask her this kind of question. It feels really strange, thinking that she is in her 20s, but she is actually liked by a child. She suddenly remembered her past self. When she was a child, she fell in love. Thinking of that person, her mood inexplicably dimmed. So she forgot to answer Tang Yin's question. Okay, I got it. Tang Yin answered himself, and his voice also woke up Tang Yuehua. Tang Yuehua opened her mouth, and suddenly she didn't know how to tell Tang Yin that young love is always love, but the passage of time is in vain. If she didn't say it well, it would be another mistake to let this child waste his life like herself. Xiao Yin, you don't know many girls. When you walk more roads and meet more girls in the future, you will know that you deserve better. By then, you will look back and see that I am just an ordinary woman. But thank you Xiao Yin for your love. You can continue to call me sister. Tang Yin nodded and exhaled. Asking this question was actually a decision made by his brain. Say goodbye to the previous self with a head full of yellow garbage, and then, lift iron with all your strength. I know. Sister Yuehua, pack up. We'll set off tomorrow and head to Tiandu City. I've thought of a way to contact the sect. Sect Master Ning of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect has always said that the 3 sects are of the same blood. If we ask him for help, we will definitely be able to contact the sect master and others. Old man Tang should be angry to death now, Tang Xiao is almost the successor. But Tang Yuehua didn't know, so she could only be vague for now. She looked happy. Great. She had met Ning Fengzi several times and felt that he was a good person. He should help. On the other side, in a small courtyard somewhere in Silv City, Zhu Zuyun looked at Zhou Suifeng with a frustrated face, and the other party looked mocking. That's it? The eldest lady of the Duke's mansion? The same age, I have 3 rings, and you are only level 13. Weak chicken. Don't stand there, continue. Under the eaves, Zhu Zuyu pushed Zhu Zuking's cradle and watched Zhou Suifeng abuse her elder sister. She couldn't help at all and couldn't bear to watch, so she had to turn her head away. The abuse of Zhu Zuyun was not like what Zhou Suifeng had experienced in the Zhu family. It was just that every day, Zhu Zuyun was pulled over to be beaten after waking up. No, it was to exercise her skills. After entering the Silv's kingdom, Zhou Suifeng suddenly found that something was wrong with him. After thinking about it, he realized that packing up the 3 sisters and taking them away was not in line with his style of doing things. He began to reflect, from the first time he entered the shared space and reunited with the other 4 people to the end of revenge on the Zhu family. Found the answer. The problem is actually very simple, just like Tang Yin, that guy, always thought he liked Tang Yuehua. Zhou Suifeng actually also coveted big and small cats, but everything he experienced as a slave distorted his thoughts behind it. There are also Ning Yulan and Enlan, who talk very logically in the space, and only regard Duguyan and Qian Rongxiu as tools to climb up in their words, but in fact, what they think in their hearts, I am afraid only they themselves know. After thinking through all this, Zhou Suifeng felt very awkward. He felt that he should become a Sigma man who indulges in mountains and rivers, is free and has no worries. Chapter 59 Twisted, so hot. But the self who poisoned the Duke's mansion was completely twisted. Was I so twisted in my previous life? Recalling his previous life, Zhou Suifeng suddenly found that it seemed that he was a little bit. Most of the time, he didn't speak directly, and let people guess. Whether it was happy or unhappy, he never expressed it directly. If others guessed it, he was happy. If they didn't guess it, he would be angry. Twisted into a spirit. After recognizing himself clearly, he didn't feel happy. Every day when he woke up and saw the 3 sisters, he felt a little irritable. Zhu Zuking was still a baby who couldn't talk, and Zhu Zuyu was only 4 years old, so she could only vent her anger on Zhu Zuyun. So, Zhu Zuyun saw hell. In the morning, wash and eat, then get beaten, and then be treated. Lunch, get beaten, get treated. Dinner, get beaten, get treated. Sleep. New ideas? New knowledge? It's still early, take your time. Zhou Suifeng had many ways to treat her. The first soul skill of the blue-silver grass was originally just rapid growth, but he developed a way to intercept the growth energy and input it into other targets. Another one is the second soul skill of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower, Life Edition. The excess vitality can not only heal Zhu Zuyun's body, but also greatly improve her reaction ability and thinking speed during the duration. Lying on the ground exhausted, Zhu Zuyun didn't want to move at all. The next moment, a leaf of blue-silver grass wrapped around her ankle. After a dozen breaths, she immediately recovered. Why don't you just beat me to death? Zhou Suifeng didn't say anything, but just looked at Zhu Zuyu. Zhu Zuyu's head shrank, revealing a nervous smile. Zhu Zuyun took a deep breath, got ready again, and gritted her teeth. Come on! Get on me! An hour later, she lay on the ground again, and fell asleep this time. After the treatment, she still didn't wake up. Squatting in front of her, Zhou Suifeng pinched her face hard. It seems that she has really reached her limit. Muttered. His treatment could not restore Zhu Zuyun's exhausted spirit. He stood up, remained silent for a few seconds, summoned a few pieces of blue-silver grass, and carried her into the bathtub in the room. The next morning, after washing, he did his routine homework in front of the Qingdi tablet. Although he didn't know whether Lord Qingdi could receive the incense here, offering sacrifices and worship was what he said when he awakened his martial soul, and he had to do it. The cold and shaking feeling woke Zhu Zuyun up again. Carriage? Have we left Sylve City? She sat up suddenly and saw Zhu Zuyu sitting on the side, and Zhu Zuqing, who was sleeping soundly on the cushion, breathed a sigh of relief. Sister, are you okay? Zhu Zuyu asked in a low voice. Not dead yet. Did he say where to go next? She moved her shoulders and felt nothing was wrong. Zhu Zuyun turned her head and looked around. The annoying bastard who wanted to kill people was sitting outside driving the carriage. Zhu Zuyu shook her head, not sure about the answer to her question. Come out when you wake up. Zhou Suifeng's voice floated over, and Zhu Zuyun gritted her teeth and moved over. She glanced at her bitter and vengeful face. After all, she is still just a girl, not a time traveler like the 5 people, who are little boys on the surface but old monsters on the inside. Don't be so bitter and resentful. The world is beautiful, go and see it happily, and learn more from me. If I were like you, I would have been angry to death long ago. He tried to release a smile and asked in a soft voice. Then where are we going now? Tiandu City. Pulling the reins of the carriage, Zhou Suifeng shook the map with one hand and took a look to make sure he was not wrong. The control of the Tiandu Empire over the kingdoms within its borders is not as strong as that of the Xingluo Empire. Maybe the Xingluo Empire has almost infiltrated it. It's safer to go to Tiandu City if you say a word, I can let you go back. With your age advantage, it's not a problem to defeat your 2 sisters and become the crown princess of Xingluo or even the future queen. That's what he said, but if Zhu Zuyun really said she wanted to go back, Zhou Suifeng would kill her immediately. She has already brought if it comes out, it's her kitten. A disobedient kitten can only. Perhaps, Zhu Zuyun sensed Zhou Suifeng's murderous intent, or perhaps, she didn't want to continue the fate of the Zhu family women. Without answering, she kept her stiff movements and knelt beside Zhou Suifeng. After driving for a while, Zhou Suifeng suddenly loosened the reins. Cross-legged practice. The carriage was endowed with vitality by him, and it actually didn't need to be controlled by people. Sitting outside was just good air. Tilting her head and looking at Zhou Suifeng who closed his eyes, Zhu Zuyun thought a lot in her mind. Only by killing him can Zhu Yu and Zhu Qing get real freedom. But, if we are found by the people of Xingluo Empire? There was a struggle in her heart. At my current level, I can't pose any threat to this guy. I can only consider it after I get 2 more maybe 3 soul rings. But he is already 2 soul rings ahead of me. When I become a soul sect, wouldn't he be a soul emperor, or even a soul saint? Another voice in my mind. If this kind of talent can make him feel at ease with me and completely depend on him, it seems not bad. Feeding the tiger with her own body, she will sacrifice herself, and the 2 sisters will not have to sacrifice themselves. If I can become the only one of this guy, Zhu Yu and Zhu Qing can also be truly free. A few days later. Evening. Zhou Suifeng stopped the carriage. It was too tiring to keep on traveling. Stop and set up camp. Release the blue-silver grass, send out a few straw men, and go into the woods to hunt. Although some dry food is prepared in the storage soul guide, it is more comfortable to make something hot when there is time. As the fire was lit, Zhou Suifeng suddenly realized something. Wouldn't it be enough to prepare some food in advance and store it in the storage soul guide? Try it in the next city. Zhu Zuyun suddenly said in a low voice. I want to take a bath. Zhou Suifeng looked her up and down and shook his head. Wait until you awaken the true talent of the Zhu family before playing this kind of thing. The true talent of the Zhu family? What talent? What hidden potential does my martial soul have? She couldn't understand what Zhou Suifeng meant by talent for a moment. Is he playing dumb, or does he really not understand? Too lazy to think about it, Zhou Suifeng made a few straw men again, fetched some water, and wove a bathtub made of blue silver grass, asking her to go to the carriage to wash. He glanced at Zhu Zuyu, who was like a quail, wishing she could shrink into a ball. It seems that her cultivation talent is not very good, otherwise the original partner of Dai Mubai should be the third brother, not the fourth brother Zhu Zuqing. There is something we can experiment with. Zhu Zuqing's meridians are not yet fully grown, so we can try the results of other people's soul power helping to baptize her body on Zhu Zuyu. I don't know if it can improve her martial soul qualifications. Give me Zhu Zuqing, and you go wash too. She seemed to be surprised that Zhou Suifeng suddenly spoke to her. Subconsciously, he hugged the little Zhu Zuqing tighter, and then he passed her out nervously after reacting. Zhou Suifeng got her a bathtub and bath water. She got on the carriage, looking back every few steps, hoping that when she and her sister were bathing, her younger sister would not be eaten by this terrible man. Zhu Zuqing. The little person stared with big black and white eyes, looking down at the giant looking at him. Suddenly, Zhou Suifeng's eyes were stern, and 2 hunting straw men were killed. It's so hot, so hot, so hot. Chapter 60 Encounter. This feeling, is it someone fighting? Zhou Suifeng has not yet developed the ability to share vision with the straw men, and can only diffuse perception through the blue-silver grass on them. The feedback before disappearing was torn apart in an instant. If someone was fighting, then the opponent's level would definitely exceed his by 3 soul rings. Do you want to leave early? I don't think so. It's safe according to the distance the 2 straw men left. Moreover, according to the feedback before they disappeared, the other party seemed to have not noticed the existence of 2 abnormal life forms. Quietly release a few finger-sized straw men and let them float in that direction with the wind. If you find anyone approaching this side, retreat immediately. He lowered his head and continued to look at Zhu Zuqing. This chubby little face seemed to feel very good. Zhou Suifeng slowly stretched out his sinful fingers. On the other side of the dense forest, it was Zhang Mo Qianjun who was demonstrating his martial spirit to Enlan and Qian Rongxiu. It was mainly Qian Rongxiu. Originally, the two only planned to deal with Enlan, but Qian Rongxiu was also interested after learning about it. The two had to be a little more serious. There were not many opportunities, so Enlan was tense and observed carefully. Gan. The level difference is too big, I can't see anything at all. Qian Rongxiu suddenly shouted. Too fast, slow down. This little ancestor. The two glanced at Enlan, looked at each other, and had to control the speed to the slowest. Release, retract, lasted for several minutes. Enlan thought, it's called a seal, why does it feel more like parasitism? No, it doesn't seem right to say parasitism, it feels like the spirit of the weapon in the fairy tale novel. I feel some mental fluctuations. Soul? A term suddenly popped up in my mind. The evil-breaking holy dragon in the 2 martial arts is more like this state. But the soul of Huo Yuhao's era should be based on the undead contract. I didn't expect that Zhang Mo Qianjun accidentally made an incomplete soul. Tisk, the 5 of us know Alex, no undead the knowledge related to the spirit contract, it is as difficult as ascending to heaven to make a complete soul. I silently remembered it, and I could only do research after everything was settled. Thank you 2 seniors for your guidance. I have prepared something. If you don't mind, you can't ask it. He paused for a while, and glanced at the entrance of the woods in the distance beside Qian Rongxiu. This is the mental fluctuation of Zhou Suifeng, why is he here? The 5 people are very familiar with each other's mental power. It is very subtle, and only the other 4 people from the same source can feel it. The surrounding energy has been disturbed by Zhang Mo Qianjun's demonstration just now. They are not meticulous people and did not pay too much attention. The 2 drank a few glasses of wine and continued to hide in the dark. Qian Rongxiu turned her head and looked at Enlan, humming complacently, and the meaning was very clear, if it weren't for me, could you see their martial spirits? Why don't you thank Miss Shui quickly? An Lan understood, and bowed his head exaggeratedly. Thank you Miss Xuet. I am deeply grateful. You are like the blazing sun in the sky, illuminating me. It was so chilling that people got goosebumps. Qianrongxiu grabbed An Lan's neck. Enough, enough. Turning around and throwing her on his back, An Lan carried Qianrongxiu to the carriage. This carriage was carefully prepared by the branch hall, so there was no need for a tent. At midnight, An Lan entered the space. But she didn't see Zhou Suifeng, and she was surprised. Could it be that the guy didn't sense my location? What the hell? Leave a message at Zhou Suifeng's location and exit the space. It was noon on the third day when Zhou Suifeng saw An Lan's message. Once again, Zhu Zuyun was exhausted. Although she only had one spirit ring now, she had to start from childhood to become stronger. The matter of using spirit power to cleanse Zhu Zuyu's meridians had not begun. The outdoor environment is unstable. For something that requires full concentration, any interference may ruin all the previous efforts. People who are willing to cooperate with the experiment are not always available. It turned out to be them. Seeing the message, Zhou Suifeng knew who destroyed the straw man in an instant without any resistance. But then he had some doubts. At that time, the straight line distance between the two sides was only more than 1,000 meters. How could the aura of 2 level 96 Super Douluo be so weak? Can't sense it after 1,000 meters? Maybe they deliberately controlled the movement. In addition to asking, An Lan also left their movement route, and Zhou Suifeng remembered it silently. With Qianjun Jiangmo following, it's better for the two not to meet. It seems that we can only take a detour. Going forward, you will enter the Principality of Mozak, one of the affiliated principalities of the Tiandu Empire. If the movement route does not change, the two will meet in the city where the principality borders the two kingdoms. Because they have to go a long way, Zhou Suifeng relaxed his training on Zhu Zuyun and let her relax for a few days. In a trance, Zhu Zuyun actually felt flattered. However, instead of meeting An Lan, she met Tang Yin. A few days later, without paying attention, they took a detour into the province of Fastino. When entering the city, the two of them felt a sense of connection and looked back in the crowd. Confirmed their eyes. Tang Yin, you little jerk. You still say you are a Sigma man. What are those three in the carriage? Zhou Suifeng, I am an alpha man now. After exchanging glances, the two walked to the other side, not talking, not communicating, pretending not to know each other. Everyone arrived at the space gathering by coincidence. Tang Yin did not speak, looked at Zhou Suifeng coldly, with a sinister smile. When the three could not help asking what happened, Tang Yin slammed the table and stood up. This thing with thick eyebrows and big eyes betrayed the organization. The three people learned that Zhou Suifeng took the three sisters of the Zhu family away, and their expressions were different. Tianrui's reaction was the most intense. You are so strange. This we agreed that Sigma will be together forever, and everyone on Bai Bei Mountain is a guest. Why did you take them down the mountain halfway? Fuck. Zhou Suifeng was horrified. When the hell did I say such a thing? After the joke, he returned to normal. Ning Yulan was very surprised. Why did you take the three of them away? Without the nether white tiger, the potential of the nether spirit cat alone is average. Nothing, I just don't want to waste it. The four were speechless. It was a very good, powerful, honest, and convincing explanation. An Lan knocked on the table and asked about the question that he had left a message to Ning Yulan a few days ago, and how the investigation was going. Sunset Forest, the origin of the name Sunset. After becoming Kyungsunji's disciple, he had enough status to enter the upper library of the Spirit Hall's 1,000-year secret collection, but the content inside was vast. There was not much content about the Sunset Forest, only some records of soul beasts that were rumored to be extinct. Regarding the name of the Sunset Forest, he only found a seemingly plausible record in the Continental Wind and Rumors. The ancestors witnessed the sun falling from the sky, so they named it the Sunset Forest. Chapter 61 Sunset. It is unknown when the content was. Leave a message to Ning Yulan to help collect other information. The Seven Treasures Glazed sect has been entrenched in the Seven Treasures City for many years, and there may be some different information from the Spirit Hall. I found some ancient texts in a rotten book that was about to be broken into pieces. After translation, the general meaning is: ancient people watched the sky, and one day they suddenly saw the scorching sun falling from the sky, and there was a cry inside, which made the heaven and earth sad, and then it fell to the earth, and the universe lost its color. Birds and beasts lay on the ground then, lush forests and trees rose from the ground, which was called the land of setting Sunday. This kind of story, it was an adventure prepared for the 5 of us. But then Ning Yulan poured cold water on the 4 of them. According to Ning Fengzi's appraisal, the ancient book was more than 5,000 years old. Maybe the ancient people here saw the scene when the Ice and Fire Dragon King fell and recorded it. Isn't it the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire? What a bummer, can't we just have some fun for a few minutes first? Tian Rui slapped the table with an unhappy look on his face. He casually mentioned his current information. I plan to enroll in Tiandu Royal Academy in a few days. He had long known the admission requirements. The Tiandu royal family had no outstanding talents in recent years, and the third prince Shuekanghai could barely be considered one. Other noble children, even if there were any outstanding members, could not be fully used by the royal family. If they were vigorously cultivated, it would only further weaken the majesty of the royal family. The Royal Academy had long relaxed its admission requirements. Those recommended by nobles could enroll, and those of common origin could also enroll after being assessed. But after the latter enrolled, they would either be recommended by knowledgeable and experienced people or be recommended by the emperor. The noble children with the idea of reporting to their families and recruiting them in advance, or, after seeing the arrogance and debauchery of the noble children, they would curry favor with them. Sometimes, those with a calm vision, realistic ideas and hard work in cultivation are excluded because they are incompatible with everyone. The 3 education committee members are usually high above and don't see this kind of school bullying at all. Of course, if it is the kind of shocking genius, it is definitely not in this category. Unfortunately, Tian Rui is such a person. After the new year, he is only 10 years old. A genius with 2 rings at the age of 10 will definitely be cultivated as a treasure. It's just that his origin is not easy to explain. If it's hard to explain, then don't explain. Who would send a seed player of this level to go undercover, except for the Wuhan Hall? Tang Yin spread his hands, with a posture that he didn't like anyone, and gave his opinion. Zhou Suifeng asked another question. You don't go to Blazing Fire Academy? That's right. If you go to Blazing Fire, what about the vast sea universe cover? Tian Rui was somewhat tempted, but the sea god's heart must not be let go. What is that thing? The treasure of the Tiandu royal family. Think back, under what circumstances did Tang San get that thing? He saved Shui Yi's life and saved the building from collapse. Now Qian Rongxiu has no undercover. It is difficult to get that thing by relying on the royal family alone, right? It is faster to rob it directly. With a twisted face, Tian Rui clenched his fists and wanted to vent, but he couldn't. He said hatefully. Then we have been nagging for so many chapters before, and now this makes us look like idiots, right? It's okay to be stupid. Zhou Suifeng leaned back. In this place where intercepting the grain road can be amazing, idiots are already very smart. Hey, hey, hey. Ning Yulan was dissatisfied, just make fun of yourself. Don't really become a fool. Otherwise, you will be defeated by other fools with rich experience. The 4 of them were talking nonsense, and Enlan was thinking beside them. He felt that whether it was the Tiandu plan to steal the country or the later soul hunting operation, Bibi Dong would most likely implement it, and would expose herself in a very crude way, leaving many traces of the spirit hall, so that the spirit hall would be attacked by the crowd. Let her do whatever she wants, so that the 5 of us can put things right. It doesn't feel like it will go smoothly. Tang Yin seemed to be slow to realize it at this time, and looked at Tian Rui strangely. What are you doing in Shiwo? Huau. Tian Rui was serious. Learning. Tang Yin replied with a shit expression, every time I move, I'm in a trance. Everyone, please be patient. I will get the immortal grass as soon as possible. During this period, we will practice separately. Now it is most important to work hard to improve our levels. When we can bear the 10,000-year spirit ring, it will be our time to take off. After the chat, everyone went their separate ways. Before leaving, Enlan asked Zhou Suifeng about the progress of practicing soul power control with paper. Zhou, no, it's too difficult, I can't do it. It's too difficult to use paper directly at the beginning. And, even your blue-silver grass's gentle soul power can't do it, so this method won't work? Zhou, maybe it's not that it won't work, but you and I have made a misunderstanding. Soul powers of different natures should require different training methods. The soul power of the golden feathered phoenix is of high temperature, burning, and explosion. Maybe you can try to directly hold objects in your hands and burn them with fire. Also, your first soul skill can already condense some relatively rough tools, right? Can't you try to condense other objects? That makes sense. 2 months. Zhou Suifeng, An Lan, and Tang Yin arrived at Tiandu City one after another. The new year passed quietly. January of the year 2632. In the past 2 years, everyone's cultivation was very smooth. With the innate full soul power and the wonderful Qi method, An Lan and Tian Rui also had an ability similar to the energy ring to assist in cultivation, and they broke through the 30th level one after another. Tang Yin lagged behind them for more than half a month and also broke through 30. Ning Yulin was a little slower, only at level 29. Although he changed the nature of his soul skills of the 7 treasures glazed pagoda, his martial soul cultivation speed still belonged to the auxiliary system. If there was no wonderful Qi method, he might only be at level 26 or 27 now. The 5 people were very close, but they still did not meet, and they were still only communicating in space. Others had nothing to do. Tang Yin wanted to borrow the 7 treasures glazed pagoda's hand. Tang Yuehua was sent back to the current Haoshan sect. He himself did not plan to go back. The closed Haoshan sect had no room for development. Wandering outside would make it grow faster. The engagement party for Duguyan and I will be held soon. You can come after the party. When the Kaibao glazed sect held a banquet, there would be too many people. If someone noticed, no one could guarantee that everyone would keep their mouths shut. Maybe someone would try to take advantage of both sides. Originally, Ning Yulin wanted to persuade Ning Fengzi to invite some real friends to a small banquet, but after thinking about it carefully, there was no need to hide the fact that Dugubo joined the Kaibao glazed sect. His joining Kaibao seemed to give Kaibao an extra title, but the actual threat did not increase much. After all, he was just a title keeper. Except for the Spirit Hall, for other forces, whether it was Dugubo or Kaibao alone, they were already strong enough. It made no difference to them whether the 2 sides joined or not. Young Highness, do you think we should attend? Qian Rongxiu arrived in Tiandu City and naturally stayed in the Spirit Temple. Her identity was kept secret, and Saras didn't know, but An Lan's identity was now known to everyone in the Spirit Temple. Bishop Platinum Saras took the invitation from the 7 treasures glazed sect and came to ask An Lan's opinion. It seems that An Lan has no real power except for the identity of a former disciple of the Pope, but the current Pope is his senior sister, and there is a great priest standing behind her, directly reporting to the Emperor, which is more difficult to deal with than people with real power. Chapter 62 Engagement. Now is not the time to tear the face with the major sects. This kind of face-saving thing should be done. However, Bishop, you can attend by yourself, and try not to disclose the news of my coming here. If it weren't for Qian Daoliu's request to leave the location information every time he arrived at a branch temple, he would be too lazy to deal with these branch temples. I understand. In addition, what do you think about the gift? The bishop does not need to be so reserved. The platinum bishops of the 2 capitals are equal to the Pope. I am just a junior. Your Highness, you are too polite. In this case, I will not bother you anymore. Please do as you please. After getting An Lan's answer, Sarath breathed a sigh of relief. Although he had heard of him for a long time, it was the first time he met him. He thought that he was a young and successful person, and would be a spoiled brat who would point fingers at him. He did not expect that he was a prematurely aged genius. That's right. If he was an ordinary kid, how could he be accepted as a disciple by the former Pope? However, since he said that he had to do things for the sake of face, he had to prepare the gifts for Ning Fengzi and Dugubo. After Sarath left, Qian Rongxiu came out from behind the door. This old man is too cautious. Can he be a platinum bishop? On the surface, the current Pope and the senior high priest are standing behind me. It would be strange if he is not afraid your hair has faded. Come here and I will dye it for you again. Qian Rongxiu has not yet absorbed the angel suit soul bone with camouflage ability. In order to conceal her identity, An Lan dyed her hair black shortly after leaving the Wuhan Hall. After more than 2 hours, the hair was dyed again. What hairstyle do you want today? Qian Rongxiu sat in front of the dressing mirror and looked at An Lan in the mirror. Lady. Okay, got it. The high ponytail was tied up with a hairpin with silver tassels. Beautiful and generous, heroic. Let's go. Turning around and grabbing An Lan's hand, Qian Rongxiu rushed out excitedly. Let's go to the fighting spirit field. Are there any strange spirits? An Lan was not interested in the fighting spirit field, He wanted to gain combat experience. With the Pope's order and the Elder's order, he could find any opponent he wanted in the Spirit City. Run slower. The engagement banquet was held. A lot of people came. Almost all those who received the invitation came, including the royal family and the major families in Tiandu City. Some came without invitations. Ning Fengzi was a man, so he didn't force them to leave. Looking at the people coming and going, drinking and chatting, Ning Yulan was unhappy. After Ning Fengzi announced the news of their engagement, he and Duguyan were no longer the protagonists. The theme of this banquet also became a vanity fair for all parties to win over each other. That's why I don't bother to deal with these things. It's annoying. But in life, few people can completely ignore interpersonal relationships. Duguyan's face was dull. It seemed that she didn't like this kind of occasion very much. Our part is over. Do you want to go out and play? Let's go. Duguyan drank half a cup of juice in one gulp. She choked and said, I'm already impatient. The two put down their cups and walked out along the edge of the corner. But they were caught by Ning Yuxuan. Brother. He felt that the boss seemed a little angry. But not really. There were not many guests in the room who cared about the original protagonist's position. He was angry just because the two wanted to go out and play? This is too much. Ning Yuxuan stared at Ning Yulan with a look of disappointment. He glanced at Duguyan and whispered to Little Six. Little Six, why are you so ignorant? It's rare to see all these people gathered together. Take this opportunity to build a good relationship now. If you are in charge of the sect in the future. It turned out that he was not angry with me. Blinking, Ning Yuxuan saw the source of the boss's anger. It was still Ning Fengzi. In Ning Yuxuan's view, the little old Six brought in Dugubo as a helper, and also developed a way to change the martial soul restrictions for the sect, and discovered the effect of whale glue. As a result, what did Ning Fengzi give as a reward? Brother, this kind of thing can't be rushed. He stepped on his feet and patted Ning Yuxuan's shoulder, pulling Duguyan to continue running out. If it's not good now, it proves that there are better ones to come. Don't stare at the position of the successor to the sect all day long. If I get it, I'm lucky, and if I lose it, I'm dead. Besides, you are not young anymore. I, the little old Six, am engaged. Are you planning to be a bachelor forever? Really, don't let mother worry. Ning Yuxuan. Seeing the two kids run out of the banquet, he could only shake his head. He returned to the crowd that made Ning Yuxuan feel irritated. Why, I said Xiaoliu wouldn't listen to you. The third brother dealt with the compliments around him, and when he saw Ning Yuxuan return empty-handed, he curled his lips. He can even do something like destroying his own martial spirit, which shows that Xiaoliu is a very opinionated person, and it is not easy for others to convince him. The two ran out of the banquet and were stopped again. Grandpa. This time it was Dugubo. This guy stood on the stage as Duguyan's elder when Ning Fengzi just announced it, and soon disappeared. Ning Yulan thought he had left. Touching Duguyan's little head, Dugubo stared at Ning Yulan fiercely. From now on, if I am not here one day, Yan Yan will not be alone. Boy, if I know in the future that you let Yan Yan suffer any grievances, I will never let you go. Senior, what are you talking about? I will do my best and will not let Yan Yan suffer any grievances. With a serious face, Dugubo's eyes were gloomy. Still call me senior. Yes, it's time to change the words. Grandpa. The people who came today are a mixed bunch. They seem to be friendly on the surface, but no one knows what they are thinking. Don't run around. After saying that, he was about to continue to disappear, but Duguyan held on to him and refused to let go. Today's engagement was a happy event. But Duguyan felt very nervous, panicked, and even scared. Although Ning Yulan noticed that she was a little emotional and tried his best to accompany her, she still seemed to feel insecure. Dugubo saw it and felt a little distressed. But he felt that his granddaughter would have to accept it sooner or later. If one day he could no longer control the poison in his body, then the only person she could rely on was this stinky boy who looked so unpleasant. It's too noisy here, Grandpa, take us to Dugu's house. Okay. Dugubo responded, and the three of them disappeared quickly. Arriving at Dugu's house, returning to the familiar environment where she grew up, Duguyan relaxed and soon recovered her spirit. Watching her running around in the yard, Dugubo spoke suddenly, and the content of his words made Ning Yulan's heart tremble. You kid, are you here for the things in my medicine garden? Feeling a chill on his back, Ning Yulin pretended not to understand. What is Grandpa talking about? What the hell? Chapter 63 Sweating. Humph. Standing beside Ning Yulin with his hands behind his back, Douluo snorted coldly. Although I am a titled Douluo, I am just that strong. I can't compare with your 7 treasures glazed tile sect. Yanyan has a physical defect and her innate soul power level is not very high. If you think about it carefully, in front of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect, there is no benefit for me and my grandson. We have never had any intersection with the 7 treasures glazed tile sect before. When you came to me, I felt something was wrong. The reason why I agreed to you first was just to see if I could solve Yanyan's problem. Now, I have solved one of my worries. I am too lazy to ask you how you know about my medicine garden, but I am not blind. Although I don't know much, I know a little about some of its abilities. Although he didn't know the name of the poison-free fragrant Douluo, he could guess it by looking at the flower. There was no trace of any poison around it and he could feel a fatal threat every time he approached it. In addition, the golden flower was very similar to the dead perverted martial spirit of Hohuiguan. Ning Yulin was shocked. Sure enough, this old guy is not simple to become a title. Tisk. In that case, Ning Fengzi, the cunning man, must have noticed my abnormality a long time ago, but he didn't make it public. After thinking for a moment, he bowed to Douluo. Grandpa has a keen eye. Even though he was seen through, there was no need to panic. Since Douluo chose to talk about it in private, it meant that there was still room for negotiation. He paused deliberately to give Douluo time to speak. However, Ning Yulin did not speak, and Douluo did not continue to speak. He just lowered his head and looked at the little ghost who pretended to be reserved. It seemed that whoever spoke first would lose. After a long moment, Ning Yulin chose to admit defeat. Grandpa, what do you want? Please give me your instructions. Hat. Little rascal. 2 conditions. If you agree, you can take whatever you want from it, and I will not ask anything. 1. There must be a share of Yanyan. 2. As soon as the 2 came out, Douluo's face was serious and terrifying. He spoke almost word by word. I want you to swear by your martial spirit that from now on you will protect. I want Yanyan to live a peaceful and smooth life. No matter what you want to do, don't let her get hurt. Don't worry. Ning Yulin replied solemnly, even if I die, I won't let her get hurt. Now that the words have been spoken, there is no need to hide them. Ning Yulin smiled shyly. When do you think you can take me over to see her? Ahem, Yanyan's problem is just a problem now. The sooner it is solved, the sooner you can rest assured, right? Wait. I will notify you when I am free. Sneering, Douluo walked away. Ning Yulin's smile slowly disappeared, and he rubbed his face. Sure enough, we still can't underestimate anyone. None of the guys who can stand out from the crowd are simple. Return to Douluo's room and guard her. Just now they have made an engagement, so I have to pay more attention to cultivating feelings, make sure that the first thing she sees when she wakes up is me, and slowly replace Douluo as the one who gives her a sense of security. Only then will there be no worries. Sitting on the bed, recalling the information about the immortal grass that Lan got from Ju Douluo and Yang Wudi. There should be no mistakes, right? Wait until we get to the Yuan Yang pot and see, if there are any omissions, we can only think of a way from Tang San. The 5 people speculated that in the history of Douluo before Tang San appeared, someone must have used the immortal grass and knew the real medicinal effect, and passed it down, so there were these records. It was just unclear whether the experience of the Douluo predecessors was more detailed or the content in Tang San's Xiantian Bailu was more detailed. Master, the 6th young master and Miss Douluo were taken away by His Majesty Douluo. After the banquet, the 2 children disappeared, and Ning Fengzi asked. He was relieved when he learned the answer. Fengzi. This Xiaoliu, what are you going to do? Jiangu and the other 2 do not like such noisy occasions and did not show up during the banquet. If they were present, you can imagine what kind of scene would happen. Not everyone is self-aware, and there is no guarantee that there will not be those who think they are lucky to be favored by the 2 titles and come forward. After the guests dispersed, all the people from the sect also left, and it became quiet. The 2 of them emerged from their retreat. Standing together, the contrast between the 2 is very obvious. Chen Xian has silver hair and white eyebrows, and he looks like an immortal, sharp and free. Gu Rong has broad shoulders and gives people the feeling of a giant. When he doesn't speak, he feels like a demon who eats children. It was Chen Xin who asked Ning Fengzi. He knew a lot about Ning Yulan from Gurong. Although what Gurong said was very subjective, as old friends for many years, Chen Xin could naturally extract useful information from Gurong's verbose nonsense. Ning Fengzi sighed first. Let's see. This child is too thoughtful. Although we don't know what he wants from Douluo, at such a young age, he directly uses his life events as bargaining chips. If he is really allowed to take charge of the sect, it is hard to determine whether it is good or bad. Such a character should be a very good candidate for the next sect master. He will not be swayed by emotions and will only consider the gains and losses. Only in this way can he better take charge of the sect. However, this style of work in a child does not make people feel happy, but afraid. If one day, the Seven Treasures sect becomes an obstacle to his progress, will he also use it as a bargaining chip without hesitation, trade, or abandon it? Then why don't you take him with you and teach him carefully, and let him do what he wants? Gurong has always been too lazy to think about such things. When he uses his brain, he usually considers whether to kill or capture the genius who does not belong to the Seven Treasures glazed sect. This method doesn't work. He is too opinionated. Let's wait and see. Maybe when this child is a few years older, there may be changes. He shook his head. If Ning Yulan had been found earlier, it might have been okay to bring him around to train him, but it was too late now. Is it because the child's mother died too early? Guessing a possible reason, Ning Fengzi sighed silently. A few days later, the turmoil of the engagement banquet was completely resolved, and Ning Yulan and Duguyan returned to the Seven Treasures glazed sect. Meet Tang Yin and Tang Yuehua, who wanted to find Ning Fengzi to help find the location of the Haoshan sect. He took them directly into the sect. On the way, he randomly assigned 2 servants and arranged a side hall for the 2 to wait first. Tang Yin, you better hurry up. Ning Yulan, oh? This is my territory. Isn't this attitude inappropriate? Tang Yin, I was wrong. Ning Yulan, wait. Then he walked away with Duguyan. Sister Yuehua, wait a moment. Yet. The 2 were brought into the side hall. Tang Yin sat casually near the door, looking calm and at ease. Tang Yuehua was very nervous, wondering if Ning Fengzi had any news about the Haoshan sect. Chapter 64, Asking Sect Master Ning for help. Ning Fengzi was not found in the sect master's hall, and there was no one inside. Where is my father? Asking the servants next to him, he learned where Ning Fengzi was. He was with Ning Rongrong. Although this little witch has not grown up yet and has not awakened the innate 9th level soul power, as the only girl of this generation, her favor is unreasonable. When Ning Fengzi was found, he saw Jiangu and the other 2 fighting for the right to hug Ning Rongrong. As a father, Ning Fengzi could only watch from the side. Sensing the 2 approaching, the 2 old men restrained themselves a little and maintained their dignity as worship elders. Father, 2 worshippers. Ning Yulan bowed his hands and saluted, and Duguyan called out. Uncle Ning, 2 seniors. It stands to reason that she should change her words. But she couldn't get over it. Although she had lived in the Kaibao Liulai sect for quite a while, she was not like Ning Yulan, who could simply call Dugubo grandpa, without any psychological burden, without any moral integrity, and shameless. Nodding slightly, Ning Fengzi spoke in a gentle and kind voice. Yanyan is back. Father, when we came back, we met 2 people at the door who claimed to be from the Haoshan sect. Do you want to meet them? Haoshan sect? Sensitive words touched Ning Fengzi's nerves. It had only been more than a year since the incident between Tang Hao and Qian Sunji. What were the people from the Haoshan sect doing at this time? He suddenly heard the words he often said. The 3 sects are of the same blood. He began to sweat for no reason. Could it be that the people from the Haoshan sect wanted to drag Kaibao to fight against the Spirit Hall? Who is this person? Do you have a name? Recalling the past, Ning Yulan looked unfamiliar. A man and a woman, the woman called herself Tang Yuehua, and the man was about my age. Tang Yuehua? Why is it her? Ning Fengzi was even more puzzled, and turned around to ask Jiangu and the other 2 which one would go with him. Gurong spoke first. Old swordsman, I have a bad temper, and I can't say a few words to the hammer-playing gang of Haoshan sect. You go with Fengzi. Grabbed Ning Rongrong and ran away. It was jaw-dropping, and Duguyan felt that this scene was familiar. Chen Xin pretended nothing happened, stood with his hands behind his back, and glanced at Ning Yulin. "Let's go." Side hall. Hearing the footsteps approaching, Tang Yuehua subconsciously stood up, and Tang Yin had to stand up with him. After all, this was still asking for help, and he couldn't offer any reward. "Miss Yuehua, I haven't seen you for a long time. How are you doing?" Observing the two quietly, Ning Fengzi found that they looked a little tired, but in good spirits. It seems that the visit was not a big deal. "Not bad, long time no see, Sect Master Ning." Tang Yuehua was a little nervous before the visit, but now she looked calm and generous. Chen Xin showed up, and seeing that he was not an important figure in the Haoshan sect, he nodded casually and left directly. Ning Yulin originally wanted to take Duguyan away, but received Ning Fengzi's eyes and stayed. Turning around and taking a look at Duguyan. "Do you want to go out or stay here?" There was nothing fun to do outside. She was already familiar with the sect and the Kaibao city outside. She was still a little curious about the Haoshan sect. She shook her head with Ning Yulin. "Who is this?" After looking at Tang Yuehua, Ning Fengzi's eyes fell on Tang Yin. Although Tang Yuehua didn't have much strength, according to his understanding, as the sister of Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, she had a special status in the sect. Could the person who could follow her be some genius? Junior Tang Yin. "Meet Sect Master Ning." Tang Yin introduced himself, neither humble nor arrogant, just one sentence, without much content. "Hiss. This kid." Ning Fengzi inexplicably felt that Tang Yin had a sense of his own little sixth son, and subconsciously turned around to look at Ning Yulin who was looking at Tang Yuehua. Illusion. After the greetings, Tang Yuehua stated her purpose. "Master Ning, in the previous battle between the Spirit Hall and our Haoshan sect, someone else broke up the evacuation team of our young disciples, and I was separated from my elder brother and the others, and lost contact with the sect. I wonder if you know the current location of our sect." "I'm sorry, Miss Yuehua, I really don't know much about this matter. However, you two can stay for a few days while I investigate first. Then I'll leave it to Master Ning. What level are you now?" After playing in Tiandu City for a few days, Lan felt that it was boring, but Qian Rongxiu was still very interested and asked about her current soul power level. 36, almost 37. Tisk. This guy is the son of destiny in this era, God is chasing him to feed him. He was innate 20 when he awakened, and then absorbed 2 soul rings. With the soul power directly improved by the 2 soul rings, he broke through 30 in more than a year. Now it seems that next year, he will reach level 40 at the age of 11. Lan feels that this speed is a little slow, maybe Qian Daoliu has other considerations. Soul rings, has the senior high priest planned it? Grandpa said that I don't need to rush to add soul rings immediately after my breakthrough. I can stabilize it for 10 days or half a month first, and it's not too late to accumulate soul power. Qian Daoliu seems to be very cautious, striving to make the foundation of each of his granddaughter's soul rings very solid, which should be in preparation for the divine test. Okay then. Lan actually wanted her to challenge the 4th ring of 10,000 years. If she used whale glue and then went back to absorb an angel suit soul bone, there should be no problem, but Qian Daoliu probably wouldn't agree. Although the 2nd ring of 1,000 years exceeded the limit, it was actually just a bright spot, but the 4th ring of 10,000 years was beyond the scope. The soul was shaking, and a big thing would happen if you were not careful. But it felt bad for a dignified God-given martial soul to just follow the crowd. Although after becoming a god, the soul rings and soul skills are not used much. But if the soul rings are old, maybe the quality of the god rings can be improved accordingly. After thinking for a while, Lan gave up this plan. Qian Daoliu would never agree to this unless Lan went first. Practice has proven that absorbing the 10,000-year soul ring in advance is feasible. If you absorb the fairy grass now, can you achieve the 10,000-year 3 rings? With a sigh, the idea of letting Qian Rongxiu absorb beyond the age limit can only be temporarily abandoned. At Zhou Suifeng's place, he used the funds provided by Ning Yulin to buy a small courtyard for temporary placement, and then the first thing he did was to find a few wet nurses for Zhu Zuqing. It's not the right thing to always feed her with animal milk. In addition, Zhu Ziyun's hell descended again. This time, some cultural lessons were added. She didn't complain anymore, and secretly made up her mind to practice well, and wait until one day she surpassed Zhou Suifeng, and let him lick her feet in return. After finishing everything, Zhou Suifeng calculated his soul power. If he didn't use the blue-silver grass to devour the energy of other plant-type soul beasts, it would take quite a while for him to reach level 40 by practicing alone. It's time to experiment with soul power to cleanse other people's meridians. He waved to Zhu Ziyu, motioning her to come over. You are still young, come to me if you have anything to say. Blocking Zhu Ziyu behind him, Zhu Ziyun was very nervous, and looked fierce but was actually weak. It would be good to have a control group with an awakened martial soul, so that the difference in results can be observed more directly. Zhu Ziyu, is she also a ghost cat martial soul? Chapter 65 Research, Soul Power Cleansing Meridians. After thinking about it, he nodded to Zhu Ziyun. Okay, you come too. Zhu Ziyun. Her heart suddenly jumped, and she was afraid, but she still whispered to comfort the trembling Zhu Ziyu. Don't worry, I'm here. She pulled Zhu Ziyu and followed Zhou Suifeng into the room. Take off your clothes. You. Put on that one. Ignoring Zhu Ziyun's reaction, Zhou Suifeng asked the two sisters to change into bathing clothes and prepared to start directly. After changing clothes, Zhu Ziyun pulled a dead face, a generous look, and a hollow voice. I'll go first. You lie down first and don't move. Lying on the massage table prepared by Zhou Suifeng in advance, Zhu Ziyun felt his hands wandering on her body and couldn't help closing her eyes. After a long moment, she found that Zhou Suifeng seemed to just touch her, and opened her eyes in confusion. What is he doing? Seeing Zhou Suifeng half closed his eyes, his left hand stopped at his dantian, with many blue-silver grass-colored filaments in his hand, which were thinner than hair. If you don't pay attention to a single strand, you can't see it at all. The blue-silver filaments are the medium for Zhou Suifeng to release soul power, so that he can perform more subtle control. Without using martial souls, releasing soul power directly in Zhu Ziyun's body is killing, not experimenting. For the first time, you have to find out the direction of Zhu Ziyun's meridians. Keeping the same posture and controlling the blue-silver filaments for more than 2 hours, Zhu Ziyun fell asleep on the massage table, and Zhou Suifeng roughly figured out her meridians. The soul power consumption was not large, but the mental power was always at the critical point. As the blue-silver filaments sensed Zhu Ziyun's meridians, the consumption was too large, and she felt dizzy and wanted to sleep. After sitting quietly for a while, she recovered a little. Zhu Ziyu had been sitting in the corner of the room, curious and scared during the process. This girl, we can only talk about it tomorrow. Zhou Suifeng stood up on the massage table and shook his head. It was obviously that his mental power was greatly consumed, but why did he feel a little sore in his waist and legs? Wave to Zhu Ziyu. You have nothing to do today, go and play. She glanced at Zhou Suifeng timidly, then looked at the sleeping Zhu Ziyun, and mustered up the courage to ask in a low voice. What's wrong with my sister? She staggered outside and accidentally bumped into the door frame. With a thud, it was a good head. Zhou Suifeng took a breath, physical fitness needs to be improved. You will know tomorrow. Walked to the courtyard and sat down, released the blue-silver grass martial soul, practiced quickly, and quickly recovered with the resonance of the surrounding blue-silver grass. I don't know when my blue-silver domain will be fully formed. I hope it can be after absorbing the fairy grass. Tang San's blue-silver domain, in addition to perception, can also directly extract the power of the blue-silver grass for its own use, while Zhou Suifeng can only resonate slightly to expand his perception range. His kind should be called the blue-silver emperor domain. Tisk. Blue-silver emperor, soul bone. In the evening, Zhu Ziyun woke up. She felt that this sleep was so damn comfortable. She opened her eyes hazily and tried to get up, but it seemed that she had no bones and her whole body was sore. My heart trembled. Sister, are you okay? Seeing Zhu Ziyun wake up, Zhu Ziyu, who had been waiting for a long time, hurried forward and asked with concern. It seems, nothing happened. She had no strength in her body because her muscles were too relaxed. Just now, her body received the signal from Zhu Ziyun's brain again and recovered quickly. She checked her body briefly, and it seemed that there was no change. When she asked Zhu Ziyu what Zhou Suifeng had done, she couldn't say it clearly. Forget it, it's getting late, let's go eat. The two sisters left the room and looked at Zhu Ziyu first. This little sister was chubby and very well nourished. There was no problem, so they went to eat. Zhou Suifeng had already eaten for a while. Seeing the two people coming, he raised his eyes and had no other reaction. After eating and drinking, there was no one around. Zhu Ziyun wanted to know what Zhou Suifeng did when she was asleep, but she didn't dare to speak. She could imagine what Zhou Suifeng would say as long as she opened her mouth. Has my attitude these days given you an illusion? Don't forget your identity, and so on. Being said a few words may not hurt, but it still makes people feel frustrated and angry. It is better not to ask. If you are not as strong as others, just bear it. A few days later, Ning Fengzi investigated the outpost of Haoshan sect, a small village. Haoshan sect has so many people, living supplies, building a new mountain gate, etc., and there are many resources needed. Although they tried their best to hide, Kaibao Liulai sect has nothing else but a lot of business. Ning Fengzi did not find the location of the new mountain gate. According to the report, the Haoshan sect members stationed in the village were very vigilant and almost panicked. Miss Yuehua, the small village 300 miles east of Tiandu city may be your sect's contact point. Do you need me to send some people to take you there? As soon as he got the news, he notified Tang Yuehua. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex is complacent and the Haoshan sect is closed. The only thing left for the upper three sects is Kaibao. If the Spirit Hall suddenly attacks one day, Kaibao may not be able to hold on. Through Tang Yuehua, perhaps a new cooperation can be reached with the Haoshan sect. The upper three sects are of the same blood. JPG. Thank you for your help, Sect Master Ning. When Yuehua returns to the Haoshan sect, I will ask you to thank me. Tang Yuehua bowed and couldn't wait to return to the Haoshan sect. With the Haoshan sect, she is a young lady. Without the Haoshan sect, she is just an ordinary woman with extraordinary beauty. Without strength, she dare not imagine what she will encounter. This way, thanks to Tang Yin, although he only has 2 rings of cultivation, he has solved a lot of troubles. Sect Master Ning, since this is the case, Yuehua will take her leave. Tang Yin also stood up and clasped his fists. Turned around and walked out with Tang Yuehua. Passing by Kaibao Square, she exchanged glances with Ning Yulin and left Kaibao Liulai sect. Although Tang Yuehua did not agree to Ning Fengzi's escort, Ning Fengzi still sent a carriage. Watching the two leave, Ning Yulin turned around and continued to train Duguyan. Okay, it's time to rest. Continue. The sooner the toxins in her body are transformed, the sooner she can be free. Okay, I know. Although she looked unhappy, Duguyan did not get angry. She knew who was good to her. Well, the transformation speed of a mere 100-year soul ring is too low. I still have to find someone with the same ability in a higher age. Do you want her to have a 1000-year second ring as well? It seems that it is not impossible. On the surface, the two of them have the 3 major titles behind them. If others want to know the secret of absorbing soul rings beyond the age limit, they have to think twice. However, people will always be alone. Dugubo can't just follow them and do nothing. This matter still needs to be considered in the long run. At the bottom stage, suitability is more important than age. If you can't find a suitable soul beast, consider increasing the age. He has arranged people to continue searching for soul beasts that are non-toxic but can absorb toxins. Dugubo has also arranged some people to proceed simultaneously. Chapter 66. Let's go. When will the old man open the shabu shabu for me? Thinking of Dugubo's reaction at that time, Ning Yulin was speechless. Although he was seen through by Dugubo, he didn't want to show too much urgency. The more anxious he was, the more flaws he would reveal. Now it's just an engagement. When they really get married and take down Duguyan, I'm afraid the old man will be completely relieved. But by then, the opportunity will be cold. Should we let them go to Sunset Forest to look for it first? Anlan brought Jian Rongxiu with him, and Zhang Mo Qianjun followed him secretly. It's not appropriate. Tang Yin said he would come out after sending Tang Yuehua back, and Tian Rui and Zhou Suifeng. Tang Yin urged the carriage hard and rushed to the small village at the outpost of Haoshan sect. He would not return to Haoshan sect after sending Tang Yuehua there. It would be difficult to come out at that time. If he was trapped in Haoshan sect, it would be difficult to improve his strength and would hinder the other 4 people. The 5 people all had 5 martial spirits, and each martial spirit was an opportunity to test the effect of the spirit ring ratio. He was too lazy to talk to Tang Yuehua because he had something in his mind. Tang Yuehua was also distracted, not knowing how Haoshan sect was doing now, and did not pay attention to Tang Yin's movements. I left Kaibao in the morning and saw the small village at noon. Stop! No one is allowed to enter in front. Please take a detour. Before approaching, two strong men in short sweatshirts suddenly jumped out of the bushes. Why don't you shout Demacia? Without saying anything nonsense, he summoned the martial spirits directly and threw hammers at them. Clear Sky Hammer? One of us? Which family are you from? The two looked at Tang Yin and they didn't know him, but the Clear Sky Hammer spirit couldn't be fake. Are you, Tang Jin and Tang Tai? Hearing someone talking, Tang Yuehua opened the small window of the carriage and looked at the two people blocking the way, a little surprised. It turned out to be Sister Yuehua. The two were familiar with Tang Yuehua, and it seemed that they were of the same generation as Tang Hao. It's great to find you. This is Tang Yin, thanks to him during this period. Since they were not outsiders, the two made way and led the way in person, leading the carriage into the village. Tang Yin saw an acquaintance, Tang Kun, who had led himself and others to hunt spirit rings. Sister Yuehua, since we are already here, I'll take my leave. Tang Yuehua was caught off guard. Aren't you going back to the sect? No. Tang Yin shook his head. In the past life in the sect is boring enough. The sect will close the mountain next. It is conceivable that it will be even more boring. I want to go out and explore. But the spirit hall is now treating the people of Haoshan sect like. Sister Yuehua, let's stop here. Raising his hand, he interrupted Tang Yuehua's unfinished words, and Tang Yin jumped off the carriage, exited the village, turned around and ran into the woods, disappearing without a trace. Tang Jin and Tang Tai had no time to stop him. Is it because of me that he doesn't want to stay in the sect? Tang Yuehua looked gloomy and had wild thoughts. Sister Yuehua, that kid. The two of them didn't understand and looked at Tang Yuehua in confusion. Tang Yuehua opened her mouth, but couldn't say the words to ask the two to chase Tang Yin back. She sighed with mixed feelings. Are my father and elder brother okay? The old sect master has passed away a few days ago, and brother Xiao has become the new sect master. What? My father is dead. Running recklessly in the woods, like a nimble dog in the mountains. The strong wind blew in his face, and Tang Yin felt relaxed all over. Of course, he didn't leave Haoshan sect because of Tang Yuehua. This wasn't some cliched reality where he couldn't make friends even if he couldn't express his feelings. He came out for the immortal grass and spirit rings. He also had to help Ning Yulin study that stupid spirit forging technique. He couldn't do anything while trapped in Haoshan sect, and Tang Yuehua wouldn't let him play. He came out, young boy, more sisters. My face is worse than that of the Tang Buddha. Back in Tiandu city, Tang Yin was wandering on the street. Zhou Suifeng had 3 kittens, so it was not easy to get there. An Lan was in the spirit temple, and Ning Yulin had to deal with Duguyan. I can only go to Tianrui. Only Tianrui, now alone. Facing Tang Yin who came to the door, Tianrui secretly said that it was bad luck, but did not drive him away. Come in. Tianrui lived alone, and did not prepare anything too luxurious, only some simple necessities of life. In addition, there were many stoves of different sizes and shapes. He is now majoring in the golden feathered Luan bird spirit, and the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus rex is not easy to expose, so he prepared a rough mimic environment by himself. There are plenty of empty rooms, you can clean them up yourself. Tang Yin stayed here temporarily. A few days later, Ning Yulin secretly sent a storage soul guide to Tang Yin. Inside were some whale glue and strange metals collected by the 7 treasures glazed sect, as well as matching forging furnaces and other things. This guy, he uses anyone he catches as an ox or horse. He really deserves to be called a young master. He cursed, but his hands were honest in sorting out all the things. However, this is not a good place for ironwork, although Tianrui chose a remote place for quietness. But it is still in the city. If it attracts the attention of some overly curious guy, many things will happen. He had to pack up and leave Tianrui's residence. He stopped in a small village outside Tiandu city and acted as a blacksmith. Can soul guides be studied? How are soul guides made 10,000 years later? Array engraving, materials? Is it related to array patterns? If we can disassemble this storage soul guide intact and study the structure inside, maybe it will work. But the most urgent task is to help Ning Yulin study the art of soul forging and forge a soul tower that can be integrated with the 7 treasures glazed tower martial spirit. Even if he takes the immortal grass later, it can be of great use. If Ning Yulin's idea succeeds, this external object can make up for the number of layers of the 7 treasures glazed tower, which will become his only bargaining chip for taking charge of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, and even all the weapon martial spirits will set off a storm. Space meeting. It has been very quiet recently, and there is nothing worth discussing. Ning Yulan said. When you go to add soul rings, try to see if you can find the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. I don't know when Douluo will come to me again. Lan, Tang Yin and Tian Rui have broken through level 30 for several days and need to add new spirit rings. Lan is still obsessed with the weaponization spirit skills. Although he has achieved considerable results in condensing objects through the energy gathering ring of the first spirit ring, it is still not as strong as the direct weaponization spirit skills. Tang Yin has nothing to say. It is a power-type spirit beast. If it has a different bloodline, it will be even better. As for Tian Rui, after switching to the golden feathered Luan bird, the first spirit skill has some weaponization effects and can ignore 20% of the target's energy and physical defense. The second spirit skill is an energy shield, which weakens 50% of the damage and counter injuries 20%. The third spirit skill is preferably an amplification spirit skill. It doesn't really matter whether it is or not. The real spirit ring selection of the 5 people will only begin after they can withstand the 10,000-year spirit ring. Now, they are just exploring the spirit ring ratio. Chapter 67, Sunset Forest Tian, Tang, and San Huan. After working on ironwork for more than 10 days, I still have no idea what spiritual forging is. Relying on the characteristics of the clear sky hammer, Tang Yinzi achieved 100 forgings and purification, but when he went further, he felt like something was missing. I don't know if it was the limit of the material, the limit of his skills, or the influence of the environment. It's time to go out. I made an appointment to go hunting soul beasts with Tian Rui. The two of them can deal with stronger soul beasts by using martial soul fusion skills. During this period, ironwork is secondary, and the main thing is to digest whale glue. Familiar with the improvement brought by whale glue? According to Master Yu's theory, the apparent limit of the third ring is 1,760 years, but Tang Yin estimates that it will not be a problem for him to absorb it for 3,000 years. 2. You want to ask Tian Rui or Zhou Suifeng to lend you 2 soul bones to absorb. The two of them had obtained several soul bones in the Xingda Great Forest before. Although the age was a bit low, it felt good to use them to improve physical fitness and receive soul rings of higher age. After the soul rings were absorbed, the hands and feet that absorbed the soul bones were cut off, and Ning Yulan or Zhou Suifeng used the second soul skill of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower to connect them. Perfect. Ready to do it. But then another problem came to mind. It should be no problem for the two to connect the broken limbs, but it seems that peeling off the soul bones will reduce the soul power level. Tang Hao peeled off the soul bones inherited from the Haoshan sect on his body, and lost a lot of soul power. It seems that it can be restored. Discuss with others. Leave a message in the space and wait for others to gather. You guys always have strange ideas. Let me test whether the broken limbs can be reattached first. This idea is as shocking and life-threatening as Zhou Suifeng's idea of breaking the 7 Treasures Glazed Pagoda martial spirit and absorbing the spirit ring. But if it can really speed up the 5 people's training time, it is really a good idea. As for the pain of broken limbs, it doesn't matter if you take anesthesia. About a week later, Ning Yulan gave the others the experimental results. With the current strength of his second spirit skill, the broken limbs that belong to him can be reattached, which is perfect. But if it is something else that does not belong to his body, although it can be reattached, it will still fall off after the duration of the spirit skill ends, and it will cause severe pain to the user. I don't know if the strength of 10,000 years or 100,000 years can be transformed into a permanent effect, or wait until the 7 Treasures Glazed Pagoda martial spirit transforms into the 9th level. Is the anesthetic effective? It won't hurt. It was Tang Yin who proposed this idea himself, but now he is worried again. Afraid of pain. If it doesn't work, forget it. Absorbing high-level spirit bones for a long time, then peeling off the spirit bones, upgrading, and then dropping them, it's better for us to practice on our own. Lan read so much information in the Spirit Hall and felt that this method was not very reliable. Even the Spirit Hall has not had comprehensive body data on the spirit bones after absorption and peeling for so many years. No one knows what will be more or less in the body by then. Finally, Tang Yin decided to see the spirit beasts he found before making a decision. He and Tian Rui packed up and went directly to the Sunset Forest. Lan should also add a new spirit ring and choose a different position from the two to enter the Sunset Forest. Zhou Suifeng was very tempted by Tang Yin's idea, but now he still has a long time before the next spirit ring. In addition to practicing, he is still trying to use the blue-silver grass spirit power to open up Zhuzuyu's meridians in advance. In a few months, it will be the time for her to awaken her spirit, and then verify the results. Waiting for the fairy grass. The three of them split into two sides and entered the sunset forest separately. Tang Yin is looking for a power-type soul beast. His soul rings currently have a 14% power increase with air pressure to search for enemies, a 20% attack increase, ignoring defense, and 20% penetration, and a third soul skill that can be used for strong attack, defense, and increase. As for Tianrui, he suddenly had an idea to find a soul beast with sacred attributes. The fire and sun attributes of the golden feathered Luan bird are not far from light. Adding a soul ring with sacred attributes may get extra bonuses. Lan, if it was just Jian Rongxiu, he would still want to experiment with other operations, but Qianjun Jiangmo followed him and honestly looked for birds with flame attributes. The first and second soul skills are both increase, and the third should also have a pure attack ability, or the most desired weapon soul skill, and then find a pure increase for the fourth. Of course, if you encounter a powerful soul beast with a bloodline that defies the heavens, then whether it is attack or increase, the most important thing is to improve the martial soul bloodline. Unfortunately, this golden feathered phoenix spirit is a mutant. There are phoenix spirits in the spirit master world, but most of them are wind attributed, and occasionally light or water attributed. Fire attributed spirits are very rare, and there are only a few in the records of the spirit hall. I don't know if there are any on the opposite continent. There is also a dragon spirit on the Sun and Moon continent, called Zhuang something dragon. It's quite impressive. Hey! You're distracted in a place like this, do you want to die? The 3 times she added spirit rings before, Qian Daoliu found them directly and then caught them for Qian Rongxiu. Now she and Lan entered the sunset forest, and they were a little excited and full of fighting spirit. But her IQ was basically online, and she was very alert. When she turned around, she found that Lan was not in the state, wandering in the world. Because you are here, I feel relieved. Mike Qian Rongxiu was speechless with inexplicable emotions. She snorted coldly and put her hands on her hips, then you just follow me carefully. If you get distracted again, be careful of your ears. In another direction, Tianrui and Tang Yin were moving very fast. First, find a power-type soul beast for Tang Yin. There are many in the forest. Lions, tigers, bears, apes, cows, etc. are everywhere. Soon after entering the activity range of the 1000-year soul beast, they encountered many soul beasts suitable for the clear sky hammer. But since there is a choice, then carefully choose the better one. After wandering around for several days, they finally locked onto a rock-breaking giant rhinoceros. It has powerful strength and defense at the same time. But its age is more than 5,000 years. Tang Yin turned his head to look at Tianrui. Tianrui took out a soul bone, a 1000-year-old right arm bone, from an ape soul beast, barely considered a power bone. The oldest one was obtained when Zhou Suifeng and Zhou Suifeng were in the Xingde Great Forest with the soul hunting team. There were also 2,000-year-old soul bones, a skull, a left leg bone of the Gale Demon Wolf, and 300-year soul bones, which were not worth mentioning. Are you sure you want to do this? Tianrui was still a little hesitant. Tang Yin was not like Zhou Suifeng before, who had a deep hatred, nor was he like Ning Yuan, who was restricted by his martial soul attributes. Why would he be so desperate? Take a deep breath, press the soul bone on his right arm, and absorb it directly. We are essentially the same. If we don't fight now when we are safe, do we have to wait for those things above to come down and fight? The famous Erlang Shen said that if you don't work hard when you should, you always think it's almost enough, but at the critical moment, you just lack that little bit. Tianrui stopped stopping him. Originally, Tang Yin wanted to absorb all the soul bones in various parts and then directly challenge the 10,000-year soul beast. But let's not talk about whether the two can win or not. The soul of the 10,000-year soul ring is vibrating and you can't gamble. Moreover, if there are too many parts to absorb, if the soul power is lost too much when it peels off later, the body will be permanently damaged. Wouldn't it be more than the gain? 68 Chapter 68 3 Rings 2 68. The absorption process lasted for more than 10 minutes. Tang Yin obtained a skill of Demon Ape's Strike. The effect was very general, increasing the strength by 20%, and the arm was wrapped in the breath of the Demon Ape, doubling the defense ability. The improvement in physical fitness is within expectations, okay. Get ready to do it. Nodding to Tianrui, using the martial soul fusion technique to deal with this soul beast. If the two were alone, this rock-breaking giant rhinoceros that was more than 5,000 years old had thick skin and flesh, and they might not be able to deal with it. Direct martial soul fusion technique, quick battle and quick decision. Golden feathered Luin bird and clear sky hammer. The other martial souls, the two did not have soul rings, and they were not as powerful as the two martial souls with soul rings. Approach quietly, shorten the distance with the giant rhinoceros, and merge quickly. The martial soul fusion skills of others still need a certain amount of time to adjust and train, but the 5 people are in tune with each other and the precasting swing is very short. The 2 figures disappeared, and a dark red giant bird with black and red flames appeared. There were several feathers on the tail, and there were also several short-colored feathers at the corners of the eyes and eyebrows that were different from the feathers on the whole body. It flapped its wings and flew with a wingspan of more than 5 meters. Rushed to the giant rhino, and within a short distance, countless flaming feathers fell to the ground, instantly burning a sea of fire. Set fire to the mountain and spend the rest of your life in prison. Although there is no law on arson here, once this fire spreads, it will cause too much damage to the environment and cause soul beasts to riot. It will be inconvenient to find other soul beasts next. Control ability, absorb the surrounding flames, turn them into flames, and attack the giant rhino. The giant rhino lowered its head, dug its front feet into the ground, and a layer of dark light appeared on its body surface, and then took the initiative to crash into the fire column. It directly crashed the fire column into sparks all over the sky, and only a few wisps of green smoke came out of it. In the martial soul fusion space, Tang Yin was surprised. This is a soul beast that can use the power of the earth to strengthen itself. This ability is rare even among earth attribute soul beasts. Fortunately, it did not break through 10,000 years. The flame beam just now was just the 2 people driving the fusion skill ability to absorb the surrounding burning flames and release them. The intensity is not high. The flame of the fusion skill itself is more powerful. The dark red flame is close to black. The temperature is extremely high and has good penetrating power. Bypassing the collision of the giant rhino, the 2 controlled the fusion skill. Flying into the air, condensing energy and spitting out a thin flame at the giant rhino. The giant rhino was not afraid and wanted to repeat the same trick. After a stalemate of 1 second, the black and red fire line penetrated its skin, penetrated deep into the body, and shot out from the abdomen. Seeing this, the 2 increased the output power. Before the giant rhino could make a dying wail, the back half of the body quickly emitted a strong meaty aroma, and the organs were charred and lost their function. Dead. Although it was not an instant kill, it was also a crushing victory. The fusion was dissolved. The 2 men recovered their bodies and fell from mid-air. Their legs softened and they knelt on the ground at the same time. In order to fight quickly, the 2 men maintained their maximum power output. Their physical strength and soul power were consumed too much in a short period of time, and now their meridians were aching. A deep purple soul ring rose. Tianrui suddenly had a feeling that he could absorb this soul ring himself. Could it be that the soul beast defeated in the state of martial soul fusion can be absorbed by both parties of the fusion technique? The limit of soul ring absorption is that only the killer can absorb it, which seems to be possible. Can it be possible to absorb soul rings while maintaining the state of martial soul fusion technique? There have been many people who have martial soul fusion techniques throughout the ages, and I don't know if anyone has tried it. But now is obviously not a suitable time for experiments. Tang Yin recovered some strength, and Tianrui, the guardian, directly began to absorb the soul ring. The soul ring fell on the clear sky hammer. After a few seconds, Tang Yin suddenly showed pain on his face. Although absorbing the 1000-year soul bone improved his physical fitness, the meridians in his body were not yet familiar with the soul power that exceeded the current level. When it went up, he felt as if his body was torn into pieces. But his physical fitness had been strengthened, and the illusion was just an illusion. It was not really torn. After several minutes of torture, the meridians became familiar with the current strength, and smoothly absorbed and contained it, and introduced it into the danshan. Next, the soul ring energy was assimilated by its own energy and completely became the shape of the clear sky hammer. This requires slow work, and you can't rush it. Seeing Tang Yin getting into the state, Tianrui went over and dug into the remains of the giant rhino, but found no soul bones. Could it be that we only have this when we team up with others? Can it explode soul bone? Recalling the previous things again, I can't help but murmur. When I need a 10,000-year soul beast in the future, I will find other people to form a team and see if I can explode soul bone. It was not until nightfall that Tang Yin finished absorbing and comprehending the soul skill information, and wasted a few minutes. The main effect of this third soul skill is defense. Using soul power and the resonance of the earth, a layer of body protection energy is formed on the body surface, which has an excellent defense effect. The secondary effect is to increase the power of swinging the Haoshan hammer. The body protection energy can also be used on the Haoshan hammer, which can increase the weight of the hammer continuously until he can't bear it. Of course, the speed of amplification is a problem. After getting up and trying it, Tang Yin found that this soul skill can actually accumulate power. The longer he stands on the ground, the strength of the body protection energy and the weight of the hammer can increase until Tang Yin himself can't bear it. The only drawback is that his feet cannot leave the ground during the accumulation process, otherwise it will be interrupted. The effect is good. Tang Yin breathed a sigh of relief, and then he would wait to find Zhou Suifeng to verify how much soul power would be lost by stripping the soul bone. After absorbing the soul bone and absorbing the soul ring beyond the age limit, he judged that his soul power should be very close to level 35 at this time. It saved more than half a year of cultivation time. Rest for a night, wait for me to recover, and then continue to find a soul beast suitable for me. Tian Rui waved his hand and climbed onto a thick tree trunk to rest. Tang Yin absorbed the soul ring and replenished his previous weak state, but he had not fully recovered. Nodding, Tang Yin also climbed to the other side, practicing and keeping watch. An Lan found a suitable soul beast earlier than Tang Yin and Tian Rui, a flame sky lark that was more than 2,000 years old, and obtained a soul skill that was half control and half attack. Release a firestorm to attack, with a stun effect. Unfortunately, it was not a forced stun, and the effect was barely good, so An Lan was not very satisfied. The soul power did not increase much, a little above level 31, but less than level 32. He also began to look forward to the results of Tang Yin, what would happen after the soul bone was peeled off, and whether the sequelae would be serious. He did not try to find the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. The two old men followed secretly. If they found the place, it would be very troublesome. He pulled Jian Rongxiu, who was not very willing, and left the sunset forest. Are there so few soul beasts with sacred attributes? Because of Tian Rui's sudden whim, the two stayed in the sunset forest for almost a month, but still did not find any soul beasts with sacred attributes. Tang Yin was about to lose his patience. He did nothing for such a long time, which was a waste. Okay. If he couldn't find it, Tian Rui was going to give up. When he had time and strength, he would look carefully. Chapter 69 Three Rings 3. The world is wonderful and cannot be told to others. The two walked back, intending to hunt a soul beast with flame attributes that they had met before, but they ran into a soul beast with sacred attributes, but the age was a little low, perhaps only more than 1,500 years. The colorful light-glazed peacock is said to have the blood of the phoenix. It's very rare. As expected, luck is unstoppable. Go. It's just 1,000-year soul beast, there's no need for the two to perform martial soul fusion skills. They each looked at their martial souls and rushed forward. Tian Rui burst out the first soul skill, shooting out several fire feathers from a distance, inserting them around the peacock to form a birdcage. Tang Yin strode forward and activated the third soul skill. Every time he landed, he would cause a slight earthquake. The clear sky hammer quickly emerged with a deep luster and majestic momentum. Before the two approached, a burst of glass-colored light flashed, and the fire feather cage fired by Tian Rui melted silently in an instant. The peacock immediately flew into the air and fled far away. What the hell? Purification! Tian Rui was shocked. Normally, the soul beasts of the peacock clan can fly, but their flying speed is not fast. But this colorful glass peacock, covered by the light, almost disappeared from the sight of the two people instantly. Chase! It's rare to meet a soul beast with a different bloodline, so we must not let it go. Although the soul rings with a higher age limit will cover the soul skills in the later stage, the bloodline improvement will not be cancelled. Only the higher strength will cover the lower strength. That is to say, if Tian Rui successfully absorbs the bloodline of this soul beast, it can also cover other people after sharing in the later stage. The two can only use the martial soul fusion skill again, this time, it is the fusion of two golden feathered phoenixes. A red line of fire was drawn in the air, and the peacock was chased in the direction of its escape. I hope this guy won't run to the area where the 10,000-year soul beasts are active. Otherwise, we can only give up with pain. Fortunately, it did not flee to the depths of the forest. I don't know if it is because of its high intelligence or its survival instinct to avoid danger, but it knows that it is not safe to go to the range of the 10,000-year soul beasts and will be eaten. Chase. The two sides are deadlocked, not far or close. Suddenly, the peacock seemed to sense some danger, braked sharply in the air, and turned around to fly in another direction. But in this kind of life and death chase, a delay of 1 second will determine the winner. The two burst out their soul power and sped up instantly. The golden feathered phoenix plus version spit out a flame and burned through one of its wings. The peacock drew an arc in the air and fell in a panic. Without a wing, it could not maintain balance to fly. Fearing that it had some hidden abilities, Tianrui killed it without saying a word. Then it quickly absorbed it. Naturally, it was Tang Yin who was guarding the side. He wondered why the peacock braked inexplicably just now, and turned his head to look around. But he found nothing. Behind the bushes, a dark green man who was hiding behind the tree restrained his breath like a javelin. Shadow, quietly looking at the two. Martial soul fusion skill? Interesting. It was obviously just a 1,000-year soul beast, but the absorption time was beyond expectations. After more than an hour, Tianrui opened his eyes. Tang Yin asked curiously. What do you feel? It seems to have changed a little, but I can't tell. Summoning the martial soul, without the attachment, maintaining the shadow state. Tianrui found that a layer of faint fluorescence appeared on the surface of the feathers, which was different from the scorching heat of the sun and the high temperature of the flame. It felt very peaceful. The effect of the soul skill is very strong. During the duration, it makes me completely immune to negative states and has a dissolving effect on energy attacks. It can also fly, and the flying speed is super fast. At this stage, it's almost like teleportation. Really? What's the matter with you letting me feel it? Very fast? How fast? With a snap of his fingers, Tianrui's 1,000-year soul ring just absorbed reappeared, and he spread his wings. The wings of the golden feathered phoenix should have been orange-red, but they had a faint golden color, but you couldn't see it if you didn't pay attention. Watch. He raised his chin towards Tang Yin, and Tang Yin only saw his wings move and disappear on the spot. Bang! Tianrui actually crashed into a tree more than 10 meters away. Hey, hey, hey! Tang Yin looked puzzled and complained, this is the first time I've seen a soul master crash into a tree. I can't help it. The speed is too fast. My reaction speed can't keep up. Moreover, I feel that if I increase the speed, my body will dissolve on the spot. No, burn? It doesn't seem right. Is it chopped by the air? It doesn't feel right anyway. If I can bear it, it can be faster. He said a few words to himself, and finally waved his hand without thinking carefully. Let's go home and study it. Is this a soul skill that a 1,000-year soul beast can provide? It's too exaggerated, isn't it? What's so exaggerated about this? Don't you think that the invincible golden body is more exaggerated? It is said to have invincible defense under the gods in this world, what's the point of talking about it? There is no reason at all. The words were not only about the strange soul skills. As the two talked, they gradually walked away. The dark green javelin figure behind the bush hesitated for a moment and did not move. The two had no grudges with him, nor did they offend him. There was no hostility between the two sides, so why bother to kill them? The martial soul fusion skill is rare. Tell that kid to let him worry about it. Dark green clothes, standing like a javelin, of course there would be no one else except Douluo. He wanted to recruit the two people, and if possible, leave some helpers for Douluo that Ning Yulan didn't know. But looking at the age of the two, they are not young anymore. It is impossible to raise them at this age. He doesn't know their details and character, so he is too lazy to investigate. It's better to tell Ning Yulan to let that brat do it, whether he wants to recruit or get rid of him. Let him worry about it. At their current state, the two of them have no sense of Douluo's existence. Tianrui has not yet developed the ability of electromagnetic induction, nor does he have Zhou Suifeng's rudimentary blue-silver field. At present, the main means of perception is still relying on the five senses. Return to the original route of action and take a break. Kill 2 rabbits for dinner and light a bonfire. Are we still looking for a shabu-shabu? Tang Yin has long been impatient after searching everywhere. Forget it, let's go. That kind of place should not be in the range of the 1,000-year soul beasts. Either let Zhou Suifeng rely on the blue-silver grass to sense and find it, or we can only wait for Ning Yuan. Tian Rui yawned as he turned the wooden stick to prevent the rabbit from being burnt. It would be difficult to find the location of the yin-yang eye of ice and fire by himself in such a large sunset forest, and it would be even more troublesome if he encountered Douluo during the search. It's better to leave early and do something else. After eating and drinking, the two of them rested and left the forest tomorrow. Although it was not a big deal for them to move at night, they were too lazy to waste energy to be alert to some night hunters that might appear. It was easier to move during the day. Chapter 70, The Soul Bone Peeling Experiment. Douluo's movement speed was naturally much faster than the two of them. When the two were still roasting rabbits, he had already left the sunset forest. He went back to the Douluo family and saw that Douluyan was not there, so he knew that she was with Ning Yuan. After the engagement, the agreement between the two parties to live in both places in turn was invalidated, and the two children could go wherever they wanted. When Ning Yuan heard what he said, he was confused. No, you can even meet this? Fortunately, you didn't do it. I didn't expect that Grandpa would actually meet two people who use martial soul fusion skills. I know. Such talents really can't be let go. I will arrange someone to investigate immediately. Hurry up and deal with it. Don't let this old man worry. After saying that, he looked at Douluo expectantly, hoping that the old man could say what he wanted to hear. But the old man seemed to be arguing with him, with a playful look, pretending to be confused. Why are you looking at me like this? Old Deng. Be careful, I will do this and that to Douluyan again. After leaving the sunset forest, the two returned to their respective residences. Tang Yin left a message in the space, asking Zhou Suifeng to come to him and help with the soul bone removal surgery. He couldn't come to Zhou Suifeng's house because there were outsiders there. Ning Yuan's side was crowded with people and eyes, and he was not allowed to go out. It is not appropriate to follow someone here. Knowing their actions, Zhou Suifeng had been waiting for a long time, and paid attention to the information messages in the space 3 times a day. Seeing the latest news, he took action immediately. I'm going out for a while, you stay here and don't run around. After telling Zhu Ziyun, he set off directly. Before leaving, he stood at the door and looked back at Zhu Ziyun. You can also take them away while I'm not here, I will never look for you. Leaving her with a weird smile, he quickly went away. Zhu Ziyun was mad and stamped her feet in anger. Seeing Zhou Suifeng go out, she did have the idea of taking the opportunity to take her 2 sisters away. But even if they succeeded in escaping, where can they go in the world? What if they were discovered by the people of the Xingluo Empire and caught back? The bloody and cruel competition between sisters would continue. Even if the loser was lucky enough to survive after abolishing his soul power, he would become a canary imprisoned in the palace. That would be worse than death. It was even more tragic that she was not discovered by the people of Xingluo Empire, but ran into a slave-catching team of a nobleman and was captured and trained as an auctioneer. She knew that because of the existence of the Spirit Hall, the conflict between the 2 empires was mediated. The Tiandu Empire had been peaceful for a long time and had long forgotten the struggles during the founding period. The Tiandu nobles were far more corrupt than the nobles of Xingluo Empire, who were preparing for battle and making achievements. Although the nobles of Xingluo Empire also had all kinds of filth. The heavenly people who claimed to be above ordinary people had different ideologies. In their view, this was their right, not a crime or evil. She sighed and locked the door tightly. Zhu Ziyun decided to stay for a while. After leaving Tiandu city, Zhou Suifeng summoned the blue-silver grass spirit and activated the second soul skill, splitting countless blue-silver filaments into a flying bird. Switch to the 7 treasures glazed tower to give it vitality. He raised his foot and stepped on the blue-silver flying bird, flying directly to where Tang Yin was. The object endowed with vitality by the second soul skill of the glazed tower completely obeys the orders of the martial soul master. Although the village where Tang Yin lives is not big, it is close to Tiandu city and has a large population. In order to avoid being noticed by irrelevant villagers, Tang Yin left the village for a distance in advance, and the two met in the nearby woods. Connecting the blue-silver grass and guarding the surroundings, Zhou Suifeng took out the tools he had prepared in advance. Various sharp blades similar to scalpels were ordered in advance to cut off the arm faster and better. This. Looking at those things, Tang Yin swallowed his saliva. It really won't hurt, right? Don't worry, I'm very fast and won't let you hurt me. Zhou Suifeng held the sharp blade between his fingers and scratched the air twice, looking at Tang Yin with a calm face. At this point, do you still want to back down? Crossing his hands, pinching the bones, making a crackling sound, Tang Yin grinned and raised the arm that absorbed the soul bone. Come on! Zhou Suifeng suddenly dropped the knife in his hand and threw out a small bottle of the drug that had not been used up at the Zhu family. Tang Yin swallowed it, blinked his eyes, and after a few breaths, his eyes went dark and he lay back, kicking his legs and going limp. He squatted down, summoned the blue-silver grass martial spirit, and used a thin thread to drill into Tang Yin's arm and directly cut open the soul bone. It is sharper than a scalpel, convenient, and saves time. Which hand is it? Yes, it's the right arm. The rough work of digging out soul bones is much easier than the delicate work of opening up the meridians in the sisters' bodies. After finding the location of the soul bone, he did not peel it off directly, but first felt the state of the soul bone in the soul master's body through the thin thread. This energy state is not easy to handle. Only then did he realize that his previous idea would not work. If he did not let his right arm leave Tang Yin's body and disconnect the soul power, the soul bone would always be in an energy state, entangled with the soul power of the soul master, and it was impossible to directly peel it off. This form. If there were enough samples, maybe it would be possible to artificially create soul bones. But I'm afraid it would require the collection of a huge amount of data, and the technology of energy materialization would have to be mastered. Energy materialization soul core. Why did he go back to the same path again? Shaking his head, Zhou Suifeng closed his eyes. Returning his attention, he controlled the filaments and began to separate Tang Yin's right arm. In less than a minute, his right arm was completely removed without any wear and tear. Temporarily sealed the wound with blue-silver filaments. Switched to the glazed tower martial spirit, but could not directly add vitality, and had to wait for the energy to condense into soul bones again. It didn't take long, and Zhou Suifeng sensed the appearance of soul bones a few minutes later. He quickly peeled them off and then reattached the broken limbs to Tang Yin. The life reaction of the broken part was still very vivid, but it had only lost some blood and qi. After straightening out the broken blood vessels, meridians, etc., Tang Yin woke up more than half an hour later. How is it? Meditating, sensing the current soul power. His face was not very happy. It dropped more than 3 levels, and I am now probably only 31 levels. I'm afraid that the peeled soul bone is not the main reason. The more critical thing is the blood and qi lost during the process of the broken limbs falling off. Zhou Suifeng proposed a possibility, and then said, don't work as a blacksmith during this period, practice as soon as possible, and see how long it will take to repair the lost soul power. Let Ning Yulin prepare some nourishing herbs, there shouldn't be too many side effects. If we can practice like everyone else after awakening their martial spirits, just refilling the empty space in the bucket, the speed of retraining shouldn't be too slow. If everything goes well, absorb soul bones to improve physical fitness. We can continue on this path of forcibly absorbing high-age spirit rings. Before absorbing the immortal grass, we can improve our foundation. Chapter 71 Business. After a brief meeting, Zhou Suifeng left directly, and he took the spirit bone with him. If Tang Yin is in good condition, this spirit bone can be used for experiments on other people. Tiandu City. Your Majesty, now Poison Douluo has joined the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, and because of the past, I have a good relationship with Poison Douluo. Perhaps, we can use this to pull the 7 Treasures Glazed sect onto the chariot of the Tiandu Empire. If we have the support of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, we may be able to pry the attitude of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect. In addition, although the location of the Haoshan sect is still unclear, it is certain that it is within the territory of our Tiandu Empire. If we can also win it over, then whether facing the Spirit Hall or the Xingluo Empire, our Tiandu will be as stable as a mountain. After the small court meeting, the ministers dispersed, and Xuexing came to Xue Ye alone and said the above words. Xue Ye sighed. How could he not know the importance of the 3 major sects? But he had also sent out friendly signals over the years. Lan Dian completely ignored it. Kai Bao politely evaded the question. Although he saved face, he did not get what he wanted. Perhaps, we can marry Ning Fengzi like Poison Douluo. Xue Ye was thoughtful. He glanced at Xuexing. You mean, Ning Fengzi's daughter? No, no, no. Xuexing's face changed and he quickly retorted. He didn't know if there were any spies of Ning Fengzi in the palace. If Ning Fengzi heard this and knew that the emperor was planning to take advantage of his daughter, it would be fatal. He said quickly. I mean, Shuike. Ning Fengzi's sixth son is engaged to poison Douluo's granddaughter. At Shuike's age, Ning Fengzi's fifth son is about the same. Shuiye shook his head. Let's talk about it later. Let me think about it. Just like Ning Fengzi dotes on Ning Rongrong, Shuike is one of the few, or even the only princess. Shuiye dotes on her a lot. It's a bit hard to bear to use her as a bargaining chip. Seeing Shuiye's face and feeling his attitude, Shuixing shook his head and left with some disappointment. He is really old, and he doesn't have the mentality when he was in power before. Shuiye didn't agree. He himself didn't dare to go beyond the emperor to contact Ning Fengzi, so he could only suppress his thoughts. After sitting for a while, Shuiye also got up and left. Shuixing's words just now were still lingering in his mind. Marriage is not okay. Then, what about apprenticeship? 4 princes, choose one to worship Ning Fengzi as a teacher. Ning Fengzi is a person, he should not refuse directly. With a superficial relationship, it will be easier to continue to develop. Who should I choose? The figures of the 4 princes flashed in his mind. The eldest prince is ambitious and narrow-minded, and he can't achieve anything big. The 4th one is too young to sit still. The 2nd and 3rd ones are more suitable. Last time, he sent someone over to hint, and Ning Fengzi did not explicitly refuse. The 3rd one is not good. He is brave and resourceful. He is the best candidate to take over the empire in the future. He may even lead Tiandu to regain the glory of the founding of the country. It seems that only King He is the most suitable. After the 3 of them added the 3rd soul ring, the activities among the 5 people entered a calm period again. Ning Yuan always felt that he could not be too anxious about the things in the double-flavored pot. Dugubo was holding his temper and wanted to see when this kid would give in. Lan saw that he could not get the fairy grass in a short time, and it was not easy for Zhang Mo Qianjun and the other 2 to explore the sunset forest, so he took Jian Rongxiu away from Tiandu city and went to the next tourist destination. Tian Rui packed up and set off for Shuo Academy. In addition to practicing, Tang Yin lifted iron all day, preparing to wait another half a year to see. If he still couldn't get the fairy grass, he would go to Zhengzhen city to study forging skills. Zhou Suifeng's life was very simple every day. He practiced, captured Zhu Zuyun and trained her. In the evening, the 2 sisters each practiced meridians for an hour, and Zhu Zuyu was about to awaken her martial soul. In her spare time, she developed her own soul skills. The 3rd soul skill absorbed water elements to recover, and maybe she could develop active skills. So, 2 months passed peacefully. Space party. Tian Rui put his legs on the table, very proud. I have successfully enrolled in Blazing Academy, and they welcome me very much. How could a 3-ring soul master who was no more than 12 years old and had a powerful beast martial soul not be welcomed? Did they say that they would let you participate in the Soul Master competition? Lan asked. The Pan-Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition is held every 5 years. The 5 people have already experienced one during their practice, but there is no talent worth noting. In more than a year, another Soul Master competition will be held. 2634 years. I just joined. They may have this intention but have not expressed it yet. However, Tian Rui curled his lips and spread his hands. Stick to a game on the ring. There is no way to test the overall strength of a soul master. There is no point in participating. Exposing our information too early will cause unnecessary trouble. Even if we want to participate, we should participate in the last session of Tang Fozu and his group. With the momentum of thunder and the invincible posture, announce the existence of the 5 people. By the way, gain a few little fans. Tang Yin he said a piece of good news. I have successfully broken through to the 1000 forgings. Trapped in the 100 forgings, he originally planned to learn from other blacksmith shops to see if there was any technology that could be borrowed. But he suddenly had an idea, and he worked hard to create miracles. He opened his soul skills, increased the weight of the clear sky hammer, carried soul power, and broke through to the 1000 forgings. But I still have no idea about spiritual forging. Spiritual forging, I can't think of how to make a piece of cold metal spiritual. When he spoke, his expression was a little strange. The first piece of metal that completed the 1000 forgings felt some subtle changes, but he was not sure, and he didn't plan to explain it to the 4 people for the time being. When struck by lightning. Tianrui suddenly had an idea. You see, in most fantasy worlds, when strange things in the world or creatures that are contrary to the understanding of ordinary people appear in the world, there will be thunder tribulations. If that doesn't work, blood sacrifice, Ouyuzi, Ganzhong, Moi and the like. It's worth a try. Tang Yin nodded to indicate that he received it. Is there any news from the Xingluo Empire? Zhou Suifeng asked Enlan and Ning Yulan. Enlan shook his head. He was still wandering around with Jian Rongxiu outside and didn't pay attention. Ning Yulan did say a little. The Dai family found a few people from the Zhu family's side branch, but they don't seem to have any talent. In addition, they don't seem to have discovered that the three sisters Zhu Ziyun are still alive. Zhou Suifeng nodded. This is normal. The Duke's mansion did not leave any clues except the smell of blue-silver grass. Unless the Dai family has the ability to go back in time, they will definitely not find it. I'm already level 30, and I'm going to add the third soul ring. After hunting soul beasts, I'll talk to Dugubo about the Mandarin duck pot. Ning Yulan stood up with the table, and his figure gradually faded and disappeared. I can't waste the time of the five of us because of a mere old man. I'll hurry up to get the fairy grass so that I can continue other things. Chapter 72 Preparation. After getting Ning Yulan's confirmation, everyone's mentality settled down a little. Enlan wanted to send Jian Rongxiu back to Wuhan City and find a reason to come back later. If there is still a suitable fairy grass for her after the five of them have used it, then take one. But then he thought. If there is a secret that only the two of us know, it will make our relationship closer. Tianrui sighed. How long has it been since he was at peace? He has to run back again. The location of Blazing Academy is not close to Sunset Forest. After the meeting, Zhou Suifeng took the two sisters into the massage room and expanded their meridians one after another. After explaining, let them go to rest. He continued to practice in the massage room. The Qi method Yao Miao Zhiju has been practiced for such a long time, but the five of them have not figured out the last chapter of Xiaoxian. According to the normal Xiaoxian world, this speed is normal. But this world is not a normal Xiaoxian world. Forget it, even if I can't cultivate to that level for the time being, the first 3 chapters of the training alone will be enough to help me. Although it's a bit regrettable. Emergence and immortality are one of the enduring pursuits of mankind from ancient times to the present. Although I haven't continued to devour the energy of plant-type soul beasts during this period, I have reached level 34. If I use the fairy grass, I should be able to break through to level 40 directly. Muttered to himself. It's time to consider the 4th soul ring. According to the results from Tang Yin, if the soul bone is absorbed and then peeled off, the speed of rebuilding soul power will take about 2/3 of the normal practice time. It's a bit slower than when everyone just awakened and replenished the missing 8th level soul power, but it's also much faster than normal practice. With the help of Ning Yulan's various nourishing herbs and the growth energy of his own blue-silver grass, there will be no sequelae. Today, Zhou Suifeng has become proficient in converting the growth effect of the first soul skill into healing ability. Not to mention the second soul skill of the 7 treasures glazed tower. The first soul skill is growth, the second soul skill is splitting, and the third soul skill is entanglement and absorption of water elements for regeneration. At present, the strength is enough, so, the 4th soul ring. Should we go find a 10,000-year-old blue-silver grass? Continue to replenish the essence of blue-silver grass. No, Blue-Silver Emperor is still alive, and there is Tang San, a half-grass man. No matter how much I improve the essence of blue-silver grass, no matter from the soul beast or human aspect, I can't break through to the level of Blue-Silver Emperor unless I swallow Tang San's blood. What I need to do is to let the blue-silver grass reach the realm beyond the Blue-Silver Emperor. What soul beast can play this role for blue-silver grass? It is much harder to find a plant soul beast of a different species than an animal soul beast of a different bloodline. It seems that there is a 10,000 demon king among the fierce beasts. He once ate an unknown fairy grass. His body is a demon eye demon tree. But if I go there, I am afraid it will eat me instead of me eating it. If I can't make the blue-silver grass evolve through the soul ring, can I drive the evolution myself? An idea popped up in his mind, but it was very vague and there was no clear thread. Enlan sent Jian Rongxiu back to Wuhan City. He originally planned to secretly take her out and go to Sunset Forest together, but after careful consideration, he gave up the idea. It is said that for this trip to Yin-Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire, everyone needs to perform a fusion of all 5 people. This is the biggest secret of the 5 people. Before there is decisive power, even the closest women around them cannot let them know. As for Douluo, we will see when the time comes. With Douluo in his hand, he probably won't have any dangerous thoughts. Moreover, if the 5 people's fusion skills are not good, it is possible to control Douluo. Gubo has no big problem. Yu Xiaogang and his 3-person fusion skills are enough to spread their legends all over the continent. Even if this 5-person fusion skill cannot be against this guy, it is at the mythical level, right? It took Ning Yulan much longer than everyone expected to obtain the 3rd soul ring. After obtaining the 1st soul ring with water attribute, Ning Yulan decided on the 5 elements for the next few soul rings. The 3rd soul ring should be earth attribute. There are many souls with earth attribute, but there are not many soul beasts that can actively use earth elemental power. If you directly look for soul beasts related to earth attribute to absorb, you will most likely only get strength addition, or defense addition. In order to make it more accurate for other people to add high-year soul rings to cover it later, this soul ring must be carefully searched. For this soul ring, it took more than 4 months to search. He went to the Gobi Desert, Sunset Forest and Stardo Great Forest. He found nearly 20 soul beasts related to earth attribute one after another, and fought them one after another, but he did not feel the fluctuation of earth element on them. Finally, I found a soul beast that looked like a pangolin in the Xingda Great Forest. Successfully obtained the ability attached by the earth element. After obtaining this soul skill, Ning Yulan immediately conducted an experiment. Although it did not have the gold and fire attributes, the 3 elements of water, wood and earth could also complete another cycle. The specific effect he couldn't tell clearly. He felt that the vitality attached to the 2nd soul skill seemed to be strengthened a lot, but after leaving the soul skill, it could not transform into a real life. Intuitively, it seemed that the consumption was reduced, the CD was shorter, and the power was increased. All 3 skills. The guards of the Kaibao Liulai sect who followed around breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that this ancestor finally found the soul beast he wanted. I have never seen a soul master so patient to find a specific soul ring. The young masters and young ladies in the past were all lucky and hunted whatever appeared. If it was like this every time, they would be exhausted. The goal has been achieved, and we can return. Ning Yulan put away his martial soul and gave orders. Although the guards were higher than him, no one dared to complain. They followed. After returning to Kaibao, he rested for a night and went directly to find Douluo. During the 4 months she wasted, Tianrui and Onlin had already rushed back to Tiandu city, and Zhou Suifeng's doubled training speed had increased his soul power by 2 levels. Time had been wasted too much. Yan, has Grandpa come back these days? Inspired by Ning Yulan, Douluo also entered a state of diligent training, but her soul power level did not increase quickly, and her main purpose was to transform and reduce the toxins in her body through the ability of the 1st soul ring. After absorbing the soul ring for such a long time, she barely increased her soul power by 1 level. Although Ning Yulan wanted her to absorb and use the energy converted from the toxins, after Douluo's inspection, it was okay to absorb, but it would become highly toxic again under the influence of the toxins. To do this, you have to eliminate more than 50% of the toxins in her body before you don't have to worry. Grandpa is at home. Seeing Ning Yulan, Douluo's eyes flashed with joy. This time he was gone for more than 4 months, and Douluo suddenly felt a little uncomfortable without him. She stood up and immediately became a proud young lady again. What soul skills did you get after being gone for so long? Chapter 73 Lao Deng, you won, and I didn't lose. Although I wanted to get the immortal grass as soon as possible, seeing Douluo's reaction, I just had to stop. 1 year of guarding, 3 years of pain, 7 years of itch, 10 years of promise. The 2 are now almost in the 1st stage, and they have to pay attention to her in all aspects and can't ignore her. Finally, I did not let this trip down. Naturally grasping her palm, the 2 walked to the backyard. The effects of my soul skills have been enhanced. I'll let you try it later, and it will make you more comfortable than before. Really? Both of them are still young, and there is no ambiguity in such words. Back garden. I saw Douluo sitting in the pavilion with his eyes closed. Hearing his granddaughter approaching, he opened his eyes, but he didn't expect to see the annoying brat. He snorted and closed his eyes again. Coming closer, Ning Yulan sighed as he pulled Douluo to sit beside him. Grandpa, you win. Please take me with you. Hee. Seeing Ning Yulan give in, Douluo laughed proudly. Douluo suddenly spoke, silencing him. Grandpa, what are you talking about? If Yulin wants something, can't you just give it to him? Douluo, my heart hurts. Glazed at Ning Yulin fiercely. You kid, you haven't forgotten the conditions at that time, right? Of course. Hee. Come with me. Standing up, holding Ning Yulin with one hand and grabbing Douluo with the other, Douluo rushed into the sunset forest. Ning Yulin tried to remember the moving route and arrived at the poisonous miasma. Hold your breath for now, I will deal with the poison miasma. Putting the two people on the ground, Douluo began to deal with the poison miasma. Although he could just carry the two people and fly over from the air, he had to scare this brat anyway, so that he could see the power of being a poison Douluo. He just made a hand gesture and took with a wave of his arms, the poisonous miasma spread to both sides, and a path leading directly to the depths appeared. How about it, my grandpa is amazing. There are only a few people in the world who can resist his poison. Hearing the voice of his granddaughter's admiration behind him, Douluo couldn't help but feel proud. But at the same time, he secretly sighed in his heart. Indeed, few people can resist his poison, but most of those who can resist it can kill him. Awesome, awesome. When Ning Yulin's voice came, Douluo frowned. Brat, I know you are from a wealthy family, but you look down on me with such a careless voice. After passing through the poisonous miasma, we came to a mountain wall. There was no grass growing, it was extremely smooth, and there was no place for people to climb. Douluo wanted to embarrass this brat again, and the place was here, let's see how you get up. But Douluo. Grandpa, why are you standing there? Take us up quickly. Yan, you. Forget it. Douluo sighed, grabbed the two again, and rose and fell. A few minutes. Ning Yulin finally saw those things that could change one's fate. That pool of red and blue spring water, and many rare treasures that shone with divine brilliance. The misty heat and sulfur smell made people feel a little stuffy for a while. Suppressing his restless mood, Ning Yulin quickly adapted to the environment here, turned around and brushed Douluo with vitality to let her adapt quickly. All the things are here, kid, I won't interfere with what to do next, but don't forget your promise to me. Ning Yulin didn't say anything, thinking about which one is suitable for Douluo. The 8-petal fairy orchid can strengthen the body and remove impurities, which seems to be good. The poison in Douluo's body should be considered as impurities. In addition, there is the earth dragon golden melon. That thing has the word dragon in it, but it is a treasure of earth attribute. It is hard to say whether it is good or bad to give it to the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus rex. If it is given to Douluo, the probability of the evolution of the green phosphorus snake is more than 80%. The remaining starfall jade bead grass, which can absorb and transform energy, may be of some use, and the 9th grade purple Ganoderma is similar. After eliminating the toxins, the green phosphorus snake martial soul has no advantage over other powerful martial souls. Ning Yulin couldn't say which one would work best for her, so he told Douluo the results of his guesses and let him decide. Douluo was very tempted by the earth dragon golden gourd. If the green phosphorus snake could evolve into a dragon with earth attributes, it would be a superior one among all the martial souls. But Yan's personality is not stable enough. If she really gets the power of the earth dragon, it may be counterproductive. Let's choose the one that strengthens the foundation and removes impurities, and then think of a way from the soul ring in the future. After careful consideration, Douluo decided to choose the 8-petal fairy orchid. First, he didn't know whether what Ning Yulin said was true or not, although this brat would probably not harm his granddaughter. Second, judging from his experience, this kind of thing might have some restrictions, so it is better to choose one without obvious attributes. Third, compared to the unknown and unpredictable so-called evolution into a ground dragon, it is better to choose to lay a solid foundation. Only after the foundation is laid can a tall building be built. When the two talked, Douluo did not express any opinions at all. When you first come into this place, the rich energy will make people feel a little uncomfortable. After adapting, the magnificent and fantastic scenery begins to attract people. While the two were talking, she was playing with flowers to attract butterflies. There are butterflies here. Just when she was about to go over and dig the 8-petal fairy orchid for Douluo, she noticed her movements and found that there were butterflies here. It stands to reason that it is extremely difficult to have other animals in the environment of the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, except for the fairy grass and rare treasures. This butterfly, could it be some kind of alien beast? But the soul power fluctuation does not seem to be strong. He dug the fairy grass and gave it to Douluo, explained to her how to take it, and watched her take it and absorb it. Ning Yulan stared at the butterfly, thought for a moment, and grabbed it. After a careful observation, it was not a blood butterfly of some alien species. Maybe it's because the environment here looks very different from the butterflies outside. There's no need to kill it, just see if there are any spirit rings or something. After guarding Duguyan for a while, Douluo came over when he felt that there was no problem. I thought you could wait for another year or two. He had long seen that Ning Yulan was soft on the outside and strong on the inside, and he looked calm on the surface, but he was actually very deep. He originally thought that he would be in a stalemate with him for a year or two, but he didn't expect that he would give up in such a short time. It seemed a little urgent. Time is running out, old, Deng, Grandpa. The matter of Haoshan sect, the spirit hall has already sent a signal to the mainland. It won't be stable for too long. Looking at Duguyan's figure, Ning Yulan sighed, not because he felt sorry for the 8-petal fairy orchid. It was just a pity that he and others had not learned the means to refine the fairy grass into pills. Although Enlan had consulted Douluo for information on the immortal grass and had Yang Wudi teach him some knowledge of alchemy, he was unable to handle such a rare treasure of the immortal grass. In order to maximize the effect, he could only follow the original work and swallow it whole. If he could open up the interdimensional channel, he could go to Dopo or other immortal cultivation worlds to learn alchemy. At such a young age, what's the point of worrying all day long? At your age, you should have fun. If the sky falls, I will be there. After saying that, he paused for an unknown reason and Douluo coughed. And there are 2 sword bones from your Kai Bao Liulai sect, we old guys will hold on. Chapter 74 finally arrived. Waving his hand, Ning Yulan did not reply. Thinking about how to let the other 4 people enter the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire without being discovered by Douluo. I don't know when this old man will leave. What will happen if he knows the existence of the other 4 people? No. This is our biggest secret. No one can tell it before there is enough self-protection power. Wait for Duguyan to finish absorbing, and find an excuse to stay here first. This wait lasted for 2 hours. Douluo and Ning Yulan watched Duguyan's hair turn into normal hair color little by little. At the same time, a lot of turbid air was exhaled from her mouth and nose and dissipated in the air. Isn't it the way to excrete dirt directly from the surface of the body? This fairy grass is really overbearing. After underestimating it, Ning Yulan went to greet it. How is it? How does it feel? Duguyan clenched her fist, opened her palm, and moved her body. Absorbing the fairy grass made her body develop a little bit, and she looked like a girl, out of the little lowly stage. My body feels so relaxed. So comfortable. Ning Yulan raised his hand and grabbed her palm. Just as he was about to release his soul power to explore the situation inside her body, he couldn't help but pinch it several times. It's so soft, it feels like there are no bones. And this waste, hiss, it has completely turned into a waste essence. Although his body function does not allow it, Ning Yulan is very impulsive. He stopped his restless thoughts and carefully explored the situation inside her body. It lasted for more than 10 minutes. Then he nodded to Douluo. Very good, the remaining poison in Yanyan's body has been completely cleared. As long as you don't add poisonous soul rings in the future, you don't have to worry about poisoning. Her physique is already very pure. Douluo swallowed his saliva, not daring to believe what Ning Yulan said, and checked it himself. He almost burst into tears, and finally solved a problem. Maybe, I can still see Yanyan's child. The old man's thoughts changed quickly. Yanyan, release your martial soul and let's see. Ning Yulan was a little curious about whether her martial soul would change. Wait a minute. She replied, then closed her eyes and concentrated, and shouted. The martial soul was summoned, but there was no attachment. Ning Yulan and Douluo got closer to observe. The little green phosphorus snake looked no different from before. The scales were still green, but before it was a dark color, which made people feel dangerous and uncomfortable at first glance. Now it is bright green and feels more energetic. Apart from these, there are no external changes. There are still some toxins, but they belong to the ability of the martial soul itself, which is completely transformed by soul power and will not produce sequelae of poisoning. Of course, the power is not as strong as before. She used the first soul skill. Originally, it absorbed the toxins in the body and converted them into energy to expel them, but now that there is no poison in her body, it has become absorbing energy and converting energy. It is somewhat similar to the effect of Enlan and Tian Rui's energy ring. It's just that the power is a little bit inferior, but in another point, she completely surpassed the two. After the conversion, she had a high degree of control over the energy. Although it was not 100%, it was 80% or 90%. With this ability, with a little practice, she could easily develop some self-created soul skills. Then, Douluo discovered something surprising. My soul power, I increased my soul power by 5 levels. Now it's level 16. She was very excited. At this rate, she would soon be able to add a second soul ring and catch up with Ning Yulin's speed. Ning Yulin was only 1 year older than her, but he was 2 soul rings ahead. She felt a little inferior. But she never showed it, and Douluo and Ning Yulin had no idea. Now, she felt that she could do it. It shouldn't take until next year for her to add soul rings. Conservatively speaking, when she reaches the age of the plot period, she should have at least 1 soul ring more. If she works hard, 2 is not impossible. The problems with Yanyan have finally been solved. I finally lived up to your trust. Turning around, Ning Yulin bowed to Douluo. As for your problem, I've thought about it and there's only one way. No one knows Tang Fozu's poison skills. Yang Wudi's technical level can't cure Douluo's poison. For the time being, he can only use the original soul bone method. Moreover, Tang Yun's idea also gave another route. With Ning Yulin, Douluo can constantly change soul bones. Force the poison into the soul bone, and change it when it reaches the limit. Later, I'll help you find a 100,000 year soul bone, and you can rest assured. 100,000 year soul bone? You're so arrogant. If you have that thing, keep it for yourself. Old man, you don't need to worry about it. Grandpa. Douluo said coquettishly. Okay, Grandpa won't say it. The problem of his granddaughter was completely solved, and the huge stone in Douluo's heart fell to the ground, and he no longer had any worries. His own problems, as he said, don't need the 2 children to worry about. Give Ning Yulin a look. According to the agreement between the two, Douluo received her share and solved the hidden danger. He did not ask Ning Yulin how to use the remaining things. Then let's go back. Douluo was surprised when he heard Ning Yulin's words. Just go back like this? You look so gloomy. You don't want to get one for yourself? How can I not want it? I just go back and prepare it first. You kid, you probably don't want me to follow you. Yanyan saw your secret, right? The sound became a line. Douluo stared at Ning Yulin unhappily, and the sound transmission drilled into his ears. This old man is still so sharp. Ning Yulin smiled but said nothing. Douluo frowned. He was not interested in Ning Yulin's secret, but Yanyan can't know it either. However, Ning Yulin didn't know how to transmit sound, so he could only continue to smile. With a cold snort, he was in a good mood now and didn't bother to care. Yanyan, let's go, let this brat stay here by himself. Looking back at Ning Yulin, Douluo didn't understand why he had offended his grandfather again. Ning Yulin spread his hands. Grandpa. Douluo grabbed Douluo's arm. There is no food or drink here, how can he stay here by himself? Yanyan. You should be more careful. Douluo said earnestly. They are guarding against us too. We are almost a family, but you are still hiding things. You are not a good person. I think it is better for you to divorce this brat. If I hide it from you now, I may hide more things from you in the future. The voice was loud, and it was clearly said to Ning Yulin. Douluo asked a rhetorical question, which made him silent. Grandpa, do you dare to say that Grandma knows everything about you? This. Douluo was speechless. She snorted lightly, exactly the same as Douluo's action not long ago. I believe him. If there are some things that I don't want to know, then I don't know them. Chapter 75. 5 people gathered. Facing Douluo, Douluo turned her head and winked at Ning Yulin playfully, and lip-read, I will settle accounts with you when I return. Giving her a thumbs up, Ning Yulin was very satisfied. Douluo was sad and relieved. He was sad that his granddaughter had turned into someone else's shape, but relieved that there might not be any problems with their relationship in the future. Finally, he took Douluo away from the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, and only told Ning Yulin that he would come in a few days. It could be the next day, or it could be 10 days or half a month. Before leaving, he glared at Ning Yulin very unhappy. His original good mood was gone. After the grandparents and grandchildren left, Ning Yulan retreated to the shadow corner of the mountain wall, and thinking, enter the space and leave a message to inform the other 4 people. It's time to take off. During this period, the 4 people have been paying attention to Ning Yulan's movements. As soon as they saw the message, they set off immediately. Enter the sunset forest from different directions. Under the guidance of Zhou Suifeng's blue-silver perception, they reached the vicinity of the poisonous miasma without any danger. Then the martial souls merged and entered the yin-yang eye of ice and fire from the air. The 5 people met formally for the first time in the real world. They looked at each other and didn't speak at the first time. Although everyone's faces looked different, everyone looked at the other 4 at this moment. There was an inexplicable feeling that they were looking at themselves. Strange silence. Time is running out, hurry up and act. Ning Yulan took out the tools and handed them to the 4 people. He himself, Kiluo Tulip. Onlin, Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower. Tang Yin, Qirong Tongtian Chrysanthemum. Tian Rui. He had many choices, but at the same time he could say he had none. Now he mainly practiced Golden Feathered Lewin Bird, but Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower was chosen by Onlin. Another one related to fire attribute, Fiery Apricot Jiaishu, would only poison people to death if taken alone, and it would not have the greatest effect if taken together with Star Anise Mysterious Ice Grass. Finally, he chose a rare treasure called Xingluo Lingzu. This thing has the ability to absorb the essence of stars and moons for cultivation at night, and it may be helpful for the cultivation of Qi Fa to Miao Zhiju. Very helpful. For the rest, it won't make much difference to give him the Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng. Zhou Suifeng, Black Jade Divine Bamboo. With this thing, the strength of the blue-silver grass martial soul will be raised to the peak, and there is no need to consider any other abilities in the future, just keep stacking life attributes. As for the ice and fire immunity like Tang San, wait until everyone finishes absorbing, and then see who will absorb the 2 ice and fire fairy grasses. As for the Acacia Heartbroken Red, that thing, a few people think it is ominous, the story setting is so sad. But it seems that something heartbreaking will happen when getting that thing. Tang San and Xiao Wu, Huo Yuhao and. Besides, the 5 of them couldn't take it down, so they kept it for now. The remaining ones are Narcissus Jade Muscle and Bone, Longing for Autumn Water Dew, and Yuxiang Kiluo Zion Pin, which are relatively heavyweight. We will deal with them later. Each of them took out the fairy grass and looked for a place to absorb it. Ning Yulan found some cracks in the mountain walls and small caves around. But they didn't go there, so they chose to absorb it nearby. During the digestion process, they can also absorb some of the energy emitted by the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. Even if Douluo was really spying in secret, it didn't matter. If he was discovered, he wouldn't kill him directly, and he would be very angry. There is something to talk about at home. At midnight, the moon was hanging high in the sky. The 5 people gradually absorbed it. It was a big improvement, but unexpectedly, no one was too excited. This result had been planned by the 5 people. Zhou Suifeng had undoubtedly reached level 40, and he felt that his soul power was very abundant. After obtaining the soul ring, his level should have a small increase. He was also very satisfied with the blue-silver grass martial soul after the transformation. Without using any soul skills, a few blue-silver grasses woven together have the power to penetrate gold and split stone. Self-created soul skill, Blue-Silver Overlord Spear.jpg. The rest of the people's upgrades, Anlan, Tang Yin, Tian Rui are all around level 38. Ning Yulan is at level 36, and his martial soul has naturally transformed into the 9 treasures glazed pagoda. Of course, not only the current main martial soul has changed, but the other 4 martial souls of each have also been upgraded, but the attributes are not consistent, so it is not very obvious. Who will take the 2? The main one has been solved, and the only thing left is the ice and fire alchemy body. How about I do it? Zhou Suifeng looked at the 4 people and asked tentatively. The 4 people thought about it for a moment, and had no other ideas. Next, Zhou Suifeng had to continue to play in the wild, so it would be best for him to absorb. Ning Yulan had to go back to the 7 treasures glazed sect, and Anlan had to go back to the Wuhan Hall. Tian Rui entered the Blazing Fire Academy, and Tang Yin had to lift weights. Get up and walk towards the spring. Suddenly, Zhou Suifeng paused, and another wonderful idea came up. How about entering the state of martial soul fusion and see if we can absorb it together? Before, Tian Rui and Tang Yin used martial soul fusion skills to kill soul beasts, and the soul rings that emerged seemed to be usable by both of them. Maybe this fairy grass can also be used? It shouldn't work, right? Anlan retorted. Soul rings are the rules of cultivation. Although martial soul fusion skills can make our bodies disappear, the state that appears is not the real flesh and blood body after all. It is unlikely to absorb fairy grass to do such a thing, right? It's time to be reckless. Zhou Suifeng was decisive and did not allow the four people to refuse. You will know whether it succeeds or not after trying it. Come on. Sooner or later, we have to try the fusion of 5 people's martial souls, even here. They all stood up and walked to the other side of the valley, away from the location of the fairy grass. After all, we don't know what scene will appear when the 5 people merge. If the energy storm is too big and affects the fairy grass, it will be too late to regret. The 5 people got into the cave that was open temporarily and covered the entrance to avoid making too much noise and being noticed by the soul beasts outside. Several people looked at each other. At the same time, they summoned their martial souls and released their soul power to echo each other. Pushing towards the middle. 2 soul spells unconsciously came out of the 5 people's mouths. Star Soul gathers souls and combines 5 spirits, and the universe turns the beginning of all things. The 5 people turned into 5 light pillars, the light touched each other, the figures disappeared, and merged into a larger light pillar. The energy cyclone rolled up the gravel and dust in the cave, and the shadows gradually formed a small storm. The mountain did not completely block the existence of the light pillar. Passing through the mountain, the light rushed into the sky, but was blocked by an invisible barrier in the valley. It turned into colorful rays of light and scattered in the valley. As the burial place of the 2 dragon kings, the yin-yang eye of ice and fire has formed a special geographical environment and a self-circulating cycle. The 5-person fusion skill looks extraordinary, but the current level cannot break through the limit of the Dragon King's power, not to mention that it is only a small part that has drifted out. The light spreads and then reconverges. The energy storm subsided and the movement stopped for a while. The twinkling lights fluttered up and down, and a humanoid creature walked out of the light. The result of the fusion skill was not a hammer, not grass, not a tower, or a bird or a dragon, which was completely beyond the 5 people's expectations. It was a person, shrouded in a faint light. The 5 people's original selves, Zhou Suifeng in the previous life. Zhou Suifeng, who specialized in the blue-silver grass martial spirit, used the name of his previous life. The faint light covered his whole body, making him look like a man of light. If he was bigger, he might be called a giant of light. Standing there for a few minutes, he silently merged the memories of the 5 people. Walk out of the cave and take a deep breath. I was hit into a pool of ketchup. I didn't expect that I could still travel to this Douluo, and split into 5 people. Ha 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 ha. Crazy laughter. After a few seconds, it stopped abruptly because it felt boring. If there is a burst of updates, try next month. Chapter 76 Fusion Upgrade, Power Up. Walk towards the red and blue springs. He used tools to pick the fiery apricot and the star anise ice grass, stuffed them into his mouth, and then jumped into the spring. Anlan guessed that the special state of the fusion technique was unlikely to absorb the medicinal effects of the fairy grass. But now the ego Zhou Suifeng was in a delicate balance between energy state and flesh and blood, and there was no problem absorbing the 2 fairy grasses. Inside and outside the body, the feeling of ice and fire at the same time, the alternation of cold and heat, was simply wonderful. Sai Gao Ni Hai Tai Yazide. Hand drilling the temple. The cycle of ice and fire, an indescribable feeling, rushed straight to the forehead. Floating and sinking in the middle of the spring. More than 3 hours. The absorption was basically completed, and the remaining medicinal power would be slowly integrated in the future practice process. Jumping out of the spring, the ego stretched his muscles. He summoned each martial soul in succession, all of which were as easy as a finger, without any unfamiliarity. It can even be combined freely. Used separately, 2-2 fusion, 3-3 fusion, and other fusion states. As for the fusion of all martial souls, the light surrounding the self is directly displayed. It has become a pure power, not bound by any form. A feeling that the world is under control and the true meaning of the world is seen. Many things that the 5 people have not been able to break through have gained a lot of insights. The last part of the Qi method and the key to guiding the new period that have never been introduced. Possible prescriptions and materials for Xian Shui Dan. The performance of spiritual forging. The introductory idea of magnetic field rotation, etc. I will reverse everything. Raised his right hand to the sky, the light gathered in the palm of his hand, emitting supreme light, as if he had caught the sun. He clenched his fist suddenly, and the light exploded. However, nothing happened. Except for a beautiful meteor shower. It seems to be just an illusion. Calm down, pretend nothing happened. Anyway, there are no spectators, no embarrassment. Move away a little, summon the 5-in-1 blue-silver grass, insert it into the ground, explore downwards, and try to find the burial place of the 2 dragon kings. But with the much improved blue-silver grass now, it can only explore to about 500 meters. Further down, there is a lot of pressure. It is not the pressure caused by the squeezing of the rock and soil. The self put all its strength, burst out all the energy, all concentrated on the 5-in-1 blue-silver grass, and went down again for about 100 meters, a total of more than 700 meters, reaching the limit. Take back the blue-silver grass, adjust your breath slightly, and extend it on the ground, but it is more than 3 times the distance. Is that the dragon's might? The burial place of the Dragon King is indeed extraordinary. Leaping up lightly, the light turned into a breeze, carrying the self to the highest point of the valley. Looking at the forest. The sea of forests slowly swayed with shattered shadows. He meditated on the top of the mountain until the sun rose. He looked up for a moment, feeling the energy flowing in his body. It was extremely unreal, it was really boring. He suddenly cursed. I split her out. What's the point of choosing a little girl? Bibi Dong, Ayin, and Tang Yuehua are much less interesting. After saying this, the light around him became brighter and brighter. After a few breaths, his figure disappeared and the 5 people reappeared. The effect of the ice and fire immortal grass was evenly distributed to the 5 people. They fell back into the valley, looked at each other, and were all silent. The atmosphere was solemn. Because the 5 people felt that if the self did not cancel the fusion state and disappear by itself, the 5 of them might never appear again. Why did he choose to disappear by himself? Tang Yin scratched his head and broke the silence. Zhou Suifeng played with the blue-silver grass, and didn't seem to care about the fact that everyone might disappear forever just now, and said lightly. We have started a new life, and he feels that he has become a thing of the past. What's so hard to understand about this? In the previous life, my true self was usually a free-spirited person. If he felt that something was not his, he would not bother to care about it. If he is dead, then he is dead. There is no need to start over again with a failed life. Anyway, 5 lives have been continued in this world. Manually funny. After a short silence, several people skipped this solemn topic. They separated and dug some herbs that they could use. Although those rare treasures at the level of fairy grass could not be used to refine pills, some other herbs that Douluo carefully cultivated and medicinal materials that were not at the level of fairy grass could be used to make medicine. Zhou Suifeng dug up the Yuxiang Kiluo fairy product to prevent poison. After all, he did not know whether he would encounter any highly toxic environment during the wild hunting process. They also filled some ice and fire spring water, which was a good thing. If used directly, it could be used as a weapon to hunt soul beasts. After diluting it, it can also be used to help with cultivation. This thing is the energy of the 2 dragon kings that permeates upward from the burial ground and combines with the spring water to form a solution. In essence, it is also a high-purity energy crystal. After packing up, the 4 people left reluctantly. After taking the immortal grass, this is also a good place to help speed up cultivation. But now we still have to be on guard against Douluo. Except for Ning Yulin, the other 4 people can't stay here to practice openly. Before leaving, the 4 people stared at Ning Yulin in unison. Do you remember the inspirations when we merged? Go back and study the Xian Shui pill carefully. If not, you can get the Suan Jin pill, Suan Mu pill, Suan Huo pill, Suan Tu pill, etc. as soon as possible. Ning Yulin was under a lot of pressure and nodded with difficulty. The Xian Shui pill may not have an effect on the 5 people who have already taken the immortal grass, but it is a good bargaining chip to recruit subordinates. An Lan can use it to cultivate his own faction in the Wuhan Hall, and Ning Yulin can use it to control the sect. Spiritual forging, according to the self in the fusion state just now, the state of controlling the world, calculated that it is used to make up for the defective weapon spirit, and the success rate is very high. Finally, after taking a look at the Yuanyang Pot Valley full of energy, the 4 people left. Ning Yulin continued to practice, waiting for Douluo to take over. The 4 people left the valley, but did not leave the forest. Zhou Suifeng has broken through level 40 and needs to add spirit rings. The target is naturally the 10,000-year soul beast. But relying on himself to deal with the 10,000-year soul beast may still be inadequate, so take advantage of the large number of people. Use fusion skills to fight quickly. What target? Zhou Suifeng sensed the surrounding movements through the blue-silver grass. After the improvement of the black jade bamboo fairy grass, not only the strength of the spirit sword, but the domain that was only a prototype before has also been fully awakened, but it is still a lot worse than the blue-silver emperor domain. The person asking the question is An Lan, asking about Zhou Suifeng's intended target. Now the strength of the blue-silver grass has reached a certain limit. Unless it is a treasure above the fairy grass, it cannot be raised any higher. Let's focus on increasing vitality. Finally, Zhou Suifeng added. It doesn't have to be too pure. Just make life the main attribute. Soul beasts with pure life attributes generally have strong healing abilities. They are unique among soul beasts. Most soul beasts will not attack such soul beasts. The most obvious example is the emerald swan. After pondering for a moment, An Lan thought of a good choice. How about the evergreen lotus? Most auxiliary system soul beasts will choose plant-type soul beasts. In addition to their excellent vitality, they also have the ability to purify. Since they are strong enough, in addition to pursuing vitality, they should also pay attention to the resistance to negative states. Okay. Zhou Suifeng was too lazy to think about other soul beasts. Control the surrounding blue-silver grass empathy and look for a pool of water. The plant-type soul beast, the green lotus, generally lives near water. Tang Yin and Tianrui just watched the scenery quietly without interrupting. The two of them were just output pendants, and there was no need to talk. Chapter 77 Evergreen Lotus, the fourth soul ring of blue-silver grass. The goal was clear and the direction was clear. It didn't take much time to find a evergreen lotus. This blue-silver field is really useful. Tianrui sighed. Tang Yin squatted by the pool and stretched out his hand to scratch the spring water twice. This water quality is really good. Fish and shrimps visible to the naked eye swam back and forth in the water, looking very plump. Stop playing, get ready. Zhou Suifeng called out. Although this 10,000-year-old green lotus is not the same as the emerald swan, it may be similar to the fairy grass to the soul beasts in this pool. The purification effect of the green lotus has a significant effect on improving the water quality. 4 people merged, 4 times the golden feather phoenix. After the improvement of the coxcomb phoenix sunflower, it is completely different from its original appearance. The body is more slender and looks very coordinated. There are several long feathers on the tail, and flames are burning at the corners of the eyes and eyebrows every moment. The original golden red feathers turned into a light bright yellow. Same as always, spitting fire. The 10,000-year-old green lotus felt the fatal threat and swayed vigorously, and the surrounding water surface was rippling. In a breath, several black shadows jumped out of the pool, rolling up waves to resist the flames. However, it had no effect at all. The flame penetrated the water waves without any hindrance. No water vapor was formed and the water waves disappeared directly. Several soul beasts that jumped out all turned into charcoal and fell back into the pond, raising several yellow and purple soul rings. The 4 people communicated in the martial soul space. It has been raised to this level of strength. Will we be invincible when our soul rings are raised later? Don't raise the flag. Without the help of the soul beasts in the pond, Wanyan Qinglian itself had no extra means of attack. It was easily taken down. Zhou Suifeng absorbed it, and the process was uneventful. The impact of the residual soul had some effect, but not much. Silently chanting the pure heart mantra, he was as strong as he could be, and the breeze blew over the hills. After resisting for several rounds, the remaining spirit of Qinglian turned into nutrients for Zhou Suifeng. The effect of the soul skill was somewhat unexpected. An auxiliary soul skill. The name, Zhou Suifeng simply named it, Blue-Silver Qinglian. After using the soul skill, a lotus with blue-silver grass leaves will bloom, and a domain will be released with the lotus as the center, and the resistance to all negative effects within the domain will be increased by 50%. If Zhou Suifeng takes the initiative to control it, he can drive the lotus petals to hurt people. For the life improvement of the blue-silver grass martial soul, it is quite satisfactory. The residual medicinal power of the fairy grass, plus the super year limit of the 10,000-year soul ring, pushed Zhou Suifeng's soul power to level 44 in one fell swoop. Hey! In 2 years at most, I can reach level 50, and then I can officially start the high year coverage plan. Experimental soul skills, breath adjustment is over. Zhou Suifeng looked at the three people with a serious expression. You should practice as soon as possible. After all, I have added 2 soul rings to the 7 treasures glazed tower. If I start to select martial souls with a 10,000-year soul ring as the first soul ring, the pressure may be very high. Except for Zhou Suifeng who added a soul ring to the second martial soul, the other 4 are still in the state of practicing only 1 martial soul. The plan of covering high-year soul rings is not suitable for Zhou Suifeng to start first, but he has the fastest cultivation speed. How about dying once and seeing? Tian Rui said something shocking, and it was unclear whether he was serious or joking. When I was resurrected before, the soul ring of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex disappeared, but the improvement after the soul ring was attached was still there. At that time, you only need to rebuild your soul power and add soul rings again, right? All 3 of them refuted his suggestion. Seeking death on your own initiative is completely different from having to die. The most important thing is that now no one knows whether resurrection from the dead will have any consequences for the 5 people. If you can avoid death, try not to die. The goal of this trip was successfully achieved, and the 4 people quickly left the forest and dispersed. When we all gather together next time, maybe we don't have to worry about other existences. It's been 5 or 6 days, the boy should have finished what he wanted to do, right? Douluo was ready to get up and bring him back. Originally, he planned to leave it alone for a few more days, but Douluo urged him. Intentionally or unintentionally, he always mentioned I wonder how Yulin is doing now and so on. Rushing to the valley, he quietly watched from the top of the mountain for a while. Seeing that Ning Yulin did not make any extra movements and was just practicing, Douluo was relieved. I didn't take the initiative to pry into your secrets. If you dare to lose your temper with Yanyan, I will kill you. Jumped down and landed next to Ning Yulin, deliberately making some noise to let the other party notice. Stinky boy! Are you done? Can you leave? Seeing the changes around the spring, Douluo cursed again, is this kid a pig? He ate so much. No, it's possible that he just put it away. It's done a long time ago. Quickly getting up, Ning Yulin patted the dirt on his body. This trip going back, I can show my cards with Ning Fengzi. If I take the position of the young master as soon as possible, many things will be more convenient. Turning around, I saw Douluo's unhappy expression. I don't know what I did to offend this old man again. I lowered my posture slightly. After I'm done, please take me back, Grandpa. Another cold snort. Is this old man unhappy, Douluo version? Why is he like this all day long? It's inexplicable. After Douluo snorted, he directly picked up Ning Yulin and rushed all the way to Douluo. You're back? How is it? Did you get what you wanted? Although I used Douluo at the beginning. But now, she has been so stubborn, it's not too late to treat her with care. Look. Summon the 9 treasures glazed tower to share the joy with her. 9-story pagoda. Great, 9 floors, then you can cultivate to the same level as Grandpa. She was more excited than Ning Yulin himself. Douluo was stunned at first, then relieved. So that's it, is this the secret of the 7 treasures glazed tower breaking through the 9th floor? Indeed, it can't be known to others. However, since this kid has broken through the 9th floor, then Ning Fengzi hehe. Thinking of the fact that this kid's twin martial spirits are still hidden from his father, there is a rift between the father and son. Douluo's heart itches, and he feels that there will be a good show to watch in the 7 treasures glazed sect. Tentatively asked. Your tower has broken through the 9th floor, don't you tell your father. Why do I feel that this old man has bad intentions? Staring at him for a few times, Ning Yulin nodded. It's time to tell my father. Yanyan, I have to go back. Will you come with me? Douluo wanted to practice with all her strength and break through the 20th level as soon as possible. Douluo smiled. You two can go back together, Yanyan. There's no need to rush to practice. Relaxing in moderation can help you improve your realm. Yanyan didn't go over, and he couldn't go over to watch the show. Looking at Grandpa with suspicious eyes, Douluo also felt that he seemed to have some bad intentions. Douluo was calm and composed, and the 2 little brats couldn't see anything at all. No, I want to practice. Douluo. Chapter 78 I'm in charge of the sect, and father can go with peace of mind. Douluo still went back to the 7 treasures glazed tile sect with Ning Yulin. What happened next should be a good thing. Husband and wife share the same interests, and Ning Yulin thinks it's right to go together. Back to the sect, there was no fatigue at all. Go straight to find Ning Fengzi. I didn't go to the sect lobby, but went to Ning Rongrong's side to find her. Sure enough, he was holding Ning Rongrong and wandering around. Father. Walking closer and standing still, Ning Yulan looked a little cold. The grandparents and grandchildren did not follow and rested in the main hall of the clan. I have something to tell my father. It was rare for this little sixth son to come to him directly for something. Ning Fengzi was a little curious. He turned around. What is it? First of all, my martial soul has broken through the 9th floor. Summoning the martial soul, inputting soul power to slightly magnify it so that Ning Fengzi can see it clearly. The bright 9th floor. Ning Fengzi was stunned, silent, happy, and excited. I didn't expect the surprise to come so suddenly. Come closer, observe carefully, count from bottom to top, 9 floors. This tower. Ning Fengzi suddenly found that Ning Yulan's glazed tower seemed to be a little different from other glazed towers. The 7 Treasures glazed tower was named in this way, which means that the body of the instrument is like glazed glass, which is reflected by colorful light and is as fragile as glazed glass. But Ning Yulan's martial soul, the light is condensed and not scattered, the texture is smooth and solid, quite like jade, although jade is not much harder than glass. Good. Great. Although excited, Ning Fengzi would not easily test it after years of self-cultivation. He raised his hand and placed it on Ning Yulan's shoulder. Can you tell me how you broke through? Can others break through in the same way? Looking expectantly. I'm afraid not. I used a natural treasure. If I want to get it again, I'm afraid I have to wait for hundreds of years. Hundreds of years is too light. Ning Yulan feels that if he does not interfere, it will take at least 1,000 years for the immortal grass in the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire to grow again. It doesn't matter. It's a good thing that you have successfully broken through. The next generation may also inherit the 9 treasures, which can be regarded as the fulfillment of the long-cherished wish of the ancestors of the sect. Ning Fengzi was a little disappointed when his expectations were dashed, but he was generally happy. If one 9 treasure appeared, there might be more. This is a very important matter for the sect. It is a great and happy event. Do you want to? He raised his hand as if to touch Ning Yulan's head. Ning Yulan frowned slightly and took a small step back. Father, I haven't finished yet. There is one more thing. I have other martial souls. Blue silver grass, summon. As for why the second martial soul is blue silver grass, he was too lazy to explain and let Ning Fengzi investigate it himself. This. Ning Fengzi was stunned and speechless for a while. After reacting, he felt that the great luck finally fell on the 7 Treasures glazed sect. Twin martial souls have a bright future, but this blue silver grass seems to have no development prospects. Seeing his silence, Ning Yulan was too lazy to wait for him to digest the last thing. Father, I want the young sect leader to be the leader of the section. The position of the leader, is this enough? Do you have any opinions? Young sect master? This position is both important and not that important. Ning Fengzi frowned. As long as he was still there, the so-called young sect master would not have much power unless he died. This Xiaoliu, could it be that he wants to? My back felt a chill for some reason. Shaked his head, it shouldn't be. Ahem Yulan, you are the young sect master. Isn't this nonsense? Glancing at him, Ning Yulan said lightly. Big brother has been entangled in this matter. If father agrees, it can also solve big brother's knot. In addition, I also have some things I want to do, which are generally beneficial to the sect. Finally, I have the confidence to lead the sect to a height that our ancestors have never reached. Of course, it won't be the height of destroying the sect like Yunlin sect, hehe. I shouldn't accept disciples, right? Ning Yulan shook his head secretly. Young sect master, okay. I will convene a sect meeting tomorrow. It doesn't matter if he is just a young sect leader. Besides, he has come to me and said it directly. If I don't agree, I am afraid that I will be more alienated. With a turn of his eyes, Ning Fengzi handed Ning Rongrong over. You come and look after Rongrong. I will go to prepare. Taking the little girl, Ning Yulan watched him walk away. His eyes were calm. It was too late to think of cultivating feelings at this time. He retracted his gaze and met the little girl's black and white eyes. An inexplicable impulse arose in his heart, and he wanted to pinch this cute little thing to death. He slowly raised his hand and slowly fell on the little girl's face. 1. He pulled out the finger she had stuffed in her mouth. She was almost 2 years old, and she was still sucking her fingers. The little girl was very stubborn and raised her hand to put it in her mouth again. But she couldn't resist Ning Yulin's dominance, and then she cried. The maid next to her hurriedly reached out to take it. No need, it's not a bad thing for a child to cry. This little girl needs to be made to feel the viciousness of human nature in advance, so that she won't be pooed and lose herself after leaving the sect. The next day, the sect meeting was uneventful. Douluo I, as the fiancée, had been included in the Ning family tree and had her place. After Ning Fengzi finished speaking, Ning Yulin stood up with his hands on the table and released the 9 treasures glazed tower. Who is in favor and who is against? With Ning Fengzi and Jiangu, and Douluo I representing Douluo Bo, who dares to object? After the sect meeting, the royal family came to the door for no reason. Sect Master Ning, I came here. Shueking He, become my disciple. The other 4 went home. Zhou Suifeng returned to the courtyard. First, he took a look at Zhu Ziyun. It has been more than a year since she left the Xingluo Empire. Under the soul power cleansing meridian experiment, the soul power improvement speed is much faster than the original training speed, but now it is only level 15. According to this training speed, she should not reach level 45 by the time of Tang San's Soul Master competition. It seems that the original training, Zhu family or the royal family should provide some things to assist in cultivation. Speaking of which, I have taken so many things from the Zhu family and have never had time to sort them out properly. I wonder if there is anything useful for the 5 of us. This Zhu Ziyun, do you want to help her improve her cultivation speed? If she cultivates faster, she can add soul rings earlier, accelerate her body development, and then, unless there is a god's favor, this little cat can't turn the world upside down. After a little thought, Zhou Suifeng changed some of his ideas. Noticing the change in his eyes, Zhu Ziyun was very uneasy, not knowing whether it had changed for the better or for the worse. Seeing Zhou Suifeng walking into the room, Zhu Ziyun was startled. Wait a minute, aren't you going to do it today? She always felt very comfortable. The blue-silver filaments penetrated deep into the body to massage the meridians. Zhou Suifeng gave her a strange look. Let your sister have a good rest today, and I will awaken her martial soul tomorrow. Awakening the martial soul? Zhu Ziyun's mood suddenly became complicated. She thought that Zhou Suifeng would not let the 2 sisters awaken their martial souls so that he could control her. But now, what exactly is he planning? Sitting there blankly, worried about gains and losses. The next day, Zhou Suifeng prepared everything and called the 2 sisters to him, ready to awaken Zhu Ziyu's martial soul. As for Zhu Zuqing, she can only crawl, so there is no need to consider her for the time being. Silently recalling all the operation processes, the blind God King, a great soul master, can awaken people's martial souls, so there is no reason that he, a 44th level soul master, can't do it. Ning Yulin has plenty of awakening stones and has sent them over long ago. In deep thought, he was thinking, if Zhu Ziyun was allowed to preside over the whole process, with the same blood and martial spirit, can there be some new changes? However, Zhu Ziyun's current soul power level is too low, and she may not be able to withstand the awakening process. Forget it, I'll do it. Swept out the awakening stones, and 6 of them surrounded Zhu Ziyu in the middle at equal distances. With Zhou Suifeng's soul power, the awakening stones flew up, and the black stones gradually glowed, connecting into a line, looking like a soul ring. Zhu Ziyu was very nervous, and trembled slightly with her eyes closed. Zhu Ziyun whispered to comfort her. As the halo turned faster and faster, Zhu Ziyu felt something gushing out of her body, and she unconsciously let out a cat cry. The awakening stone fell to the ground. Zhou Suifeng casually put it into the soul guide and went forward to check her status. Chapter 79 Zhu Ziyu, Innate Level 5. He patted her shoulder. Relax, let me check. After a few consecutive breaths, Zhu Ziyu relaxed. Zhou Suifeng probed into the blue-silver filament a few minutes. Nodded. Not bad, the meridians are tough and there is nothing wrong with them, and the soul power circulation speed is good. However, this level, it doesn't seem very high. Take out the crystal ball, turn around and say to Zhu Ziyun. You come and teach her how to remove the spirit possession. He was too lazy to say more about such trivial matters. When Zhu Ziyu became proficient in the summoning and possession of the spirit, he handed over the soul power crystal ball and asked her to test the soul power. This crystal ball reacts so obviously to soul power, isn't it a good material to add to forging? I will leave a message to Tang Yin later to explain. I hope the output of this crystal is not controlled by the spirit hall. Although he can get the goods from Enlan in that case, it is still troublesome. Level 5. Her test result was innate level 5. Zhou Suifeng frowned. It took a year to help her open up the meridians in advance. Only then did she awaken the innate 5th level soul power. Was it because her own aptitude was too poor, or was this method not feasible? No hurry, there is still Zhu Zuqing. Wait until Zhu Zuqing is 3 years old, and open up her meridians for her. Starting from a young age is more representative. 5 level is 5 level, practice well. Packaging his things, Zhou Suifeng planned to go out for a walk. Anyway, he didn't care about the cultivation talent of these 2 cats. Suddenly he remembered something and turned to Zhu Zuyu. Summon your martial soul for me to see, don't possess it. Zhou Suifeng's sudden action made her nervous again. She was at a loss for a moment, and it took a while to successfully summon the martial soul. This cat. At first glance, it looks exactly like Zhu Zuyun's nether spirit cat. But when you get close to it, the fur color of this martial soul is slightly blue with the blue-silver grass, and its body size is slightly larger than that of a normal spirit cat. Could it be that it is affected by my blue-silver grass soul power? This color has the attribute of life? Or water attribute? Unfortunately, it is not too obvious. I am afraid that the result can only be seen after adding the first soul ring. If this is the case, can't it be possible to artificially create a mutant martial soul? We need to find more people to experiment. While thinking, she walked out of the quiet room. Zhou Suifeng left, and the 2 sisters breathed a sigh of relief. Sister, don't worry, your level may be just right. Touching Zhu Zuyu's hair, Zhu Zuyun felt a little fortunate. She felt that if the second sister's innate level was very high, maybe that guy would directly take action and would not leave people behind. At this level, it is neither high nor low. There is a possibility of cultivation, but the probability of becoming a strong person is not high, so people will not worry too much. I don't know to what extent he will let me cultivate. After comforting Zhu Zuyu, she began to worry about herself again. I don't know to what level Zhou Suifeng will allow me to cultivate. A few days later, Zhou Suifeng gave Zhu Zuyu a meditation method. Combining the Qi method and Zhu family meditation method, this is a summary. It can't be compared with the inner strength of Xian Tiangong, but it should be able to improve the speed of cultivation a little bit. Enlan returned to the spirit hall and found Qian Rongxiu very unhappy, hiding in the garden alone and sulking. After asking around, she found out the reason why she was angry. When the 2 of them were out playing, Bibi Dong accepted a disciple with the innate 9th level soul power and the spirit fox spirit, and directly announced it to the spirit hall. She ran to observe secretly and found that Bibi Dong treated the girl as if she were treating her daughter, an attitude she had never seen before. She was very angry and very sad. However, Qian Daoliu didn't say anything about this matter, and Enlan couldn't say too much. Saying too much would be like seeking death. She could only think of a way to divert her attention. I got something incredible this time. Do you know? No. Enlan said again after turning his eyes. Then, how about we go beat that guy, Hulina, up? When they were children, this was the fastest and easiest way to vent their anger. Let's go. Originally, Qian Rongxiu should have been undercover at this time, waiting for an opportunity to replace Xue Qinghe. When she knew about Hulina and became Bibi Dong's disciple, she might have been lurking for quite a while. At that time, she had been baptized by many dirty things such as royal nobles, and went deeper and deeper on the road of paranoia. In order to recruit Tang San, she even gave up 2 years of cattle and horses, Zhu Gui. When she knew about Hulina, she probably didn't care about Hulina's existence. But now, she is just a girl who is happy and still has some innocence, or a loli. So, Hulina, who was still immersed in joy, was beaten for no reason, and the beating was all directed at her face. Her cute head full of collagen turned into a pig head. But at a young age, she grew up in the spirit hall with her brother after losing her parents, and she was already well versed in human relationships. She realized that she was just a little ugly on the surface, and there was no actual injury. She didn't make a fuss, but just asked Xiaoyu to help her take a leave, and she quietly recovered from her injuries before appearing again. Bibi Dong knew about this and reacted flatly. She didn't care about Qian Rongxiu's feelings or her reaction. She accepted Hulina as a disciple just because she liked her. After accepting her, she felt that maybe this child was worth training. To win over the younger generation and make her a benchmark for the younger generation of the spirit hall. The old men in the worship hall will not easily put Jianrongxiu in the open. Ignoring Jianrongxiu, there is another person who is more suitable than Hulina to be the benchmark of the younger generation of the spirit hall, her dear junior brother. But she never expected that the dignified Haoshan sect would be so weak. What is his current cultivation level? Thinking of Enlan, Bibi Dong felt unhappy, and she didn't know what Enlan's cultivation level was at the moment. After taking over the position of the Pope, she slowly took power. After investigation, she found that the data recorded that Enlan's innate soul power was innate level 2. She felt that it was a lie, and it was a lie full of flaws. Although Enlan himself said that he was innate level 2 soul power, she didn't believe it at all. How could such powerful 2 martial souls only have innate level 2? I want to get rid of Enlan, but I can't find a suitable reason and opportunity. An evil spirit flashed in my eyes. No matter how talented you are, you can't surpass that bastard. I don't care about that bastard, even if he has the same twin martial spirits as me. Sooner or later, he will fall into the abyss with the martial spirit hall. After beating Hulina, Jianrongxiu did vent a lot of anger. And said domineeringly. Since she doesn't like me so much, then I don't like her either. From now on, I, Jianrongxiu, don't have a mother, only a grandfather. Enlan said something more. What about me? You. Turning around and stroking her long hair, she said loudly, my follower will not forget you. Follower? It seems that Miss Jianrongxiu has forgotten her position. It just so happens that the conditions for this month have not yet decided the winner. Come on, try it. Showing the martial spirit strengthened by the fairy grass, Enlan was in high spirits. Jianrongxiu was dazed, feeling the hot breath coming towards her, with a faint breath of light, as if she was facing an angel martial spirit without an angelic appearance. Know what's wrong with you? Chapter 80. The ideas of the older generation are usually difficult for young people to understand. Without saying anything, Enlan challenged. Stretching out his hand, he hooked his fingers. Come here. Before the evolution, Enlan could drag Jianrongxiu to exhaustion with his soul power recovery speed far exceeding that of soul masters of the same level. Now, with the two of them in the third ring, Jianrongxiu has even less advantage. It was because of the innate negative resistance of the angel martial spirit that she was immune to the burning ability and new stun ability of Enlan's martial spirit that she was able to fight. Otherwise, she might not have fought for several rounds. This time of sparring with Jianrongxiu was also a good test of the ability of the golden feathered Luan bird after evolution. In addition to the original sun attribute and fire attribute, there was a trace of light power. But it is not clear whether it is a natural change after the coxcomb phoenix sunflower purified the martial spirit, or the effect of the 5-person fusion used together with the other 4. The result of the 5-person fusion seems to be completely different from the martial spirit fusion skills known in the Soul Master world. Although the strength of the light attribute is very small compared to the other 2, it cannot be ignored. This small point seems to have played an epic strengthening role. The purification resistance to the angel martial spirit is greatly improved. Although it is not directly immune, it is almost 60 to 70% reduced. Secondly, the effect bonus to the soul skills is also considerable. The basic function form has not changed much, but the specific effect is very obvious. The efficiency of the first soul skill energy gathering ring has been improved, and the degree of energy control after the conversion has also been improved a lot. In simple terms, the energy is controlled to condense into a solid, which is stronger and clearer. The original increase ratio is almost doubled on the original basis. Now, it is a 40% increase in flame intensity and self-speed. The second soul skill Sun Flame Wings, the attack power and damage reduction increased to about 35%. The third soul skill Flame Storm, the stun effect has added a forced judgment procedure. As long as the target's mental power within the release range is lower than Enlan, it will be forced to stun for 3 seconds. After learning about Enlan's current soul power level, Jianrongxiu was even more jealous. What did you do when you went out? How come you are on the same level with me? Jianrongxiu was only at level 38 at this time. It was the result of not practicing seriously. If she had practiced seriously, she should have added the 4th soul ring now. I'll tell you when the opportunity is right. Now, let's discuss what the soul of a man is. Say it. Jianrongxiu's tone was not at all low, as if she was the winner. This lady is not afraid at all. Oh, so arrogant. Then, Lan thought of a good idea. Before the next competition, you can't talk about this lady anymore. You have to say something about me. In short, let Jian Rongxiu hold it. You. I know. Jian Rongxiu gritted her teeth as she spoke each word. Good, keep it up. Deeply shocked, she decided to practice hard and went to seclusion. In the next month, she would try not to talk to Lan, and always talk to her. Thinking of that scene, Jian Rongxiu got goosebumps. She went to practice by herself. Lan thought about it and went to find Jian Douluo. The road was smooth and no one stopped them. They entered the angel temple smoothly. Greetings, great worshipper. Jian Douluo seemed to always have the same action and the same line. With his back to Lan, he could not hear the ups and downs of the two words. What's the matter? Although I don't know the reason between Zioxu and senior sister, but isn't it a bad idea to keep it a secret? The longer the time goes, the deeper Zioxu's heart knot will be. The later she knows, the greater the impact it may have on her. As for his personal advice, it is better to make it clear now, so that when she takes the test later, she will be mentally prepared. I have my own plan for this matter. This old man, is he planning to wait for Jian Rongxiu to become an adult before getting rid of Bibi Dong? And then he realized that he might not be able to do anything to Bibi Dong, because she already has the godly inheritance. The old man Jian's thoughts are somewhat difficult to understand. But Lan's position and current identity do not allow him to say too much. If Jian Rongxiu is trained to be a heartless and ruthless true god, it would feel weird. If that really happens, will Jian Rongxiu still be Jian Rongxiu? Thinking from another perspective, if this is really possible, after Jian Rongxiu inherits the godly throne, she should bring the angel god to a new height, right? In that case, I'll take my leave. There are also some small matters. Lan plans to train a few people and have them study spiritual forging and Xian Shui Dan. But there is no need to explain this matter to him in detail. With Jian Rongxiu, Lan is still the former pope's disciple and the current pope's junior brother, with high authority. However, he thought about it and decided to break through level 40 as soon as possible. If he starts to cultivate his own faction now, it will be easy to be strangled by Bibi Dong. After all, she occupies the position of pope, and the temple of worship will not ask about some small matters. Tian Rui, returned to Shuo Academy, did not show his true colors, and still disguised himself as usual. Through the combination of 5 people, he had a vague understanding of the magnetic field rotation that he had been thinking about, so he planned to find a secret place to study it quietly. 2 followers came up. Huo Wushuan and Huo Wu, the brother and sister, worshipped Tian Rui very much. Tian Rui is a cliff-like gap in the Blazing Academy, whether it is the same age or the same level of soul master. This kind of strength deeply attracted the other students. In fact, there are more than 2 brothers and sisters who are followers, but the 2 are more talented, plus the original filter, Tian Rui is more close to the 2. Huo Wushuan is very attentive. Brother Rui, you are not much older than us, how did you practice it? Huo Wu looked up, curious and admiring. How did you practice? Isn't it enough to have hands? The 2 were silent. After dealing with the brother and sister, Tian Rui hid in the room and began to study the rotation of the magnetic field. Now my blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex has mastered the ability to generate electricity by itself. The possession state may be able to accelerate the activity of the body, the activity between cells, amplify the electrical signal, and release it as an electric current. Electric current push.jpg. It feels a bit like the technique of activating cells with lightning in Naruto, but it is different when you think about it carefully. Try. First, sense the cell activity in the body and try to actively control the electrical signal. It is very easy to sense cell activity, but the bioelectric signals between activities are difficult to control. But Tian Rui immediately had a new idea. Use some conductive objects to lay a simple coil around the body, use the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex to release a slight electric current, and transform into a dragon at the same time. Through the influence of the magnetic field, Tian Rui felt the way to control the bioelectric current. Haha! I did it! The magnetic field rotates 990,000 horses. I really have amazing wisdom. Ha ha ha! As soon as the mind relaxed, the feeling disappeared in an instant. Tian Rui hurriedly calmed down and started again. Repeatedly familiarize yourself with it. Chapter 81 Arrangement. Tang Yin, after a long journey, rushed to Zhengzhen city and registered as a blacksmith. He practiced and improved his forging skills. He saw Zhou Suifeng's message about the soul crystal ball. He tried to add crystal materials to the forging, but the effect was not obvious. This thing was not easy to blend with other metal materials. But he found that soul crystal powder can be used to purify some metal purity, and some impurities can be extracted during the forging process, making it easier to achieve 1,000 forgings. In addition, there are some slight special reactions with certain metals. But after staying in Zhengzhen city for 2 months, his soul power broke through to level 39, but he still couldn't break through from 1,000 forgings to a spiritual forging. He left a message for Zhou Suifeng and Ning Yulan in the space, asking them to try to give 1,000 forgings directly, give the materials vitality and observe the difference between life and no life. Finding the difference may be the key to breaking through the spirit forging. All the materials that have completed the 1,000 forging on hand were sent out through the express delivery of the Kaibao branch of Zhengzhen city. It took more than a month. Zhou Suifeng gave a reply first. Directly giving the materials vitality is completely different from the spiritual forging imagined by the 5 people. But when the life addition on the materials was cancelled, he felt a kind of emotional reaction. It was fleeting. After repeated experiments, Zhou Suifeng tried to compare forging. With the help of the blue-silver grass, he expanded his mental power and sensed the changes inside the materials. He found that after the 1,000 forgings were completed, every time the hammer fell, the materials would convey extremely subtle emotions. Perhaps, this is the key. Capturing this emotion, expanding it, and sublimating it should be the completion of spirit forging, or in other words, not spirit forging, but the ability to incorporate it into the body. The key to the inner world. After some time, Ning Yulan also gave a similar reply. But Tang Yin tried dozens of times according to what they said, but he couldn't sense any so-called emotions. It's just that there are some signs of fusion between soul power and materials. It doesn't make sense. Everyone's soul is similar. There is no reason for them to sense it, but I can't. Is it because of the martial soul? The soul power of the clear sky hammer is overbearing and heavy. Unlike the spirituality of the glazed tower and the life of the blue-silver grass, it is naturally not suitable for sensing such delicate work. It is obviously so suitable for iron forging. Or, try a normal hammer. But it doesn't seem to work. He has been practicing the clear sky hammer for too long, and the use of soul power has become a habit. He switched to the blue-silver grass martial soul or the glazed tower martial soul, but he couldn't do the perception that Zhou Suifeng and Ning Yulan said. He entered the space and asked the two to directly share their perception experience at that time. But it seems that there is still something missing. Until later, Tianrui shared his experience of practicing electric current in the space, so that the other 4 people could help him study the practice method of the next realm when they were free. Tang Yin suddenly felt that perhaps he could also use the magnetic field to assist in sensing the changes inside the material, the so-called emotions. But it was not smooth. Now forging cannot be separated from fire. And high temperature will affect the stability of the magnetic field. Directly use electromagnetism to make the material reach the level of 1,000 forgings? Tang Yin had an idea, which would not affect the existence of the magnetic field. However, his current electric current push level. Spreading his hands, there was not a single electric spark. If the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial spirit was not attached to his body, he could not generate electricity by himself. And even if he used the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial spirit, he could not do the thing of forging directly through electromagnetics. But there is still a lot of time, take it slowly. 2 years later, everyone obtained the 4th soul ring, all of which were 10,000 years old. Ning Yulan continued to take the imagined 5-element route, and found a 10,000-year-old fire attribute soul beast to obtain the additional effect of the fire attribute. The soul power level is around level 42. The research on Xian Shui pill has yielded some results, but it has not been completed yet. Some pills that can improve human quality have been obtained. The input is not proportional to the output, and the calculation of the efficacy and the input of medicinal materials is a complete waste. But in the eyes of other people in the 7 Treasures glazed sect, this is already very good. Although the improvement is small, it is also an improvement. Tianrui's 4th soul ring was obtained from a 10,000-year-old blazing light fire kite. Like the colorful light glazed peacock of the 3rd soul ring, it also contains a trace of phoenix blood. After breaking through level 40, he began to look for it. It took him several months to encounter this soul beast and obtain an amplification soul skill, which opened a 30-minute bathing state. The basic states such as flame intensity, attack power, speed, and strength were improved by 100%, and the flame increased the magic breaking attribute. He named it Chaiwan Feathering. This is not important. What is important is that the martial soul field has been activated. The newly appeared field does not cover a large area, only about 300 meters. According to the performance, there are generally 4 effects. Within the domain, every attack of Tianrui, whether physical or energy, will carry the attributes of light and sun, doubling the damage. Secondly, suppress the power of dark attributes and their derivative attributes. According to Tianrui's level, the maximum suppression is 100%, while non-dark attributes and related derivative ability targets will reduce defense and output. Third, if it is a soul master related to the sun, light, and fire attributes, they will enjoy the amplification effect within the domain. According to Tianrui's will focus, the minimum is 10% and the maximum is 50%. Fourth, there is also a certain healing effect. Of course, the consumption is also very terrifying. With his 44th level soul power after absorbing the soul ring, it can only support 3 minutes at full power. With Zhou Suifeng and Tang Yin, use the martial soul fusion technique to take it down. Over at Shuo Academy, seeing Tianrui's 10,000 year 4th ring, it was simply amazing. Although some people are curious about the secret behind it, no one has secretly taken action. In addition, he concealed it well, and not many people knew about it. It was the dean of Shuo who called the person over and asked directly in person. I want to know if others can do it. Huo Washuan and Huo Wu, brother and sister, are a family with the dean. I'm sorry, dean. He just said that. Tianrui did not explain the reason, leaving the dean to figure it out. The dean looked at Tianrui in silence, with a struggle in his heart. Tianrui looked at him calmly, not worried about the other party's robbery. The worst thing would be death. Just wait and see whether I will take revenge on Blazing Academy after I am resurrected. After several hesitations, the dean did not do anything to rob. Although he was a little disappointed, he did not force it. After all, it is an academy, not a clan. If it is a clan, if you don't take it out, it means betraying the family and dying. Although the Soul Master who founded Blazing Academy has now become a good small family, the success and failure of the Academy are also due to the Academy. They are too deeply influenced by the atmosphere of the Academy, which is very different from other simple Soul Master families in the Soul Master world. Tian Shui Academy and Kamikaze Academy are similar. Thunder Academy has a close relationship with Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. Although it belongs to the same Element Academy as the three, the private relationship is just average. The dean asked again. Are you willing to represent the Academy in this year's Soul Master competition? Chapter 82 Progress. In the year 2634, the Soul Master competition held every 5 years is coming to this year. I'm sorry, Dean. Tianrui shrugged. I'm not interested in the Soul Master competition. How can a real battle be confined to a place like the ring? There are so many conditions and restrictions. How can it test comprehensive strength? At this time, Tianrui looked like a young man of his age. The dean answered with a smile. So, it is named as a competition. The young people participating in the competition are the future of the Soul Master world. If it is as you said, it will become a cruel and bloody competition. I am afraid that it will not be held for a few times before it will evolve into a more violent armed conflict. In the conflict, it may even evolve into a war. Similar to the Olympics? But the Olympics did not seem to prevent the outbreak of war. People who hold the right to speak see enough benefits and don't care whether you compete or not. You will die anyway. Since you don't plan to participate in the competition, when are you going to graduate? Tianrui's level is enough to graduate from Blazing Academy. Graduation? I didn't say I was going to graduate. The dean was very surprised. Then you are so young, you don't want to go around the mainland to see the world, and you are planning to retire? I said, Dean, when I enrolled before, I had conditions. You are not old enough to have dementia, right? Conditions? What conditions? After recalling for a moment, the dean rang. Tian Shui College. Yes. It was agreed before. I joined Shuo College in order to get in touch with the girls of Tian Shui College more easily. But in the past 2 years, there have been only a few gatherings. I can't leave the college now. In order to let Tianrui join Shuo as soon as possible, the dean readily agreed to this condition. Which one do you like? I'll help you to find a match. He suddenly became curious about which girl Tianrui likes. The two colleges have a good relationship. If he helps to find a match, the chance of success is not small. I like them all. Dean, good guy. Just kidding, Dean. I won't participate in this session. Even if I participate, I won't get a good ranking with my current strength. The next session, no, the next session, if I have nothing to do, I can participate. At that time, I won't reach the age limit. As for now, I will stay in school as an assistant teacher. I can help train Huowu and the others. This kid is totally confusing, but the dean agreed to let Tianrui stay in school. And he is very welcome. He also readily agreed to help train Huowu and others. They are all young people, maybe they are easier to talk to than old men, and they can get a secret or two from Tianrui. Goodbye, Dean. Seeing Tianrui leave, the dean shook his head. It's a pity that this kid doesn't seem to like the female students in the academy well, compared with Tianshui College, it seems to be a little worse. Thinking back to the past, he also had indescribable youthful years for the girls in Tianshui. After helping Tianrui capture the soul beast, Tang Yin also found a soul beast as the fourth soul ring. He found a power-type soul beast with lightning attributes to see if he could make the clear sky hammer charged, and then help sense the emotions of the forging materials. The soul skills produced were barely good enough. Half amplification and half attack. Increase the attack speed by 40%, and the hammer is thrown out as a flying hammer attack, with a locking effect. There will be a certain degree of vibration when attacking, limiting the target's movement. After the soul hunting was over, he went straight back to Zhengzhen City to continue to overcome the problem of spiritual forging. He had already made some breakthroughs. By chance, when he was swinging the hammer, the soul power miraculously merged with the material. Looking back at the state at that time, I was completely focused, with only the idea of hammer and forging, and then I found the trick. However, it is still a long way from spiritual forging, perhaps it can be called the first level of 1000 forgings? On Onlin's side, he and Qian Rongxiu obtained the fourth soul ring together. After learning about the changes on Tianrui's side, he also wanted to find a soul beast with phoenix blood to strengthen it, but his luck did not seem to be as good as Tianrui's. I searched for it but didn't meet it, and finally chose a fire skylark with light attributes. I got a group attack soul skill of flame meteor. The only consolation is that the flame intensity has been increased a little bit. As for the research on soul core, there is still no progress. It doesn't seem to be a problem with soul power control. Write it down, and when you overwrite it later, let the other 4 people not choose this soul beast. After Zhou Suifeng and Tang Yin Tianrui hunted soul beasts, they planned to take the 3 sisters to the northern border to live for a while, and collect information about the soul beasts in the frozen forest. Even the Wuhan Hall does not have much additional information about the soul beasts in the far north. But Zhu Zuyun reached level 20, and she had to find a soul beast. And Zhou Suifeng himself stayed at level 50 for a while. After taking the fairy grass, he hunted the Wanyan Qinglian. At that time, he was already level 44 after absorbing the soul ring. It took more than a year to upgrade to level 50, which was a bit slow compared to the previous practice speed. But it's normal. On the one hand, the soul power level as it was far superior to the previous one. Moreover, he practiced on his own and did not use his martial soul to devour the energy of other plant soul beasts. After being strengthened by the black jade bamboo, the blood of ordinary plant soul beasts had no effect on his blue-silver grass martial soul. Moreover, Zhou Suifeng spent a considerable amount of time studying the 4th soul skill, the blue-silver-green lotus. He wanted to integrate the active ability of the blue-silver-green lotus into the field and make it a normal ability. However, at present, he only managed to use more than one green lotus at the same time, and did not successfully integrate its ability into the blue-silver field. At the end of the road, a carriage approached from afar, moving leisurely on the road at a slow speed. On the frame, a man with a wooden face and short green hair pulled the reins stiffly to control the carriage. The direction of advance. That was Zhou Suifeng's straw puppet. Today, it can do the same as ordinary people. Its combat ability even exceeds that of ordinary control-type soul masters of level 20 or 30. With the addition of the life of the 2nd soul skill of the Glazed Tower, it can basically be the same as ordinary people in a short period of time. In the carriage, Zhou Suifeng was checking Zhu Zuking's body, literally. Checking literally. After a while, the meridians can be opened up. She is more than 3 years old. After being toyed with by Zhou Suifeng for a while, she was very dissatisfied and puffed up her face. But she didn't make people angry at all with her little appearance, and she wanted to tease her. Zhou Suifeng raised his hand and pinched her face again. After such a long time of self-cultivation, Zhou Suifeng no longer had the paranoia and hatred he had when he first resumed contact with everyone. The gentle breath of blue-silver grass permeated his body, giving people the first impression that he was a gentle nobleman. Sometimes, Zhu Ziyun would blur the relationship between the two sides and forget about the Zhu family. After coming back to his senses, he felt very complicated. Zhu Ziyu, maybe he had almost forgotten about her. Where are we going now? After getting his mood back, Zhu Ziyun asked. Zhou Suifeng replied casually, not looking up while playing with Zhu Zuqing. First, find a place to settle them, and then take you to add soul rings. The final destination is the Xingda Great Forest, but before that, the second cat and the kitten must be arranged. Zhou Suifeng had already prepared who would take care of them. Ning Yulan. He planned to temporarily send the two to Kaibao City, Ning Yulan's territory. With that guy's current status as the young master, there would be no problem. Chapter 83 Kaibao City. Arrived at Kaibao City, Zhu Ziyun was very surprised. Although there were no obvious decorations of gold, jade and agate in the streets and alleys, it made people feel that this place was so damn luxurious. Where is this place? The headquarters of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, the Seven Treasures City. It is composed of the descendants of the people recruited by the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect over the years, relatives and people who want to be lucky enough to join the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect. After years of development, it has formed its current appearance. The specific location, Ning Yulan had arranged it long before Zhou Suifeng arrived. It was an inconspicuous corner of the city. The people living around it were all relatives who had been in the sect for 3 generations. In addition, he arranged a team of confidants to take care of them secretly. Zhu Ziyun was still a little worried. Only 7 years old, and one was more than 3 years old. Just leave them in a strange place? Zhou Suifeng, who was no longer so irritable, was very patient, but he was too lazy to explain too much to her. He only said one sentence. If you don't want to go a long way, then go to the soul hunting forest, pick a soul beast to deal with, and go and come back quickly. Zhu Ziyun only felt a breath of air nestled in her chest, and her chest was stuffy and painful. Will you die if you comfort her a little? However, she would never dare to say such words directly. If she really said them, Zhou Suifeng might have something more heartwarming waiting for her. She could only comfort herself. This guy has worked hard to bring the third sister and the youngest sister to the present. He should not let them get into trouble easily. He also used so many things. In addition to the soul power to open up the meridians, Zhou Suifeng used some unfinished Xian Shui Dan, whale glue, etc. on the 3 sisters. However, they did not know what those things were called, but they felt very comfortable when using them. Met with Ning Yulan privately and chatted for a few words. Take Zhu Ziyun to the Xingda Great Forest. After the two left, Ning Yulan originally planned to return to the sect to continue his own business, but after thinking about it, there was actually no difference between returning to the sect and staying outside, just changing the place. Personally take charge, the 2 sisters live next door to the courtyard. In order to avoid any unpleasant accidents. After the 2 little girls were gone, the 2 traveled lightly and very quickly. It took only a few days to reach Soto City and take a short rest. What do you think? Zhou Suifeng wanted to ask Zhu Ziyun what her goals were and what plans she had for her martial soul. However, she was a little confused when she was asked this question suddenly. Before she had time to learn more about her martial soul, she was taken away from the Duke's mansion by Zhou Suifeng. Zhou Suifeng waited for her answer. He had trained her for such a long time. In addition to physical strength, fighting skills and other training, he also did not skimp on the knowledge of soul masters he knew. She fell into deep thought. After a while, she gave an answer. Speed and attack power. It was quite standard. It was not surprising. But Zhou Suifeng asked again. That's it, nothing else. Zhu Ziyun shook her head, unable to think of any better choice for the time being. Zhou Suifeng was a little disappointed and didn't say anything more. Recalling the information about the Zhu family that he had read. The girls of the Zhu family in all generations, basically have 3 soul skills in the first 4 soul rings. Netherworld Stab, Netherworld 100 Claws, Netherworld Slash. Thrust, single target attack, speed doubles when attacking, allowing you to approach the enemy or retreat more quickly. 100 Claws, also single target attack, rotating stab, continuous attack on one point, each attack carries a piercing effect, the more times it is stacked, the higher the damage, as long as it causes a little defense break, it can break the surface with a point, and the soul power enters the target's body to destroy the meridians. However, according to written records, there are very few people who have stacked 100 layers, 20 layers. All of the above are rare. Netherworld Slash, put your hands together, condense the scattered claw blades into a foot-long energy light blade, with good damage, explosive ability. Some people are the third ring, some are the fourth ring. These three abilities look good. From shallow to deep, from low to high, step by step. But the soul ring records of male members of the Zhu family are quite different from those of female members. Although the overlap ratio of the three soul skills is not small, Zhou Suifeng found that the hunting record of the first 10,000-year soul ring in the record belonging to the heir of the head of the family was very vague, with only one word nether as a written record, and it was completely unclear what soul beast it was. This made him very interested, and he spent a long time sorting out the information of the Zhu family. After careful comparison, he found a clue. This netherworld should refer to the netherworld spirit cat. The Zhu family may have mastered a place where the soul beast netherworld spirit cat appeared, without leaving any written records, and only passed it on by word of mouth among the heads of the family. In this way, they may have always had the ambition to get rid of the Dai family and become the host. So I chose the nether spirit cat as the first 10,000-year soul ring, hoping to purify the blood and evolve the martial soul. But the effect doesn't seem to be very good. The nether spirit cat martial soul is still so ordinary, and the relationship with the Dai family has not changed at all. It's just that the fusion skills of the nether white tiger seem to be stronger from generation to generation. Zhou Suifeng felt at first that the head of the Zhu family had a problem with his brain. If you want to evolve the nether spirit cat martial soul, you should choose a higher level soul beast, various tigers. Unlike the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus rex, it is already at the top of the common beast martial soul. There is no choice but to find various sub-dragons. After putting down the information, I thought again, but I realized that I only looked for the soul beast of the nether spirit cat, maybe it was a last resort. It is true that it would be easier to evolve if I found a higher level tiger soul beast, but once the Dai family found out, the Zhu family would not have a good ending. Besides, the head of the family who might have done this didn't want to completely get rid of the nether white tiger as a trump card, but just wanted to improve his status and be on par with the Dai family. It was no longer the Zhu family's girl who entered the Dai family unilaterally. The nether spirit cat soul beast, if there is time later, maybe you can try it. Even if it can't evolve, it's good to increase some of the origin. But it's definitely not possible now. Zhou Suifeng guessed the approximate location of that place, which is somewhere in the south of the Xingluo Empire, too far away. After leaving Kaibao City, it took 10 days to arrive at the Xingda Great Forest. Entering the familiar camp, Zhou Suifeng wandered around and hired a soul hunting team to help them find soul beasts. He wanted to try whether the strange luck he had in the soul hunting team before was still there, and whether the soul bones would explode this time. As for Zhu Ziyun's specific soul beast choice, the agile attack system, assassin, generally has two development directions. Either, if you miss a shot, you can escape thousands of miles away. Or, if you kill everyone who sees me, it's a perfect infiltration violent flow. The Zhu family's original match was good, but now, the three of them are Zhou Suifeng's property, and there is no need to consider the relationship between the nether white tiger. Even if it is an experiment, Zhou Suifeng wants to be perfect. Whether it is the speed flow or the violent flow, the most important thing is to lay the foundation with low-level soul rings, or mainly with amplification and supplemented by attack. He has already envisioned several soul beasts. Chapter 84 Cats, and Cats. After a few days of trekking, walking, and stopping in the forest. In the early morning, the team prepared to rest. Zhou Suifeng also set up the tent and was calling Zhu Ziyun to come over. The blue-silver domain suddenly sensed the activity of soul beasts around. Stop the action and sense carefully. The evolution of the nether spirit cat martial soul is one attribute and the other bloodline. Taking both sides into consideration, Zhou Suifeng has asked the team to move from dusk to the first half of the night these days. Nether attribute soul beasts are mostly active in this time period. Although there are other times, the probability of encountering them during this time period is the highest. Entering the tent and letting Zhu Ziyun in, Zhou Suifeng spread his spiritual power and saw the appearance of the soul beast. Shadow cat? Age, about the same. This soul beast was within Zhou Suifeng's expectations. A rough observation showed that it had not exceeded 1,000 years, which was very suitable. Looking at its movement trajectory, it would pass by the temporary camp of himself and others. Or, it was heading here. Shadow cats like to follow human activities entering the forest. When hunting souls, whether humans or soul beasts die, they can take advantage. And they like to look for things left by humans. Giving Zhu Ziyun a look, the two walked out of the tent and waited by the campfire. The team leader, Zhang San, came over to say hello. He is level 46, Beast Martial Soul Power Ape. There are 4 people in the team, and the lowest level is a food system of level 26. It's getting late. We are on guard. You two should go to rest quickly. The attitude is very attentive. When hiring, Zhou Suifeng was very straightforward and gave all the remuneration directly. Generally speaking, before the start, generally not so much will be given, and all the bills will be settled after the soul hunting is over. Zhou Suifeng was too lazy to argue. In his previous life, he always liked to pay the bill first when eating, and he was too lazy to bother afterwards. Besides, he was not short of money. He took away so many treasures from the Duke's mansion, and there was also the activity funds provided by Ning Yuan. Some small soul master clans were not as rich as Zhou Suifeng. Captain Zhang, don't worry about us. There are soul beasts coming. Sensing that the kitten was getting closer and closer, Zhou Suifeng reminded him. Captain Zhang San was stunned for a moment, then turned his head suspiciously, but found nothing. Looking at his 3 team members, there was no reaction. It seems a bit inappropriate to doubt your boss, but... Smiling with a stiff expression, Zhang San turned around to ask, where is the soul beast? Zhou Suifeng has already controlled the blue-silver grass and driven the shadow cat out. Zhang San reacted quickly, turned around and released his martial soul to attack, and sent a signal to his 3 teammates at the same time. 4 people surrounded, but no one wave took down the shadow cat that was less than 1,000 years old. The soul beast reacted faster. Although he didn't know why the surrounding blue-silver grass suddenly drove him away, he felt the murderous aura of humans, hid forward, and got into the shadow beside the campfire, activated the shadow ability, and disappeared directly in the eyes of the 4 people. Interesting, the name of the shadow. Zhou Suifeng muttered. However, there is nothing interesting about this kind of battle, so he still controlled the blue-silver grass. It directly destroyed its state of being indistinguishable from the shadow of the fire. It hid in the shadow, and under the contrast of the fire, it seemed to disappear completely, but in fact it just used its own energy to echo the dark element and eliminate its own breath to achieve the effect of disappearing from sight. Those over 1,000 years old will have the special ability of short-term shadow escape, and those over 50,000 years old will evolve the special ability of truly blending into the shadow, but it is rare. After Zhou Suifeng's help several times, the 4 people finally took it down and sent it over. From beginning to end, they didn't even notice Zhou Suifeng's intervention, and just thought that the shadow cat's own ability was insufficient, so it was frequently exposed. Nodding casually, not bothering to pay attention to them, looking at Zhu Ziyun, Zhou Suifeng said lightly. This is the second soul ring I envisioned, suitable for you. You can also continue to choose the original route. I'll give you 10 minutes to consider. After speaking, he retracted his sight and stared at the dying soul beast. Zhou Suifeng pondered, wondering if it would explode soul bones. In less than a minute, Zhu Ziyun made a move. She took a deep breath and walked directly to the soul beast. Her thoughts were very clear. Before there was a decisive resistance, it was best to do everything Zhou Suifeng said. It's good for her and her 2 sisters. Get started, understand soul beasts, absorb soul rings, there is nothing to say. While she was absorbing, Zhou Suifeng pulled the remains of the shadow cat. Seeing his actions, the 4 members of the soul hunting team were nervous and expectant. Expecting the soul bone to explode, nervousness is also the soul bone explosion, but then the 2 sides cannot be reconciled. Gee! Why does this shadow cat have 3 eyes? The soul bone was not checked, but Zhou Suifeng found that this cat had a 3rd eye on its forehead. Does the shadow cat have this kind of mutation? Or is this not a shadow cat? A hybrid of a 3-eyed spirit fox? Seeing that nothing appeared, the 4 members of the team breathed a sigh of relief, which was good. Can only we be together with more than 2 people and team up with others to explode soul bones? A thought popped up in his mind, and then he shook his head and did the experiment later. After half an hour, Zhu Ziyun finished absorbing. Without waiting for Zhou Suifeng to ask, he took the initiative to explain his second soul skill in a low voice. After using the soul skill, she will enter a similar ability to the Shadow Cat escape, eliminating her breath and reducing her soul power consumption by 30%, which will last for 10 minutes. During the duration, she will not be controlled or locked by single attack abilities. The goal was achieved, and everyone took a short rest. At dawn, they evacuated to the forest. Walking out of the tree where they were camping, Zhou Suifeng suddenly found that something was wrong with Zhu Ziyun. Her eyes seemed to be afraid of light, and she kept squinting unconsciously. There were so many people and it was difficult to check, so he could only wait until he left the forest. Rush to the soul hunting town. Find a hotel and book a room, and wait for her to take a shower. Zhou Suifeng called her over, held her face, and came close to observe carefully. Zhu Ziyun held her breath unconsciously, and her heartbeat was like a drum. Could it be that today? After observing for a long time, Zhou Suifeng didn't see any clues, but still felt that something was wrong. Let her lie on the bed and prepare to check her body in depth. Clenching her fists, Zhu Ziyun looked at the simple bed with a dim look in her eyes. I didn't expect it to be in this place. Haha. Take a deep breath, make up your mind, lie down neatly, spread your hands and feet slightly, like a wooden man. Zhou Suifeng raised his hand and placed it on her chest, spreading blue and silver threads, starting from the heart, carefully checking. When his palm fell, he suddenly lost his mind. It's just a soul ring, but the improvement is so great. It's beyond one hand. Close your eyes and lower your gaze, gather your mind, and concentrate on investigating. Seeing his actions, Zhu Ziyun's emotions were complicated and his brain was blank. This again. Could this guy be not good? After several inspections, he found alien soul power near the upper dantian, Yintang a cup ointment and eye sockets. Somewhat like soul bone? WTF? Question. Head soul bone? This part may be the head soul bone. But the shadow cat is only more than 800 years old, which is too young. If it was the limbs, Zhou Suifeng could still replace them, but the head and torso were difficult to deal with. That's not right. If it was a soul bone, how could it enter her body directly? Wait, could it be an external soul bone? Retract the blue-silver thread. But before the conscious reaction, the hand subconsciously rubbed it. Zhu Ziyun, Zhou Suifeng. 85 Chapter 85 Zhu Ziyun, what attitude should I use to treat this person? 85. The air was silent for a while, making people dry-mouthed. Zhou Suifeng coughed twice and asked her to get up. Summon the martial soul, drive the soul power, and travel through the meridians of the whole body. Seeing that she was still a little absent-minded, he frowned. Zhou Suifeng stretched out his finger and poked her waist, and a subtle electric light flashed. Zhu Ziyun shivered and sat up in an instant. Well, it seems that I should have gotten started with this electric current push. I will study it more carefully when I have time. Getting up, Zhu Ziyun felt a tingling sensation in her waist and eyes. It took her a while to come back to her senses. According to what Zhou Suifeng said, she used her luck to mobilize the soul power. After a few weeks, the corners of the eyes on both sides were raised to the temples, and some blue stratum corneum appeared. It was very thin and could easily be seen as a tattoo if you didn't pay attention. Mysterious patterns swirled around the temples, turned back along the eyebrows, and finally fell to the bottom of the eyes on both sides of the nose. It's really an external soul bone. It looks like it should be an external soul bone for the eyes. When this thing appeared, her pupils also changed color. Her eyes, which were originally black, turned into dark blue pupils. When Zhu Ziyun heard Zhou Suifeng say that he had merged the soul bone, she was also overjoyed, but then she was stunned. Soul bone? Will this guy kill me and dig out my bones? Looking at her reaction, you can tell what she is thinking, Zhou Suifeng said disdainfully. It's just a soul bone. Zhou Suifeng was a little curious about the ability of the soul bone. After leaving the hotel, they found a forest outside and had a wild battle in the forest. After several hours of fighting, she roughly figured out the ability of this soul bone. In some cases, it is very useless, but on another level, it is very amazing. The specific function is to help her lock on the weaknesses of the target. After opening the soul bone, her eyes will become a kind of magic eye. For low levels, the effect is average, but this is an external soul bone. If the age is increased, maybe it can achieve demon eyes of death? The magic eyes of death are a bit exaggerated. But this ability is very suitable for her. And after using this thing, it can also increase the power of her second soul ring. Conversely, when using the second soul skill, the effect of this soul bone is also improved. Don't easily expose the existence of this soul bone. If you are killed, don't expect me to avenge you. Zhou Suifeng had the idea of digging out this external soul bone in his mind for a few seconds. She had just absorbed it not long ago, so it must not be completely integrated. But the ability of this soul bone is not very suitable for the 5 people. The 5 people all took the frontal route of overwhelming others with force and grand and domineering. This ability is obviously more suitable for speed assassins. In addition, the previous feel is very memorable. Zhu Ziyun's soul ring has been solved, and Zhou Suifeng still needs the 5th soul ring. He plans to look for this 5th soul ring carefully. According to his own physique, it starts at 30,000 years. If it goes well, the plan of covering high-year soul rings will be launched immediately. It is inconvenient for her to follow, so she will be sent back to Kaibao City first. Back in Kaibao City, Zhou Suifeng was a little surprised to find Ning Yulin next door. Then he went to meet him. Talking about his 5th soul ring. Tang Yin and I are enough. Let's find the location of the blue-silver forest. The strength of the blue-silver grass is already enough, and it will get higher and higher as the level increases. The 4th soul ring also has negative resistance. He has 2 goals for this 5th soul ring. First, to increase mental power and increase the ability to control the various forms of the blue-silver grass. Second, of course, to continue to increase the life attribute. In the past 2 years, he has thought a lot about the development of the blue-silver grass. The blue-silver grass does not have any powerful abilities and attributes. Elements, strength, speed, and trying to develop in these aspects, but it is inferior. Although it is not as stupid as Master Yu and Tang Fozu adding poison to the blue-silver grass, it is also a matter of playing to one's weaknesses and avoiding one's strengths. These attributes can be added, but it is best not to cultivate them as the main direction. If the ultimate goal is not to become a god, but just a relatively powerful titled Douluo, these don't matter. Any attribute can strengthen the blue-silver grass. But if you want to become a god, it's better to be pure. And he thought of someone. In Huo Yuhao's era, there seemed to be a person whose soul ring was a full amplification type. He made his own way with his own combat skills. Blue-silver grass is very suitable for this route. Its form is very simple to go in the physical direction. Moreover, by raising the life strength, it can also amplify the power of the fusion with other people's martial spirits. Looking for the blue-silver forest is not for the 5th soul ring, but to cover the high-age soul rings later, so that others can accurately find the high-age blue-silver grass. As for the specific choice of this 5th soul ring, Ning Yulin and Enlan helped collect some information about soul beasts that are said to be related to the ancient tree of life. Zhou Suifeng is going to verify them one by one. If the real ancient tree of life can be directly absorbed, it would be perfect, and the vitality will definitely be amplified to an extremely terrifying level. But this is unlikely. The 5 people guessed that there should be 2 places where the ancient tree of life is likely to exist. One is the real core area of the Star Do Great Forest, the center of the Lake of Life. There seems to be a tree on the island in the middle of the lake. Even if it is not the real tree of life, it should be a very similar subspecies. There is definitely another place, the God Realm, the God of Life. But if he had the ability to get the ancient tree of life from her, why would he need to grow so poorly now? After talking with Ning Yulin, he returned to the next door. Took 2 days to rest. I will be away for 2 months at the shortest and half a year at the longest. You should pay attention to your cultivation. When I come back, if you find that the result is too different from my calculation, you should be prepared. Throw it to Zhu Ziyun said, pinched Zhu Zuking's still chubby face, and patted Zhu Ziyu's shoulder. Set off to meet Tang Yin. Zhu Ziyun watched the people go away and slowly closed the door. When he arrived at the uninhabited place, he summoned his martial soul and used blue-silver filaments to weave a giant eagle, and the second soul skill of the glazed tower gave it life. Get the flying mount. Tang Yin hurried on his way, and halfway through, he saw Zhou Suifeng falling from the sky. Fuck! Glancing at him, Zhou Suifeng raised his hand and wiped the soul guide, pouring out a pile of materials of various shapes. They were all the strange metals that Ning Yulan had collected during this period, as well as some gems with special textures, crystals, etc. Tang Yin checked them one by one, and stuffed them into his soul guide with a smile. At the beginning, he studied forging to help Ning Yulan study the method of nourishing the soul with tools. Now, he himself has become somewhat fond of the process of iron making. Watching the rough materials become the desired shape, he felt like creating life and felt a sense of accomplishment. Zhou Suifeng, how is the forging going? Can it be used? Tang Yin took out 3 things and handed them over after sorting them out. A short knife as long as an arm and a short spear. I don't know how to describe the remaining one, which looks a bit like a mosquito coil, with circles of spirals and dark blue lines. 86 Chapter 86 Blue-Silver Haoshan Fusion Technique. 86. This is my highest level thing at the moment. Tang Yin explained. Now we can capture the emotions smoothly, sublimate the activity, and integrate a certain amount of soul power for use. However, it is still a little far from spiritual forging, giving real spirituality, and integrating into the body. I call these 2 soul power conduction weapons, you can understand them as the chakra conduction weapons in Naruto. This spiral tower is my own research. It is used to amplify the magnetic field and practice things driven by electric current. The effect is very good. I should be able to use a current of about 2000 volts now. A standard 10 cubic centimeter iron ingot can be completely melted in 5 minutes. This bastard, quietly hiding it from everyone, actually reached this level by himself. There have been so many space meetings in the past 2 years, and he can actually hold back without saying a word? Zhou Suifeng's eyes were empty. The 4 of them, the highest power of the current now is at most a few hundred volts, not more than 1000. Of course, if the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial spirit is used, it will naturally exceed this power. What the 2 are talking about now is to ignore the martial spirit and use willpower, mental power, to act on the high-speed activity of body cells to create the power of electric current. He tried 2 weapons first. After inputting soul power, a faint light appeared on the short knife, which was sharp enough to cut hair. The short spear, however, became slightly longer after inputting soul power, which increased its penetration. After using the spiral tower, Zhou Suifeng nodded. Indeed, it was of great help in practicing electric current. Seeing his reaction, Tang Yin was very proud and talked about the further experimental direction. I'm going to try to see if adding animal blood or human blood can awaken the spirit. Yet. Nodding, Zhou Suifeng took out a map. The location of the soul beasts that Ning Yulan and Enlan helped investigate was marked on it. Tang Yin came over. The Lost Grand Canyon cannot be visited now, as people from the Spirit Hall frequently appear there. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Suifeng stretched out his hand. Let's go here first. At the bottom of the map, in the southwest of the Xingluo Empire, there is a small soul beast habitat. In addition to the 3 major soul beast gathering places of Star Forest, Sunset Forest, and Frozen Forest, there are many soul beast habitats of various sizes scattered throughout the continent. In small habitats, it is generally difficult for soul beasts to break through 10,000 years. If the survival of nearby humans is threatened, the Spirit Hall or the Empire will mobilize teams to hunt them down. But the 3 forces will not take the initiative to investigate these small gathering places. They usually go to the 2 soul beast gathering places with more species and more numbers. In this era, the Frozen Forest is not regarded as an existence of the same level as the Sunset Star Forest. Continue to summon the Flying Mount and go straight. Rush to the first place. Alas, it's a little bit off. A lush giant tree in the valley with blue leaves. Looking down from the sky, it looks like a bunch of strange blue thorns in the sun. The age does not match, and this soul beast has toxins. Next place. The age is enough, the race is a little off, and the improvement is not big, so change it again. The 3rd, the 4th. Where do you think the golden ancient tree will be? On the back of the blue-silver flying eagle, Zhou Suifeng asked a question after confirming the next location. Tang Yin's hands were crackling with electricity, and he carefully used electromagnetics to temper the things in his hands. Hiss, it's a little hot. Direct electromagnetic purification is not as easy to control as using a hammer. Reduce the voltage. The golden ancient tree should be another name for the ancient tree of life, right? These 2 should be the same thing. No one knows where Shrek got that tree from. It should not be the same existence, right? Zhou Suifeng muttered. Among the information that the two helped to investigate, there was a soul beast called the Golden Tree. I don't know if it has anything to do with the later Golden Ancient Tree. I seem to remember someone saying that the Golden Ancient Tree is the evolution of Ayin after fusing with the Tree of Life. Ayin Blue Silver Emperor plus the Ancient Tree of Life equals the Golden Ancient Tree? Zhou Suifeng summoned his own blue silver grass. In terms of strength and toughness alone, it has absorbed the black jade divine bamboo. After that, it was already above the blue silver emperor, the only difference was the level and a little vitality. Moving around in circles according to the distance of the location, it traveled for several days. Still didn't find a satisfactory target. Halfway through, Zhou Suifeng encountered a continuous thundercloud, and secretly said that it was bad luck and turned around. Passing through the clear sky area. In 2 months, he went to various places, and finally went to the Star-Do Great Forest. Are you sure this is it? Don't change it. Tang Yin covered his nose and looked at the soul beast not far away from him vigilantly. That's it. Zhou Suifeng also lost his patience. This one is probably the most suitable one so far, with the right age and good ability. Ancient tree in the fantasy world. This tree meets Zhou Suifeng's requirements in terms of vitality. Even in places with a lack of water and soil, it can survive tenaciously. Secondly, it will bloom, and the fragrance of the flower has a hallucinogenic effect, with some spiritual attributes. Which move? Zhou Suifeng spread out his domain to dispel the hallucinogenic flower fragrance. Tang Yin put down his hand and asked which martial soul he was going to use for fusion. Just blue silver grass and clear sky hammer. Small noise, fast speed, hurry up. The two of them specialized in blue silver grass and clear sky hammer respectively. These two martial souls have soul rings, and the fusion skills are the most powerful. Tang Yin mobilized his soul power and prepared to respond. Zhou Suifeng squatted down and first spread the domain to command the surrounding blue silver grass for easy use later. Get ready, release the blue silver grass martial soul, and respond to Tang Yin's clear sky hammer. The blue and black soul power blended and spread. Energy rolled, and the wind blew the grass low. The faint ripples stopped. The two figures did not disappear, and there seemed to be no obvious changes, but the two martial souls disappeared. The fusion of blue silver and clear sky is a domain-type soul skill similar to that of Zhu Gui and the others. It's just that the effect of the bipolar static domain is to solidify the activities of the target within the coverage range. And this Lanhao twin formation is to merge the life of the blue-silver grass with the power of the Haoshan hammer. Within the range, the two people will attack according to their thoughts. One breath. Give Tang Yin a look, indicating that he should burst out his soul power in one breath. Zhou Suifeng pointed his right sword horizontally to the ground, took a deep breath, and lifted it up suddenly. Blue-silver sky break. God, I messed with you guys. I'm always breaking here or there. Like an earthquake, the ground shook, the land cracked, and countless blue-silver grasses rose from the ground. The ancient tree sensed the danger, and the crown shook. Some flower buds that were not yet ready to bloom bloomed instantly, and the flowers that had already bloomed were injected with vitality by the ancient tree, and the petals expanded instantly. After a few breaths, the appearance of the ancient tree could no longer be seen, surrounded by large and small dark green petals. The light green pollen airwave visible to the naked eye rotated and spread. The pollen not only had a hallucinogenic effect, but also had physical damage. The dense dust rubbed the blue-silver grass, as if to destroy it. But it just made the blue-silver grass swing in different arcs, without causing any damage. 87 Chapter 87 Blue-Silver Grass 5th Soul Ring. 87. The manifestation of physical damage surprised Zhou Suifeng, but it was a pity that it was useless. The blue-silver grass that attacked the ancient tree was a new version that integrated the power of the clear sky hammer. Even if it did not have the strength of the clear sky hammer, it still had the substitute of the black jade divine bamboo. The pollen airwave did not even make any blue-silver grass produce a swaying arc. The soul beasts of the 10,000-year level already have very clear spiritual intelligence. It's just that the plant system is limited by its own race and is not as flexible as the animal system soul beasts. But now, the ancient tree also sensed the danger. Seeing that the pollen did not play a defensive role, the petals fell off and began to explode. But it still failed to damage the blue-silver grass, and as the explosion continued, Zhou Suifeng could sense that its state was constantly declining. This explosion effect seems to be a way of actively condensing vitality. Vitality bomb? Can it kill people? Will it not replenish the opponent's status in return? He shook his head secretly. In the second stage of the attack, Zhou Suifeng still directed with his sword. The blue-silver grass that broke out of the ground swayed without wind. The crown of the ancient tree moved, the branches swayed wildly, and the leaves fell. Soon, they fell to the ground. A black and blue, thick, strong, long, and straight super-large blue-silver grass penetrated the ancient tree and soared into the sky. This is the sky breaking. In the first stage, the blue-silver grass broke out of the ground to accumulate energy, and the transformation and explosion in the second stage of the black, thick, and hard blue-silver grass pierced the sky to attack. 32,000 years, the ancient tree of the fantasy world, the end. Residual soul impact? Ignore. Little tree soul, ridiculous. It still couldn't shake Zhou Suifeng's spirit, and it was barely enough to make people a little dizzy. After the absorption, the vitality of the blue-silver grass martial soul naturally increased again. In addition, the weak basic plate was very tolerant and absorbed the effect of its flower fragrance very well. My blue-silver grass can also smell good. It is still in a passive state. In other words, the martial soul itself carries the fragrance, and it is not necessary to use the fifth soul skill before using the flower fragrance. The active effect of this soul skill is not closely related to the flower fragrance. It improves Zhou Suifeng's control over the forms of various soul skills. It also has some effects of the first soul skill, accelerating growth, but it will grow into a blue-silver tree. Zhou Suifeng named it Blue-Silver Flower Tree Realm. Are you going back to Zhengzhen City? Next, Zhou Suifeng can find the blue-silver forest by himself. Through the blue-silver domain, he can constantly sense the low-level blue-silver grass around him, and it won't take too long to find it. Tang Yin can't help. Holding his hands behind his head, Tang Yin squinted. I say, even if we are really tools, can you at least cover it up? Throw it away after use, so blatant? Do you still want to do it? Ah! My fault, my fault. I'm in a good mood, so I cooperate with him. Tang Yin nodded with satisfaction. Anyway, there is nothing big now, so I will naturally go back to Zhengzhen City. Although there are not many beauties in Zhengzhen City, there are many kinds of ores, and the probability of special materials appearing is higher, so I can do experiments. Let's talk about it when I can stably awaken the forging materials. By the way, give me a ride, you can fly. Zhou Suifeng. Summon the flying eagle to send him back. When he arrived in Zhengzhen City, Zhou Suifeng did not leave directly. Since it was a rare trip, he used the characteristics of the 7 treasures glazed tower to look for any hidden treasures. After playing for 7 or 8 days, he did not find any rare treasures, but he harvested some relatively superior forging materials. After giving them to Tang Yin, he said goodbye to Zhengzhen City. After Zhou Suifeng left, Tang Yin continued to study forging. He collected some soul beast blood, blood of ordinary animals, blood of ordinary people and blood of soul masters, and prepared to try blood sacrifice to awaken the soul. In just half a month, he made hundreds of attempts. With the electromagnetic plus the Haoshan hammer, the speed of forging and purification far exceeded that of other blacksmiths. Now the 1000 forging level is easy for him. The method of blood sacrifice to awaken the soul was successful or not. The blood of ordinary people and animals evaporated directly during the forging process without any effect. The blood of soul beasts and soul masters provided an additional energy. It was considered to have sublimated the emotions in the materials as Tang Yin envisioned, and produced activity. The degree of fusion with soul power was also far beyond the previous effect. Before this, although it could absorb soul power, it was only a slight transmission, and the process was very lossy, and in the end only a layer of thin light could be formed on the surface. Now, it is a real fusion. However, why does it seem to have a fierce aura? He simply forged a few small knives and swords of ordinary styles, and checked them one by one. Although they were obedient in his hands, Tang Yin felt a sense of wanting to bite people. Find someone to try it. The experimental results confirmed his idea that these weapons forged by melting blood would hurt people. The users that Tang Yin paid to find would have backlash scars on their palms and arms before they swung many times. Some were shallow, some were deep, some were short, and some were long. According to individual feedback, some people felt that the things in their hands had obvious resistance emotions. It can be considered a successful awakening of the spirit to make people other than the forger feel obvious emotions. But others can't use it. This is obviously not possible. A guess popped up in his mind and he started the experiment again. This time it only took a few days, and he got the desired result. It is as expected. Things forged by melting blood, in addition to me as the forger who can forcibly control them, can only be used by the owner of the blood. I always feel something is strange. Tang Yin wanted to find out the factors that can awaken the spirit through blood sacrifice, so he collected some blood again, mixed it together, and purified it, trying to find something that affects the awakening of the spirit directly. This way, the awakening effect is lost again. Blood sacrifice is not universal, I have to think about it again. Other methods. How can these materials be given activity? Change the place? For example, an environment full of vitality? Or, find away from the hammer? I thought a lot, but I was not sure. I unconsciously thought of the state of the 5 people in the fusion of the double-flavored pot, as if I could directly see the principles of heaven and earth. It would be great if I could merge again. Perhaps I can intuitively find the crux of it and find a solution. But everyone is very busy, and it is the right way to take advantage of the quiet time to practice. He studied forging, Tian Rui worked on electric current propulsion, and Ning Yulan developed Xian Shui Dan. These were just side jobs that could share some of their energy, but if they wanted all 5 people to focus on this, it would be more trouble than good. I'd better study it myself first. If it doesn't work, I'll just notify the 4 of them. Ding ding dong, ding ding dong. After eliminating the blood sacrifice method, Tang Yin returned to his previous progress. He was a little discouraged after being unable to break through for a long time. He temporarily stopped forging and went out to relax. Change the environment and change the mood. Put yourself in nature, feel the world, calm down, and you may have some new ideas. 88 Chapter 88 Spiritual Ascension, Spiritual Forging. 88. It's a pity that in the end, he just farted a few times to pollute the air, and didn't generate any new ideas. Then think of a way from the material. Originally, Tang Yin planned to break through from the 1000 forging level of ordinary metals, and then use those special materials with small quantities to play a better role. Now, it's hard to say whether it's special or ordinary. Breaking through the level is the most important. I picked some blue silver grass nearby, took it back to squeeze the juice for quenching, to see if it would be useful. Back in the city, I wandered around, trying to find any forging hammers with special textures. The problem of not being able to successfully awaken the spirit for such a long time may also be the influence of the energy of the clear sky hammer. After all, those who understand the soul power of the clear sky hammer understand it. I bought several hammers, carried them on my shoulders, and walked back. Passing by the headquarters of the Blacksmith Association, I took a look inside. 2 men came out, one looking depressed and the other helpless. Old Wang, it's been more than 10 years. You always use the same work to register as a grandmaster. Stop being stubborn and change it to something else. You might have succeeded a long time ago. Don't get into trouble. Persistence? The tip of a bull's horn? A numbness surged from the solace of the feet to Tianling Gai. Like the shiver before feeling dull. Inspiration strikes. Tang Yin realized it. So you are persistent, and the more you rack your brains, the less you get the results you want. Digging into the corners will only get narrower and narrower. Change the angle, change the direction, and you may get better results. Blessed to the soul, the mood is refreshing. Carrying a few new forging hammers, I happily returned to my residence. Clean the forging furnace and the room carefully, leaving no trace of forging. Then, for 7 days, I forgot all about forging. Use the lowest forging hammer, the simplest materials, the most basic stage, and start from scratch. The iron block becomes iron essence, and the copper ingot becomes copper mother. 100 steel makings make the fingers soft. Until he breaks through 1000 refinements again. No distractions. Don't think of any extra thoughts. As time goes by, things will come true, and enlightenment will come. Spiritual training, achieved. Ah ha ha ha. I'm done, Master Dao. Finally it's done. It will happen when conditions are ripe. The materials used to complete the real spiritual awakening in this first level are very memorable, but the materials used are a bit ordinary. Just a forged alloy mixed with most common metals. After thinking about it, Tang Yin made it into 5 iron plates. Keep one of your own, and give the other 4 to the other 4 guys later. Put those 4 away and did not input soul power, so as not to leave marks that would be difficult for others to deal with when using them. After organizing the tools, my mood calmed down. He picked up his iron plate with 2 fingers and slowly input his soul power. I don't have any special abilities now, so I can only throw them out and use them as flying cards to hit people, and then cultivate them for 10.5 days to see what happens. Play with iron cards, meditate, and accumulate the experience so far. Take a day off and try again the next day. Even with the clear sky hammer, the spirit can be successfully awakened. What came out of the furnace completely echoed Tang Yin's spirit, soul power, and body. Only then did he feel completely relieved, confident about himself, and completed the spiritual training. Calculate the time, exactly 1 kun year? Hey! He carefully calculated that it seemed that it was exactly about 2.5 years from the beginning of ironing to the completion of spiritual training. Leave a message in the space to inform 4 other people of the good news. Continue research. Although the iron plate can be absorbed into the body, it is still far away from Ning Yulin's requirement of integrating with the martial spirit to make up for the defects of the martial spirit. It feels like it lacks some vitality and unique attributes. After leaving Zhengzhen City, Zhou Suifeng sat on a flying eagle, preparing to return to the Star Forest and search for the blue-silver forest through empathy with the blue-silver grass. That place should belong to a corner of the Star Dough Forest. When the sky was quiet, I began to think about the coverage of High Life Soul Rings. Suddenly I found a problem. Ning Yulin's martial spirit has transformed into the 9 treasures glazed pagoda, but the other people's martial spirits are still the 7 treasures. Can other people's high-end soul rings cover his 9 treasures? The sharing principle among the 5 people is that the high position covers the low position. Even if the remaining people add high-end soul rings as the first soul rings to the 7 treasures glazed pagoda, they may not be able to outshine the 9 treasures. The fairy grass that everyone takes is selected for the martial soul that is the major. Although the other martial arts are also strengthened, there are not many. But if Ning Yulin is allowed to share it again, the soul rings he has added will also be overridden again. Unless someone dies once, absorbs all the soul rings, and starts over. Thinking about it more carefully, there are 2 more questions. He majored in blue-silver grass, but Kai Bao also added 2 soul rings for the sake of experiments. In addition, Tian Rui died once and was resurrected. In order to disguise himself, he converted to the golden feathered Luan bird, and his position coincided with Lan. There are 2 empty spaces that everyone uses to cover the soul rings. Let me think about it. Suppose it starts with me. I still have 3 vacancies. Well, if I choose Clear Sky Hammer to start covering, Tang Yin chooses Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus, Lan chooses Blue Silver Grass, Ning Yulin chooses Blue Lightning, and Tian Rui chooses Glazed Tower. It's okay, I can turn around. Both Lan and Ning Yulin have exposed their twin martial spirits, so it is not suitable to directly select the exposed martial spirits for coverage. Similarly, there are only 3 vacancies. If you calculate carefully, you can still turn it around. Then the only problem is the gap between the 7 treasures and the 9 treasures. I don't know if the 7 treasures with the first 10,000-year ring can cover the 9 treasures glazed pagoda that already has 4 rings. No, no, no. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Spirit is not suitable to be exposed now. It will be very troublesome to attract the attention of the Blue Lightning sect. This position must be postponed. Then, reorder. Tang Yin chose Golden Feathered Luan Bird, covering both Lan and Tian Rui. One of Tian Rui and Ning Yulin chose Blue Silver Grass, the other chose Glazed Pagoda, and he continued to choose Clear Sky Hammer. Just right. Zhou Suifeng calculated the rough order. Whoever chooses which spirit to start covering will have to make detailed calculations. After careful calculation, he controlled the flying eagle to return to the Star Dough Forest at a high speed. Finding the blue-silver forest was easier than imagined and did not take long. Low-level blue-silver grass, can't clearly distinguish whether it is the older blue-silver grass predecessor or the human martial spirit that contacts them. Through the domain, Zhou Suifeng conveys his will. Ask them where they feel reverence and worship. Continuously shifting the scope, following the map, slowly exploring. After half a month, the location of the blue-silver forest was located. And, it was easy to enter the depths. Meet the Blue-Silver King. 85,000 years of cultivation, only below the Blue-Silver Emperor Yin, the highest status Blue-Silver Grass. Drive the martial spirit all the way, maintain the domain, and arrive in front of the Blue-Silver King. The Blue-Silver King transformed into a spiritual body, looking a little disappointed. Such a pure blue-silver domain, he thought it was the Emperor's return. It's rare to see a human who can cultivate the blue-silver grass martial spirit to this level. It seems that this old man has seen many soul masters with blue-silver grass martial spirits. That's right, the blue-silver grass race is not talented. Although the cultivation is not necessarily proportional to age, this old man is definitely older than expected. 89 Chapter 89 Blue-Silver Forest 89. Just as Zhou Suifeng was about to speak, the Blue-Silver King changed the subject and said with emotion. Humans are not welcome here. Young man, leave quickly. As he spoke, he dispersed his spirit and returned to his body. With a frown on his face, Zhou Suifeng looked up at the huge body of the Blue-Silver King. He pondered the possibility of taking action here. Although there are old blue-silver grasses elsewhere, it is very time-saving to capture them directly here. However, with the Blue-Silver King in charge, it may not be so easy to hunt a blue-silver grass over 30,000 years old. Can the fusion of 4 people fight against this guy? It is too dangerous for 5 people to fully fuse, and I don't know if the fusion of 4 people can fight against the Blue-Silver King. Ambiguous. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Suifeng suddenly looked up and said. Senior, I know the whereabouts of the Blue-Silver Emperor. Advanced special sound. Thousands of times faster than before, the spirit body of the Blue-Silver King reappeared in an instant. Where is my Emperor? I need a 30,000 to 50,000-year-old blue-silver grass as a spirit ring. In the Blue-Silver King's cognition, all blue-silver grasses should be dedicated to the Emperor. But, trading with humans? Is it trustworthy? Humans and soul beasts are naturally opposed. Even if the blue-silver grass is peaceful, it will not have too much trust in humans. When Tang Hao sent Tang San over, he did not go in directly, but chose to wait outside. Tell me the news of the Emperor first. This is so, this is so, this is so, this. Simply repeat Ayan's story to him. Zhou Suifeng did not mix any subjective opinions. Why did Tang Hao run for 3 days without taking Ayan to the blue-silver forest? If the Blue-Silver King can think of a flaw, it depends on him. Unexpectedly, the Blue-Silver Grass clan deserved it. Zhou Suifeng estimated that the Blue-Silver King was unlikely to think about the hidden problems. Soul beasts generally find it difficult to understand the twists and turns between humans. As expected, the Blue-Silver King was just angry about the behavior of the Spirit Hall and had some complaints about Tang Hao not protecting Ayan well. He did not consider other possible problems at all. The Emperor must have left a seed. Human, if you can bring the Emperor's seed or the Emperor's blood back here, I can promise you a suitable blue-silver grass on behalf of the Emperor. What if I die on the way here with the seed or blood? Zhou Suifeng objected, and the Blue-Silver King paused. This is indeed a problem. But he still did not give in. You can only get the blue-silver grass if you see the Emperor's seed or blood. The old man, the Blue-Silver King, was unmoved. Zhou Suifeng left directly. 30,000 to 50,000 years is a suitable target for the new first soul ring of the blue-silver grass, but it is not the best choice. Let's wait and see. If we are lucky enough to find a soul beast that is more suitable as the new first ring than the blue-silver grass, then we don't have to consider this place. If we don't find it, then we will call on everyone to work together. If that doesn't work, let Ning Yulan ask Douluo to do it. Bring the blue-silver emperor back here? Not very appropriate. The risks behind this are completely disproportionate to the gains. The existence of Ayan is also a link in Tang San's development. It's been so long since I came out, it's time to go back. Calculating the time, from leaving Kaibao City to finding the blue-silver forest, half a year has passed. Maybe this Soul Master competition has already started. It's time to go back. Unfold the map and scan it to see if there are any soul beasts nearby on the way back. Go over and take a look. Maybe there is a choice that is more suitable as a new soul ring than the blue-silver grass. Oh, the golden tree is not far away. Go over and take a look. Check the specific conditions of several soul beasts along the way and return to Kaibao City. Passed by Soto City halfway. He hesitated for a moment and changed direction, heading to the Holy Soul Village. Hovering in the sky, he searched for Ayan's location. Only by naked eye observation. Using the blue-silver domain can easily find Ayan's location, but it is likely to alarm Tang Hao. Although his domain is different from Ayan's, they are both essentially the power of the blue-silver grass, which Tang Hao is very familiar with. Is Ayan's consciousness on the spirit ring or in the spirit bone? Is the new blue-silver emperor really the original Ayin's consciousness? He is not sure about the original novel and comic version of the 3 versions of Douluo, but in the anime version, there seems to be a scene where Ayin's consciousness flashed when Tang-san was a child. Tang Xiaosan was holding a box of something and stepped on empty air and was about to fall, the scene where Ayin wanted to hug it but missed. Forget it, the probability of use is low. Ayin and Tang Hao are the binding pendants of the Buddha, and the probability of use is the lowest. It is useless to eat it and it is a pity to throw it away. We will talk about it later, if there is really no other place to find a soul beast more suitable for the new first ring than the blue-silver grass. This time, there was no delay and he went straight back to Kaibao City. Holy Soul Village. Tang Hao seemed to have sensed something. He suddenly opened his eyes and walked out of the yard. He looked up. At dawn, the sun was just beginning to shine. It was almost dawn, and he saw nothing. He raised his head in silence, and after a while, he turned his head to look in the direction of the back hillside. A small figure was running towards this side. Looking at the agile hands that were completely inconsistent with the situation of his peers, Tang Hao's eyes were extremely gloomy. Ayin. The figure came to the door and saw Tang Hao standing in the yard, a little surprised. Getting up so early today? Dad. Looking down at Tang-san, Tang Hao nodded casually and went back to sleep. Dad, I'll cook right away. Tang-san, before the age of 3, grew up eating the food of hundreds of families in the Holy Soul Village. Tang Hao, who was immersed in the sadness of losing his wife, almost took care of him to death. Under such circumstances, it is hard to understand why Tang-san can still respect and love Tang Hao as a father. Go home. All 3 sisters were gone, Zhou Suifeng nodded. Suddenly, he was a little curious about Zhu Ziyun's mentality. This time the opportunity is so good, why didn't she have any intention of running away? Thinking again, this kind of thing doesn't matter at all. After the soul power expansion meridian experiment in the past few years, the 3 sisters are completely filled with Zhou Suifeng's soul power. Even if they run away, it is very simple to track them. Even if Zhou Suifeng doesn't do it, the other 4 people can sense Zhou Suifeng's soul power imprint. After checking Zhu Ziyun's cultivation, Zhou Suifeng suddenly frowned. Zhu Ziyun's heart tightened. No way, I have been working hard to cultivate except for eating and sleeping, and this is not okay? Could it be that he is deliberately picking on me to torment me? Since the soul power meridian expansion experiment, Zhou Suifeng has rarely caught her and tormented her to exhaustion to exercise her skills. Now, could it be that the previous addiction has come back? You like to wear black clothes so much. Zhu Ziyun was wearing a tight black training suit, but her chest was not tight, as if she couldn't breathe. Zhu Ziyu next to her was dressed in the same small size. The smaller Zhu Zuking was different, with a light blue dress similar to the color of blue-silver grass. 90 Chapter 90 Wear less black clothes in the future. 90. It turned out to be clothes. But what's wrong with this clothes? Black is a synonym for the netherworld, a symbol of lurking. What's more, this black silk is dirt-resistant and breathable, and the quality is also good. Like black? Is it also the influence of martial spirit? Black cat? After pondering for a moment, Zhou Suifeng said. Change to other colors of clothes in private in the future, white, pink, blue, etc. After a pause, he said to Zhu Ziyun. Also, grow your hair longer. Although her short hair is also good, Zhou Suifeng doesn't like it very much, and it doesn't coordinate in his eyes. The spirit ring can make the spirit master's body develop in advance, plus the talent of the Zhu family, directly from the appearance, no one will believe that she is just a little girl who is less than 12 years old. The long-legged and wasp-waisted Saint Maiden Mountain, with the long hair, is more impressive. Short hair is more suitable for the kind of sharp and cold temperament, or the cute style. Zhu Ziyun, it's almost the same. She is very soft, not only physically soft, but also temperamentally soft. If you have to say it, it is somewhat similar to the description of Hulina in my impression. She is neither cold nor cute, in one word, charming. Of course, temperament can be cultivated and influenced. But why cultivate Zhu Ziyun into a cold killer? Are you free? It's not like playing a cultivation game or role-playing. If you want to cultivate, Zhu Zuking seems to be able to do it. Take us a cold female killer, it seems to be useless except to satisfy the card-collecting addiction. Can you kill gods? Not really. Unless you spend a lot of money to cultivate, but that's putting the cart before the horse. With those resources and time, why not use them to practice yourself? Zhu Zuyun breathed a sigh of relief and didn't think it was a big deal. Just change clothes and grow long hair. Zhou Suifeng didn't play any mental brainwashing or mental stamp on her. He didn't want a Fiji cup that obeyed everything and had no self. However, under the tyranny for so long, Zhu Zuyun would do it unless it was a matter of life and death and concerned her two sisters. After checking Zhu Zuyun, check Zhu Zuyu by the way. It's not clear what her original talent was, but when she awakened her martial soul, it was innate level 5. More than 2 years, and now she is only at level 8. This is the unformed Xian Shui pill, whale glue and the like that Zhou Suifeng gave her, and the meditation method he taught Zhu Zuyun. Seeing her uneasy eyes, Zhou Suifeng also showed some disappointment. In himself, he didn't care about Zhu Zuyu's cultivation talent, and he only saw her as the talent of the Zhu family. In addition, there is the experiment of soul power to open up the meridians. But now it seems that this little girl is very afraid of Zhou Suifeng. This is not surprising. Although Zhou Suifeng was mainly training Zhu Zuyun, Zhu Zuyu was watching most of the time. Although she had no personal experience, the fists that did not hit her body were the most frightening. Just when she was about to let her play by herself, Zhu Zuqing came up. I wanted to. She thought Zhou Suifeng was playing with his two sisters and was angry that he didn't take her. Without experiencing the despair of the Zhu family, Zhu Zuqing is now innocent and ignorant. Meeting in space. The surrounding environment changed again. After the efforts of the 5 people, it became a small garden with birds singing, flowers blooming, and sunshine shining. After obtaining the 5th soul ring, Zhou Suifeng's soul power temporarily remained at level 52. It is already possible to start the action of covering the high year soul ring. After fusing the limb soul bones to enhance and strengthen the body, he should be able to absorb the 50,000 year soul ring in advance. If this is the starting point. To the last Soul Master competition, 2644. Considering that the higher the level, the slower the cultivation, by then the 5 people's level should be at least level 75. If everything goes well, with the quality of the high year soul ring, the 5 people may also break through level 90. Zhou Suifeng raised all the problems he had considered before. Several people discussed. Everyone had no objection to the idea of hiding the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex first, and waited until the dragon soul under the Mandarin duck pot was found to see if it could be used, and then it would not be too late to absorb the soul ring. But they were not so urgent to start covering the soul ring now. The current situation is still very calm, so it is better to improve the level. The higher the level, the higher the starting point of coverage. However, there is more than one opportunity to cover, and if you start now, you can also quickly improve the level. After the level is raised, everyone will have more room for operation. Several people were silent and hesitant. How about this? You find the soul beast first, if it is suitable, then start directly, if not suitable, wait a little longer. Lan knocked on the table and put forward his own opinion. According to our current template, we should upgrade our level as soon as possible. The sooner we reach the title, the more time we will have to explore the secrets of God. Yes. God. The calmer the situation is, the more we should accelerate our development during the calm time. Find the secrets of God. The 5 people don't know what the other gods are like, but the Azura God King and the Sea God have always been the imaginary enemies of the 5 people. Zhou Suifeng nodded. After deciding this most critical issue, several people began to describe their progress since the last gathering. Lan, the failure of the soul core should be just because my level is too low, and the quantity or quality of soul power is not enough. I have found some rules. Ning Yuan, the complete version of the Xian Shui pill should be ready in about 2 years according to the current progress. Tian Rui, the electric current is driving the level to rise steadily. Tang Yin, the spirit forging is completed. As soon as these words came out, Ning Yuan cast a horrifying look. How is the effect? Can it meet my requirements? If it works, Ning Yuan will truly master the entire Kai Bao Liulai sect, even if Ning Fengzi is in power. I don't know either. Tang Yin spread his hands, but according to my personal judgment, it should be a little short. Ning Yuan was a little disappointed. If he could master the entire sect in advance, he could save some development time to find traces of God. Don't worry, I already have experience, it shouldn't take long. At most 2 years. Oh, right. Thinking of something else, Tang Yin raised his hand. a model appeared in his palm, and pushed it in front of Tianrui. This is something I researched to help practice electric current propulsion. What? Blinking, Tianrui was very surprised. He opened his palm, took the model, and looked around with some doubt. Really? Wait for me to ask Kai Bao's people to send one to you, and then I will share the forging experience directly, and you can try it too. As he said, he closed his eyes and concentrated. After a moment, a very vivid data package appeared in the center of the desktop, which was his experience about forging. Everyone has the clear skyhammer spirit, and after absorbing experience, there is no problem in doing the same thing. The four people clicked the data package. Absorbed silently. After a long moment, with different expressions, they opened their eyes again. Experience is experience, and practice is practice. Even if they repeat all the steps and actions of Tang Yin intact, it seems that the possibility of achieving spiritual forging is not high, and it takes a considerable amount of time to settle. 91 Chapter 91 Forget it. 91. Forget it. Tianrui shook his head. For the time being, you can do the forging alone. Everyone has their own direction to be busy, and investing energy in other aspects will get twice the result with half the effort. Tang Yin shrugged and said nothing more. The meeting is over, and that's it for the time being. When the meeting was adjourned, Zhou Suifeng suddenly said to Ning Yulin, "Share your martial spirit with me again." Replacing the 7 treasures with 9 treasures, and with 2 more soul rings, Zhou Suifeng might be able to reach level 60 directly. The question of whether the 7 treasures can cover the 9 treasures must also be solved. You want to die once. Based on the previous discussion, Ning Yulin guessed that Zhou Suifeng wanted to die once to solve that problem. How about waiting a little longer? Wait until Tang Yin breaks through to the next forging level. If that doesn't allow the 7 treasures glazed tower to break through the number of layers, it won't be too late to share it again. No. One has figured out whether there is a price for resurrection from the dead. Just like the fusion of the 5 people, it is a question that needs to be carefully considered. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Suifeng nodded. That's fine. The discussion at the meeting did not affect their progress too much. Ning Yulin went between Douluo and the Suan research team every day. As Douluo grew older, the two suddenly became a little distant, but this distance did not affect their feelings, but became more deep. Her second soul ring is a sub-dragon soul beast with water attributes, Ning Yulin's suggestion. After using the 8-petal fairy orchid, the remaining poison in her body disappeared, leaving only the ability of the green phosphorus snake itself, plus the sub-dragon soul ring. The probability of martial soul evolution is more than 60%. Young Sect Master, this is the experimental prescription and materials for this time. After being appointed as the Young Sect Master, Ning Yulin immediately arranged for the sect to build a medicine hall, which was supervised by 2 sect elders with the 7 treasures glazed pagoda mutant martial spirits, 1 cauldron and 1 furnace, and they were born with holy bodies for refining medicine. The entire hall was led by the 2, with some water-attributed soul masters, auxiliary soul masters who were familiar with various medicinal materials, and doctors. Originally, Ning Yulin wanted to find someone from the Ye family of the 9-heart begonia to study together, but with the knowledge of Zhu Douluo and Yang Wudi about medicinal herbs, there was no need. Besides, Douluo would occasionally come over to instruct. The blood of this water toad is poisonous, change another one. The others are okay. Yes. He tried several plans himself, but still could not achieve the effect of the real Xian Shui pill as envisioned. Ning Yulin sighed and left first, while the others continued. Walking out of the medicine hall, the sun was a bit scorching. He paused and turned to the cool garden. A little girl bumped into his leg when he turned the corner. 6666 brother. Except Ning Rongrong, no other child dared to run around here. Ning Yulin was a little surprised. He didn't do anything to Ning Rongrong, but the little girl was very afraid of her. Tell me what to do if you fall into the water. Ning Yulin's face was stern and he was dissatisfied. Although there couldn't be no one following her. Also, what should I do if I bump into someone? I'm sorry, 6th brother. Ning Rongrong walked backwards cautiously, trying to escape from Ning Yulin. Ning Yulin grabbed her and hugged her. I'm your 6th brother, not some monster. Why are you running? Ning Rongrong looked like she had lost all hope in life. She tilted her head back, and let go of her arms and legs like a corpse. She swayed left and right with Ning Yulin's movements. Go get a glass of juice. It should be slightly iced, but not too cold. She gave an order to the two maids behind her. They bowed and walked away quickly. Ning Rongrong's eyes turned, and she was revived in an instant. She hugged Ning Yulin's neck and shouted sweetly. "Sixth brother, I want to drink juice too." Ning Yulin's voice drifted into the ears of the maid who had not walked far. 2 cups. In the pavilion, Ning Rongrong held the juice and took a full sip. Her short legs could not reach the ground, and swayed back and forth. Very satisfied. "Oh, you two are very comfortable here." A young man carrying a fine fishing rod and wearing a sun hat appeared in front of the two. "Second brother. X2. Nodding casually, he found a backlit place behind the pavilion and cast his fishing rod towards the pond. Ning Rongrong looked at the second brother strangely and tugged at Ning Yulin's sleeve. He whispered. "Is the second brother stupid? There seems to be no bait on his hook. The hook also seems to be straight." The second brother. "Rongrong, you must learn to see the essence through the phenomenon." Ning Yulin also whispered, "Some people fish not for fish, but for feelings. Such people must have their reasons, serious illness. As a well-educated lady, we must see through it but not say it out loud." "Oh." Ning Rongrong did not move, but Ning Rongrong was greatly shocked. After drinking the juice, she jumped off the seat, walked around, raised her hands and yawned strangely. Ning Yulin picked her up again. "Second brother, you continue, I will take Rongrong back to take a nap." The second brother waved his hand and continued his straight hook fishing. After the two walked away, he looked back and shook his head secretly. Lao Liu's big move is not sure whether it is a blessing or a curse for the sect. Forget it, who cares, there are 3 titled Douluo to support the sky if it falls. After sending the little girl back to the room, Ning Yulin prepared to practice. Although he changed the ability of the glazed tower to simply assist, his practice is still on the auxiliary side, which is slightly slower than the other 4 people, so he has to hurry up. Young sect master. A disciple in white sect clothing appeared in front of him, and Ning Yulin nodded. "Speak." "The spy reported that the person you are looking for has been found, and he is now working as the vice president of Kanghui Advanced Soul Master Academy." "Very good, go down to receive the reward. Keep an eye on him, but don't let him find out." "As you command." This person is naturally Shinian. One of the means to deal with Tang San. Let Tang San enter the dream and reveal everything about the Tang sect. Ning Yulin arranged for the sect's people to investigate and collect many people with spiritual abilities. After searching for a soul master, he still found that Kanmen Shinian's ability was the most suitable. He planned to add a spiritual attribute soul ring later, but it was hard to say when to deal with Tang San, so he had to prepare first. Shinian was also a pervert. Such a good martial soul was only used to kill others. If it was used to torture secrets, it would be so convenient. It was simply nonsense. "I don't know if I can control the soul beast's dream and sacrifice it directly." But Ning Yulin felt that the feasibility was not very high. First of all, it was not clear whether soul beasts under 100,000 years old had the ability to sacrifice. Moreover, even if there was, the energy generated by the sacrifice was probably not something that Shinian's ability could affect. The energy magnetic field generated by the irritable rabbit's sacrifice to Tang Fozu could not be interfered with even by the 2 titles of Ju Gui and the 2 100,000-year-old soul beasts Daming and Erming. 92 Chapter 92 Many people have brain problems. 92. Walking towards the practice room, Ning Yulin suddenly thought of another question. Even if the sacrifice was over, Tang Fozu was only a level 66 soul emperor. There were so many people in the spirit hall, but they didn't take the opportunity to root out the trouble, but retreated while the sacrifice lasted? Could it be that Ju Gui and the others were already seriously injured at that time and were unable to delay the 200,000-year soul beasts? If so, it seems to be explained. Xiao Wu. Should we plan for Xiao Wu's soul ring and soul bone? Thinking, he walked into the carefully built training room. It was filled with various colored gems, each of which was priceless. Some of them also emitted considerable energy fluctuations. At first, these gems with very obvious energy reactions made Ning Yulin very curious. But after studying for a long time, he couldn't mobilize them at all. If they were broken, the energy inside would directly dissipate and return to the vitality of heaven and earth. They could only be left there and released slowly and freely. After practicing for 2 hours, it was almost dusk. Ning Yulin slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. Although I have a clear understanding of the immortal cultivation chapter due to the fusion of the 5 people, I didn't expect that I haven't entered the door for such a long time. It's really difficult. Walk out of the room. It's time for dinner. Wash your face and walk to the place where you eat. There are quite a few people sitting in the small side hall. Almost all the family members are here. Ning Fengzi was touched by Ning Yulin's matter. He planned to cultivate the relationship with his children, so he waved his hand and made a decision. Every day, everyone eats breakfast and dinner together. Walk to sit between Duguyan and Ning Rongrong. You're back. Duguyan nodded and whispered. Grandpa suggested that I go to the Royal Academy. What do you think? Well, okay, you go first, I'll talk about it later. Because of the water-attributed sub-dragon soul beast, her martial soul has undergone a small mutation. With some water-attributed abilities, Ning Yulin wanted to recommend her to Tian Shui Academy. But Shui Qinghe has already become a disciple, and now Kai Bao is openly tied to the Tiandu royal family. If Duguyan goes far away, it will be a bit worrying. The Royal Academy is the Royal Academy. Then we will wait for you to go to the Huangguyan. 6th brother, I want that sweet soup. Beside him, Ning Rongrong waved her little arm and pointed at the sweet soup that was a little far away. It was made with fresh milk, seasonal fruits, eggs and some medicinal materials, and cooked with a private secret recipe. Ning Rongrong likes it very much and never gets tired of eating it every day. Glancing at the small bowl in front of her, she should have just finished a bowl. It's almost evening, eating so much will give you a stomachache. Eat something else. Pick up a few pieces of lettuce for Ning Rongrong. At first, the little girl sat next to Ning Fengzi. For some reason, Ning Fengzi later arranged her to sit next to Ning Yulin. Ning Yulin probably knew. To cultivate the relationship between the brother and sister, if Ning Yulin has something that can break through the 9th level, he will naturally consider his sister first under the deep relationship. Holding her arms, Ning Rongrong puffed up her face and was very dissatisfied. This thing is not delicious. With a turn of his eyes, he jumped off the seat and pulled the chair to move next to Duguyan. Sister Yanyan, help me. After years of transformation by Ning Yulin, Duguyan is far from the original. She is still proud, but not arrogant. Although she is not obedient, she is lively, beautiful, youthful, and cute. Seeing his granddaughter's change, Dugubo finally stopped being picky and really recognized this grandson-in-law. Duguyan naturally likes Ning Rongrong, this little sister. Okay, I'll help you dig her out. Shiwo Academy. Tianrui received Tang Yin's express delivery, but had no time to study it. Since he said that to the dean seemed to have opened up his Ren and Du meridians, and actively contacted Tian Shui to get together. But he was scolded back by the dean of Tian Shui. Once a month? Don't the children have to practice anymore? When it's time to solve the big things in life, they will be solved naturally. Our children in Tian Shui don't have to worry. Tian Shui said so, but he did not completely refuse. In addition to the original fixed exchange competition agreement, he agreed to an additional gathering once a year. But he also brought in the Kamikaze Academy. Then, Feng Xiaotian, a super genius with full innate soul power, fell in love with Huo Wu at first sight. Huo Wu was very unimpressed and impatient with this strange guy with a masked face. She just said, "When can you defeat Senior Tianrui, come to me again." Looking at Feng Xiaotian standing in front of him with full confidence, Tianrui wanted to say, if a girl says that she will give you a chance only if you do something, she generally doesn't like you. Of course, those girls who really want to test you don't count. Come on, senior. Let's have a competition. Then, he was defeated at the speed of light. But he was not discouraged, just a little strange. He felt a kind of hidden pressure from Tianrui's martial spirit. Obviously one is a wolf and the other is a phoenix, and the races are very different. How could this happen? For Feng Xiaotian, Tianrui felt a little sorry. With such a good talent, he didn't seize the time to practice, but studied some self-created soul skills and entangled with girls. If he practiced during this golden time, he might have surpassed one soul ring. But he was too lazy to mention it. If I say it, he probably won't listen. It's the most taboo to talk about deep things with people who are not familiar with each other. After dealing with Feng Xiaotian, Tianrui went straight to Tian Shui's people. Shui Bing'er didn't know whether she didn't join their college or didn't participate in this party, so she didn't see anyone. But it didn't prevent him from building a good relationship with others so that he could be a wingman later. From the beginning to the end, his intentions were never demonstrated. Teacher Tian Shui, who knew some information, was happy to see it happen, but it was a little strange that Tianrui had not sent obvious signals to any specific girl. This kid, could it be that he wants to catch all of our Tian Shui people in one fell swoop? It should be no way. Huo Wu was a little jealous. What's good about a group of ugly women who are so wet? She didn't like Tianrui, but she felt that she seemed to have lost in some way and was a little angry. Isn't it just that there are more people? Wait for me. Although she is not the only girl in Shiwo Academy, compared with the people in Tian Shui, the hard conditions, appearance and figure, and soft conditions, temperament, seem to be much worse. Damn it! After dealing with the social gathering, return to the residence to practice, take out the things sent by Tang Yin. A strange-shaped, blue-purple spiral spire half the length of an adult's arm. Try to drive the current and input it. Wow wow! A strange light flashed, but fortunately the doors and windows were closed long ago. After the academy reallocated the accommodation, he also redecorated it and soundproofed it inside and outside. The light lasted for a few seconds and gradually disappeared. Against the dust in the air, with the spiral tower as the center, a strange magnetic field with a diameter of 3 or 4 meters, similar to the shape of a Mobius ring, appeared. Covered by the magnetic field, Tianrui clearly felt that the electric current in his body was more active than before, and his whole body was crackling. Ha ha ha! Good. 93 Chapter 93 Good stuff. 93. I didn't expect him to be able to research such a thing. With the help of this thing, I'm afraid I can practice to 100,000 volts soon. He he he. The magnetic field rotates, not a dream. Ah ha ha ha, a mere sea god Shura god? Take my whale-killing punch. The current surged, and he practiced with more confidence. Wuhan Hall. Lan, who had finished practicing, slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. After more than 2 years of unremitting research, he roughly determined the reason why he could not condense the soul core smoothly. The hard conditions of insufficient level and insufficient soul power. If there is no external help, perhaps he will have to wait until the soul saint has a martial soul body before he can try again. In addition to soul power training, he turned to study the soul power control he proposed at the beginning. After so long, he has made considerable achievements. After releasing the first soul skill, he can condense energy into many simple and strange objects. The strength is also good. Based on his identity and position, he handed these methods to the Wuhan Academy and left his name. Unfortunately, the entry requirements are too high. Unless you are a gifted person, it is difficult to master it. Under the call of the Academy mentors, many students tried, but few succeeded. Hulina is one of them. Ignoring other performances, this girl's talent is indeed far beyond her peers. However, she still can't quite understand what the use of practicing soul power control so hard is. Bibi Dong knew about his actions in the Wuhan Academy, and it was not difficult to guess what the purpose behind it was. Lan wanted to gradually cultivate his own team through the younger generation so that he could have the right to speak. She wanted to stop it, but she couldn't find a suitable reason to interfere in such matters. Seeing that few people succeeded in cultivation, she breathed a sigh of relief. Disdainful. Too high a goal. It's not a good thing to set your sights too high. She disdained Lan's actions, but she became more and more wary of Lan's ability. The cultivation of soul power control is generally only considered after the soul saint, and not many people recognize this. In today's soul master world, most people think that the greater the force, the more bricks will fly. Only the people of the top 3 sects have different control training methods. Haoshan sect needs to practice explosive rings, large samurai hammers, chaotic cloaks, etc., which all require good power control. The dragonization of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex also requires soul power training. The distraction control that maximizes the auxiliary effect of the 7 treasures is a training of the mind. Tianrui and Ning Yulan had shared dragon transformation and distracted control with everyone, but Tang Yin had not been able to access the information and study in that area before the Haoshan sect incident, so he had no way to learn anything. In the short time he spent with Tang Yuehua, he did not get any useful information from her. After all, her martial spirit was not Haoshan sect's hammer, those are useless. As for the power control of the clear sky hammer, he did find a set of methods by himself during the forging process, and the effect is not bad. Besides practicing, Lan's focus is of course Qianrongxiu. Ning Yuan and Duguyan are engaged, and it is basically set in stone and there is unlikely to be any problems. But on Qian Rongxiu's side, there are too many problems that may arise in all aspects. Alan, I'm ready, let's go. Everyone is here. Qian Rongxiu pushed open the door without hesitation and appeared in front of Lan. Okay, let's go. The two joined the judgment hall and became members of the patrol team. This is the common idea of Qian Daoliu and Lan, let Qian Rongxiu experience more, have enough experience, and be more calm in the future when the god test. There is only one thing that the judgment hall needs to be responsible for, that is, killing the fallen, evil soul master, soul beasts that threaten the safety of human villages, and enemies who are hostile to the Wuhan Hall and internal traitors. Wearing the same armor, no one could tell the identities of Lan and Qian Rongxiu. He suddenly wanted to take people to kill Yu Xiaogang directly, using the name of stealing the secrets of the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong would definitely explode. After thinking for a while, he gave up this idea. What if Tang San became stronger without Yu Xiaogang? At present, everyone only discussed two main plans against Tang San. One is to use Shi Nian's ability to make him reveal all his martial arts and hidden weapons. The other is to get rid of him directly to eliminate future troubles. But it seems that the extra chapter of that lord said that Tang San's soul was specially brought by the Azura God King. Is there anything to focus on? If his body is killed, will his soul be reincarnated again? Tang San needs to be handled with caution. Wolf bandits have appeared in the territory of Had Kingdom. Speed up and don't let them run away. The captain gave orders, and the two pulled down their helmets and moved to the southwest of Spirit City. There is no need to describe the style of the wolf bandits in detail. For ordinary people who encounter wolf bandits, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is the end of the world. The team blocked them on their way to the next village. But they did not take direct action. They still had a few living human girls in their hands. Secondly, the army of the Xingluo Empire was on the opposite side. The two sides surrounded the group of more than 20 wolf bandits on the left and right. The Had Kingdom is a subsidiary of the Xingluo Empire. It is normal for Xingluo to send troops to clean up the wolf bandits. However, the first place that Had Kingdom chose to ask for help was Wuhan City. But on the surface, they still respect the Xingluo Empire as the leader, and they can't help but notify Xingluo. The Wuhan Palace patrol team appeared in the territory of my Xingluo Empire for no reason. Isn't this inappropriate? In the eyes of the Xingluo Empire, the territory of the affiliated kingdom is also within the empire. The leader of the Xingluo army was not well known, but the person next to him was Davis. The intelligence of the Wuhan Palace has detailed information. Under peeping, Lan carefully looked at the people around him, and there was no one who met the characteristics of the Zhu family. It seems that the Dai family has not yet found a replacement for the Zhu sisters. What are you looking at? Qian Rongxiu beside him knocked on his head with the hilt of the sword when she realized that Lan was distracted. Nothing. Get ready to act. I think the people of the Xingluo Empire don't take the hostages in the hands of the wolf bandits seriously. Perhaps the Xingluo army originally wanted to eliminate the wolf bandits, but when the Wuhan Hall patrol team appeared, the nature had changed. The law enforcement sovereignty within the empire must not be interfered with by others. Just as the captain was about to argue, Lan rode his horse to the captain's side, and Qian Rongxiu followed closely. Saving people is important, Captain, no need to talk nonsense with them. The strength of this group of wolf bandits does not seem to be very good. Judging from the fluctuations of the soul power of the leader, it should not exceed the Soul King. There should not be many intelligent ones among them. Under the oppression of the leader, they confronted the humans on both sides, but most of them were very restless, salivating over the human women on the opponent. The confrontation lasted too long. Suddenly, a wolf bandit pressed the woman he was holding to the ground and raised his weapon to attack. Qian Rongxiu hadn't reacted yet, and a flash of fire filled her field of vision. It was Lan who instantly activated his martial spirit, and his first soul skill projected several flaming spears, instantly killing the wolf bandits holding the hostages. Precise control did not hurt them at all, but that's not right, maybe a few hairs were singed. 94 Chapter 94 He 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 he. 94. Lan took action instantly, and Qian Rongxiu reacted and followed closely. Take off. He swung his fist and sprinkled a golden light, instantly killing several wolf bandits. She had absorbed the angel suit skull, and only a pair of wings were exposed at this time. No one could tell that it was an angel martial spirit. The two took action and released the signal. The rest of the team worked together synchronously, and in a few breaths, all the wolf bandits were killed. Lan recorded their abilities, except for a few who looked obviously not very smart. 8 out of 10 have the ability of wind blades, and the leader has a skill that seems to be bloodthirsty, but it's a pity that the level is too low and it's useless, and it was directly evaporated by the holy light and flames. Seeing that the patrol team didn't take them seriously at all, the leader of Xingluo had a gloomy face, and if he put some color on it, he would be no different from charcoal. But he didn't dare to give the order to take action. Even if he didn't consider whether it would cause a conflict between the Spirit Hall and the Empire afterwards, the simplest thing was that the people behind him couldn't beat the people of the Spirit Hall. Looking at the team's posture just now, before their army could set up their posture, they might have been broken through. Even if they set up their posture, it might not be stable. After roughly checking their condition, it's still good. Lan waved his hand and asked the people behind him to take them and send them to the nearest branch hall for resettlement. Returning to the captain, Lan whispered a few words. The captain nodded and shouted to the Xingluo army. That's His Royal Highness the Crown Prince of Xingluo, Davis. Being exposed, Davis had to come forward. I am the palace, what do you have to say? Watching the people being invaded by the wolf bandits, is this the style of the Xingluo Empire? It's really amazing. We have learned a lesson, and we are inferior to them. Goodbye. With a big wave of his hand, the patrol team took the rescued people away. Davis held his breath in his chest, and he couldn't spit it out, and he couldn't swallow it. A few ordinary civilians, compared with the threat of the enemy Wuhan Hall, are nothing. But being ridiculed in person is another matter. Your Highness. Let's go. He turned his horse back and left. He was too lazy to question the Hader royal family about the appearance of the Spirit Hall patrol team. Whether it was the royal family's secret actions or the actions of the local Spirit Hall, it made no difference. The result was that he, Davis, was mocked by the captain of a patrol team of the Spirit Hall. But he couldn't find the opponent's weakness. Damn it! I will report to my father when I go back and eliminate all wolf bandits in the Empire. After settling the rescued people nearby, the team rushed to the next mission location. But not long after leaving, Lan received news that the women who were rescued committed suicide. Lan was silent. Thinking about the wolf bandits, the appearance of this creature felt very strange. The public statement was that it was a species born after the wind demon wolf raped human women. Is there no reproductive isolation between soul beasts and humans? But since there are such things as wolf bandits, it seems that there is no. Then I thought of those people who awakened their spirits and their bodies mutated. If they continue to practice, will they become similar to wolf bandits? It is neither a soul master nor a soul beast, but something in between. How did the first wolf bandit appear? Some disgusting guesses arose in Lan's mind, and he felt that it might be the result of some noble's torturing game. Or, it was an experimental move by some high-ranking things. Before he knew it, he fell to the end of the team. Qianrongxiu found that he was distracted again, so she slowed down the reins and hit Lan's helmet with her sword. What are you thinking about again? You are always distracted. Hey! Lan asked her a question. If she was the captain, what would she choose in the previous situation? Should she save people and eliminate the wolf bandits first, or should she be alert to the army of Xingluo Empire first? What's there to hesitate about? Of course, I should save people first. Isn't it enough to eliminate the wolf bandits and then deal with the people of Xingluo? It's not like I don't have the strength. Very good. The two stayed in the patrol team for more than a year, constantly rushing to complete tasks. Qianrongxiu saw many things that she had never imagined in the past 10 years, and gradually became a little silent. But Lan didn't say anything, she recovered quickly. Finished the last patrol mission and returned to Wuhan City. The first thing she did when she got home was not to find Qiandaoliu, but to fight with Lan. This time she won, and Lan didn't let her win, except that he didn't use the newly cultivated electric current push. The ability of the golden feathered Luan bird was fully utilized. But she lost to Qianrongxiu. The impact of more than a year of training on her was greater than Lan expected. Humph, let me think about what conditions are best. According to the original agreement between the two, every time they compete, the winner can make a request to the loser, and the loser must unconditionally agree. After recuperating in Kaibao City for a period of time, Zhou Suifeng took the three sisters to the northern border. Originally, he planned to let Ning Yulan share the 9 treasures glazed tower, quickly break through to level 60, and then find an opportunity to die once, clear the covered soul rings, and restore a martial soul slot, so as to start the action of covering high-year soul rings. For example, go deep into the extreme north to find the 10,000-year ice marrow, or some strange soul beasts. In memory, the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python once told Tang San about the existence of the 10,000-year 9-grade ginseng king. That thing may be one of the few things that is still effective for the blue-silver grass martial soul. But Lan is right, blindly pursuing death is not advisable. Every life is precious, and death must be meaningful. Tang Yin has broken through the spirit forging, and it should not take too long to reach the next stage with enough experience. It is not too late to die after verifying whether the more advanced forging can make the 7 treasures break through the layer limit. Went to the north, walked around the frozen forest for a few times, and about 3 months later, Zhou Suifeng left the north again. First, there was nothing to gain, but cats are afraid of cold. The 3 sisters all hated the environment in the north, and even Zhu Zuyun's cultivation speed slowed down a lot. In the same amount of time, the improvement was far less than that in the warm environment. Finally, the 3 sisters stayed in Gulei City. There is a high-level Soul Master Academy that Zhou Suifeng is more interested in, the Botanical Academy. From the dean to the newly enrolled students, all of them are plant-based martial spirits. He wanted to go in and take a look, maybe other plant martial spirits can be applied to other things and generate some different ideas. Through normal channels, Zhou Suifeng applied for a junior teacher in the academy. The ratio of men to women in the academy is seriously unbalanced. Calculated together, the ratio of men to women is 1:12. Blue-silver grass martial spirit? Cultivating to this level at this grade. The dean was very impressed with Zhou Suifeng's martial spirit. Shocked. After a careful look, he found that although Zhou Suifeng's blue-silver grass looked the same as ordinary blue-silver grass, its color was much deeper and it felt more full of vitality. After a simple verification of the soul skills, the director passed Zhou Suifeng's interview. 95 Chapter 95 Teaching at the Botanical College. 95. There are 2 classes here that are suitable for you to teach. The director looked through the information and handed it to Zhou Suifeng. Zhou Suifeng took it with both hands and read 10 lines at a glance. 1 elementary class. 1 advanced class. The elementary class doesn't matter, the advanced class is all grass and vine martial spirits. The director didn't know what mutation Zhou Suifeng's blue-silver grass had, but he was not an ordinary person to cultivate to the Soul King level at this age. He should have an extraordinary understanding of martial spirits with similar forms. But Zhou Suifeng finally chose another class. Director, I want to teach this class. He saw 2 martial spirits that he was more interested in. Red Flame Thorn and Sunflower. I don't know if they are the 2 that Tang San and others fought against during the Soul Master competition. Even if they are not, they are worth studying. The thorny vines with fire have few examples of abilities that counteract plant attributes. This martial spirit is worth studying. Sunflowers, I don't know what the difference is with the abilities of soul beast sunflowers. The director took the information back and frowned. This class already has a mentor. There are several seed students prepared for the Soul Master competition. After a moment of silence, Zhou Suifeng replied. Then give me the status of an assistant teacher. It's just right for me to learn how to teach from this senior mentor. Zhou Suifeng stayed in the Botanical College, and the 3 sisters also lived in the Botanical College as teachers' families. But because they are not plant martial spirits, they do not have the official student status of the college. Except for this point, the other treatment is no different from that of official students. Zhou Suifeng's joining soon caused a small sensation in the Botanical College. The blue-silver grass martial spirit plus the overly young age, although a few years were falsely reported, it is hard not to attract attention. Being polite and gentle to others makes it even harder for people to have a bad impression of her. Zhu Zuyun was very jealous. Why couldn't he be so gentle to her? After studying with the senior instructor for a while and mastering a lot of theoretical knowledge, Zhou Suifeng just started teaching. Zhu Zuyun was always kept by his side. She was often tied up by Zhou Suifeng. She had rich experience in fighting with vine-type martial spirits and was very suitable to be an assistant teacher. After teaching, she legitimately studied the 2 girls of the Red Flame Thorn and Sunflower. After a while, this Red Flame Thorn, to some extent, can no longer be considered a plant-type martial spirit. It should be considered a special biological type, but it has the appearance of a thorn vine. Not only does it have a very high resistance to fire damage, it also has the ability to release high temperature. And the sunflower has some of the abilities of the soul beast sunflower, but it is also very different. She can use sunlight to cause hallucinations and emit high temperature rays at a very fast speed to attack, but it seems that the sunflower soul beast does not have the ability to absorb sunlight and convert it into nutritional energy to radiate soul beasts of the same attribute. Later, maybe we can consider looking for a sunflower soul beast as a soul ring. Zhengzhen City. Tang Yin, who was highly expected by the four people, worked hard all day and all night. He was already proficient in spiritual forging. He tried to fuse many materials, and each piece that reached 1,000 forgings emitted spiritual light. After the spiritual awakening, the spiritual light was restrained. Tang Yin swung the hammer without distraction, and through special vibrations, he used his mental power to resonate with the emotions of the material, sublimating spirituality and giving life. But it was not enough, far from enough. He forgot to eat and sleep, and only rested for 1 or 2 hours a day. He became more and more adept at awakening the spirit. But he felt that he had not reached the limit and could not achieve the desired effect. Is it because the materials are not varied enough? So he turned to try to fuse and forge multiple materials. When he succeeded for the first time, a special effect of 6 feet of spiritual light appeared out of thin air, shocking Tang Yin. After getting used to it, he felt a little annoying. He created many strange things, and the effects were also very strange. A blowpipe, a ball that can release smoke by inputting soul power, a folding fan that can release breeze by quickly flapping, etc. It took another period of time to explore the characteristics and proportions of the forging materials. Started to forge the pagoda. Tang Yin first tried it with his 7 treasures glazed pagoda martial spirit for a while, but unfortunately there was no feeling of breakthrough. Failed. Continue to forge. After forging several pagodas, although they could be successfully stored in the body, fused with soul power and martial spirit, there was still no sign of breakthrough in the number of layers. Took a break for a few days, emptied myself, and thought about the crux of the matter. It felt like it was almost done, but it seemed like there was just a layer of window paper between us. After thinking about it, I roughly guessed a few reasons. My level was not enough, and my soul power and mental power could not make the materials reach a higher level. Material problems. Special elements were needed. For example, the right time and place, etc. Eliminated them one by one. Material, there should be no problem. The right time and place, Tang Yin asked An Lan and Ning Yuan, and the two investigated the information. There are not many records of special celestial phenomena on the mainland, such as meteor showers, total solar eclipses, comets, auroral flashes, etc. But the most recent special celestial phenomenon record is it was also more than 140 years ago. The next time, there is no way to judge. There may be people who are good at stargazing on the mainland, but they don't have such talents at hand. Let's not consider this for the time being. Special geographical advantages: crater? Underground cave? Open air nature? Go forward. But I almost tortured myself to death. I have been to the top of a mountain on a thunderstorm, a valley with howling winds, a beach with wild sea breezes, an underground cave near magma, and so on. Don't say it, really don't say it. It is some new changes. When it was struck by lightning on the top of the mountain, the changes were obvious. The forged things produced advanced spirituality and actually tried to escape. Tang Yin was not careful for a while and was escaped. But it should be Tang Yin's first breakthrough. The technology was not up to standard, and it didn't run too far. It flew more than 100 meters and fell to the ground by itself. Tang Yin ran over to pick it up and examined it carefully. It was found that it had become waste. It completely lost the spiritual light and special spiritual reaction it should have, and it was even more rubbish than the material that failed to forge at the beginning. The latter can be remelted, but this can only be thrown out, waiting for the evolution of time, absorbed and transformed by nature, and become a new mineral. It feels like the alchemy in Douluo. When it reaches a certain level, it produces spirituality, experiences thunder tribulation, perfects itself, and wants to be free. Tang Yin couldn't help but ponder. Unfortunately, this change only occurred once. Later, he wanted to study it in depth, and waited for several thunderstorms in a row, but it didn't appear again. He was almost struck by lightning without paying attention. Later, when he changed to another location, the effect of wanting to escape also appeared during the first forging, but it was only once, and the subsequent short-term failures still failed. Collect all the waste materials, return to Zhengzhen City, and carefully recall all the factors at that time. Except for the different moods and changes in the environment, there is no difference. Changes in the environment can be regarded as changes in the magnetic field. Different moods, emotional differences. My mental power fluctuations. It seems that the most critical factor is the difference in strength. Just like in Lan's failure to condense the soul core, the current forging cannot achieve the final effect, and the level is not enough. 96 Chapter 96 Art is Patrick, stuck. 96. If the level is not enough, plug-in will be used. Tang Yin immediately thought of the other 4 people and used the martial soul fusion technique. Whether it is soul power or mental power, they can play a level far beyond their own level. The 5 people's souls are of the same origin, and the fusion technique matches 100%, and the output is basically no loss, which is completely different from the martial soul fusion technique of others. However, he thought of another method and was eager to try it. Although there is no clear description in the last chapter of Qi Fa Yao Zhiju, the words swallow the natural essence of heaven and earth and cultivate the origin of human beings, which is to cultivate immortals. He wanted to try it. Through the method, he absorbed the natural essence and directly raised his own energy, and then connected the natural magnetic field with his personal magnetic field, and forged it through heaven and earth. This energy and spirit, enough. Absolutely enough. Douluo version of immortal mode, start. Then. He exploded. Literally, Tang Yin exploded, and his body was gone. Those who learn Yin use Qi to stop eating, and teach people not to eat. It is divided into Yin and Yang, the right side is like a bell, and the left side is like warmth. When it is Yang, use Yang Qi, and the left side does not move. When it is Yin, use Yin Qi, and the right side does not move. The solar terms are long and stable, and it is like practicing tranquility. The one who uses Qi is the time of the solar terms. When the Yuan Qi wants to go down, the mind makes it ask. Put down the forging, practice the key points. Sitting cross-legged and swallowing Yin Yin Bao at sunrise and sunset, experiencing a complete Yin and Yang cycle, Tang Yin began to introduce the natural Yuan Qi. Close your eyes and observe the sea of heart, and concentrate your mind to explore the subtle. The emptiness is extremely quiet and the Yuan Yi is guarded. The world is the furnace and the creation is the work. Yin and Yang are charcoal and all things are copper. Breathing is continuous, as if it exists or not, with deep roots and longevity. Tao gives birth to all things. Man follows the earth follows the sky follows Tao, and Tao follows nature. If the heart is free, the void will roam freely, the body will be like a moving cloud, without any hindrance. Look inside the heart has no heart, look outside the form has no form. Take things from afar, things have no things, take things from the body has no body. In the abyss of the 9 netherworlds, above the mysterious sky, things and I are born, refining essence into Qi. The mind is like a god, embracing heaven and earth. The emptiness is extremely quiet, and it returns to nothingness. The Tao is hidden and nameless, the void returns to the truth, and all things are born from the beginning of one Yuan. Let go of the mind and use your own soul power to seduce the energy of heaven and earth into the body. In an instant, the body feels swollen and full. He feels that it is okay and intends to forge. However, the channel cannot be closed. The natural energy enters the body. The meridians are torn and directly filled with Qi, blood, internal organs, and muscles. It's getting bigger and bigger. Bang! Back to the previous article. Explode. A beam of light mixed with blood mist shot up into the sky. The airwave broke through a mushroom cloud with a diameter of more than 10 meters. Fortunately, Tang Yin had imagined the possible strange phenomena in the world in advance and left Zhengzhen City in advance. And he left for a long distance. But the mushroom cloud is obviously not a normal natural landscape. Although it is not so deep that it can penetrate the sky and the earth, it can be easily noticed in Zhengzhen City. Countless people rushed to investigate, but Tang Yin had been resurrected and left first. All they saw was a big pit. At that time, when Tang Yin became art, he was resurrected. All the people in the 4 places had sensing the feeling of energy rapidly draining away in a short period of time. When Zhou Suifeng first came back to life in the mass grave, everyone had no clear sense of it. Later, when Tian Rui came back to life, Everyone felt a very obvious change. First, an inexplicable energy surged into the body, rising rapidly, then rapidly weakened, and fell rapidly. The four people quickly adjusted themselves. No one made a fool of themselves. Each of them found an excuse to leave the work at hand, or find a quiet corner, or go back to their own room. The spirit entered the space. The four people appeared one after another, and there was no trace of Tang Yin. Then the result was obvious, the person who died this time was Tang Yin. After a long moment, Tang Yin's figure slowly emerged, scratched his head, and was a little embarrassed. But the four people didn't care about these, they only cared about how he died. Zhou Suifeng, what did you do? It's unlikely that he was beaten to death. At this stage, it is the consensus of the 5 people not to provoke people who can't afford to provoke. He is in Zhengzhen City, only forging iron, and the probability of conflict with others is not too high. So and so. Tang Yin spoke slowly. The 4 people had different expressions. Just so rash, he died once? But, it seems that there is nothing to be angry about. Except for being a little reckless. Forget it. Zhou Suifeng sighed, if you can't do it alone, then come to me. Then we can try it together. Tang Yin quickly said that it was okay. Seeing that there was nothing serious, the other 3 briefly talked about their next actions and then dispersed. Ning Yulin and others planned to enroll in the Royal Academy after the Xian Shui Pill was fully formed. Tian Rui continued to wait and see in the Blazing Academy and practiced electric current propulsion. With the help of the spiral tower, he had broken through to thousands of volts in a short time. An Lan was still in the patrol team of the Judgment Hall at this time. After the meeting, the 4 people were concerned about Tang Yin's actions. For a long time, everyone was very cautious about the last chapter of the Qi method and slowly explored it. The state described in it is not easy to achieve. Tang Yin's transformation into art gave them new ideas. According to his way, as long as the absorption speed is controlled, it will be a powerful move. If it can really be developed into the Douluo version of the immortal mode, it is just a little dangerous. If you are not careful during the exploration, you may die. It is safer to upgrade the level first. Tang Yin quickly packed up his things, purchased some forging materials, and left Zhengzhen City completely. Before leaving, he registered the blacksmith level. In terms of pure level, the master level. Tang Yin was too lazy to waste time on higher god craftsmen. The young master blacksmith was already eye-catching enough. The god craftsman assessment still requires one of the 3 great god craftsmen in the world to interview in person, how can there be such time? Not to mention that the so-called 3 great god craftsmen now basically know each other, one is Lu Gao, a ruthless man who sacrifices his own blood with a hidden weapon, one is an old slave titan, and one is Tang Hao. Interview them? After rushing and rushing, it took Tang Yin more than 10 days to meet Zhou Suifeng. But Zhou Suifeng is not free now. The girls in the botanical college, no, many plant-based martial spirits are very valuable for research. He had no choice but to settle down in the city temporarily. When it was holiday time, the academy was free, and Zhou Suifeng came out to use martial soul fusion with him to improve his mental strength and soul power to try a higher level of spiritual forging. But it was still not enough. It seems that 3 people may be enough. Zhou Suifeng said, but did not get a response from Tang Yin. He was silent, his face twisted, and looked at Zhou Suifeng angrily. You guy, you are so hateful. Tang gritted his teeth. 97 Chapter 97 Envy, Jealousy and Hatred. 97. This time, Zhou Suifeng brought the Zhu sisters with him. It was time for Zhu Ziyu to add the first soul ring. Tang Yin died once, and the soul rings of the clear sky hammer were all destroyed, and he also needed a new soul ring, so Zhou Suifeng said that everyone should do it together. As for Tang Yin's attitude, it was naturally because of Zhu Ziyun. Zhu Ziyun, completely following Zhou Suifeng's words, changed her dressing style a little, no longer pure black. Also has long hair. That's it, so it's even more irritating. His reaction was a little exaggerated, but it was just a joke, he glanced and then looked away. 5 people, some things can be shared, some things. Zhu Ziyun hugged Zhu Zuqing, and Zhu Ziyu clung to her side, looking at Tang Yin curiously. Zhou Suifeng only introduced one sentence. You can think of him as my brother. Zhu Ziyun nodded lightly without much reaction. He glanced at Tang Yin. Let's go in first. The 3 sisters disappeared, and Zhou Suifeng asked. How do you feel now? Originally, on the way here, Tang Yin planned to add a soul ring before coming here. But his soul power seemed to be blocked. Although he could still summon the martial soul normally, he just didn't respond to the outside world. It was completely different from Tianrui before. I don't know if it's the difference between the beast martial soul and the weapon martial soul, or because of the high level. Or, is it because he died too many times? Fortunately, after the fusion, his soul power blockade was successfully opened. He tested his martial soul ability and found it was the same as Tianrui's soul skills, became the inherent ability of the martial soul. After resurrection, the soul power blockage problem can only be recorded first and then studied. It feels good. But I feel that the soul power has not reached the original level. It will take a few days to make up for it. Zhou Suifeng nodded. What about the soul ring? Start directly from the age of the fourth soul ring, or choose a lower one to experiment first. He did not hesitate. Of course, start with the higher one. I was about to break through the 47th level before I died. If the first soul ring is calculated based on 15,000 years, the fourth soul ring must be at least 60,000 years. After absorbing all the soul rings, I will definitely break through the 50th level. Moreover, this can save a vacancy. Save a vacancy covered by other people's higher age. Zhou Suifeng silently calculated. According to what he said, the first soul ring starts at 15,000 years, the second soul ring should be between 25,000 and 35,000, the third, 50,000, the fourth, 70,000, the fifth. For the Soul Beast clan, 50,000 is the king and 100,000 is the emperor. Soul beasts over 50,000 years old will basically have their own special abilities, but some are strong and some are weak. Although the two can merge, it is hard to say whether they can take down a 50,000-year-old soul beast now. It is safer to call another person. There is another problem. I don't know if Tang Yin can withstand 4 consecutive high-year soul rings. His physical fitness is enough. Before his death, the fourth soul ring was already at the level of 10,000 years, and he was familiar with the experience of absorbing 10,000-year soul rings. The problem of energy. However, the residual soul shock, whether he can withstand it, is a problem. Although the purifying heart mantra is effective, it may not be able to withstand it if it is hit continuously in a short period of time. The stronger the soul beast, the stronger the power of the residual soul shock. However, he immediately gave up thinking about this problem. If he can't hold it in the short term, can't he just absorb it in different time? Wait until this soul ring is fully mastered, and then absorb the next soul ring. However, who should be notified to come to help? Lan is not suitable to leave the spirit hall now. Ning Yulan is also busy with the Xian Shui pill. Moreover, because his spirit has been upgraded to Jubao, Ning Fengzi will send someone to protect him if he leaves the sect too far. Then, there is only Tianrui. That guy has a high degree of freedom in the Blazing Fire Academy. It is no problem to just go away for a few days. He has done a great job as an assistant teacher. Although he has not made any achievements in theory, the practical courses are very outstanding. The students all say that they have gained a lot. Zhu Zuyun has a lot to say about this. When you are in trouble, you will think about change. When you can't beat anyone, you will think about change, study your own abilities, create trump cards, or take advantage of the situation. People can't teach people, but you will remember things once you teach them. Let Zhu Zuyun take care of Zhu Zuking. Zhou Suifeng and Tang Yin set off for the Xingde Great Forest and meet Tianrui in the Soul Hunter town, which is 100 miles away from the forest. What is this? Tianrui not only came, but also brought several strange stones, each of which was the size of a palm. It roughly looks like a red crystal. Hokage stone. Hokage stone. Tang Yin blinked, the one that fuses the light and shadow energy of fire and becomes the fire dragon armor. Tianrui. Zhou Suifeng. Just kidding. Laughing, Tang Yin shrugged. How could such a thing appear in Douluo continent? There are no supernatural beasts here. However, with the existence of the abyss, it may be able to replace the role of the shadow universe. If Emperor Xia can notice this place, it is not impossible to launch a few light and shadow stones here. The show is over. Tianrui introduced it. This is a kind of thing that Blazing Academy has mastered that can help Fire Attribute Soul Masters practice. The old man saw that I really care about the new generation of the Academy, so he gave me these pieces. I'll keep one for my own use, and you can try to join the forging. Pushed it to Tang Yin. There is something to study again. Tang Yin happily accepted it, and Zhou Suifeng frowned. Care about Huo Wu? Again, we all share the same roots. Some implicit meanings do not need to be described too much, and they are naturally understood. Tianrui nodded. Her martial soul is very strange. She named it Huoying. But we all know that in the conventional sense, shadow is a darker area formed by an object blocking the propagation of light and cannot pass through opaque objects. In the fantasy side, shadow is the power of the dark attribute, and in the supernatural side, shadow is another soul of a person. Her martial soul, except for the fast speed, which is related to the shadow attribute, has no other characteristics of shadow. Instead, the shadow attribute should be restrained, and the fire attribute similar to the light attribute should be the master and dominate, and it is a human-shaped martial soul. I think this martial soul may have the potential to reach the level of an angel martial soul. It requires very harsh conditions. If she is given the coxcomb phoenix sunflower, there may be a decisive change. But let alone that thing has been eaten, even if it has not been eaten, it is impossible to give Huo Wu such a meaningful fairy grass for studying the future of the Hokage martial soul. Humanoid martial spirit. Zhou Suifeng pondered. As a very special existence in the martial spirit category, humanoid martial spirits generally have extraordinary abilities. Throughout the history of Douluo, there are very few humanoid martial spirits. See God martial spirit, six-winged angel, prayer angel, snow girl, holy death, poison immortal, etc. If Huo Wu's talent is strong enough, the fire shadow martial spirit will definitely go down in history. But although her talent is above many of her peers, she is still far from being recorded in history. 98. Chapter 98 Tang Yin adds soul rings again. 98. Huo Wu chatted briefly and then stopped. This is not a serious matter. At most, Tianrui will study it a little when he is free. Everyone's business is to practice, become a god, cook Shura god and Tang San, and finally go around with the woman they like. Tang Yin, actually, I would rather go to the dock to make some fries. After 2 days of preparation, the three of them entered the forest. He hunted a soul beast for Zhu Zuyu directly. After Zhou Suifeng's soul power training and the things he usually gave her, it naturally exceeded the theoretical limit of Master Yu's first soul ring. He chose the first soul ring that Zhu family girls usually use. The soul skill she obtained is different from Zhu Zuyun. Zhou Suifeng named it, Netherworld Assault. Without the piercing effect, the speed increase is not as much as Zhu Zuyun's instant doubling. It is a normal amplification ability. After using the soul skill, the speed increases by 30%, the soul power circulation and absorption speed increases by 30%, and there is an additional recovery ability that has nothing to do with the martial soul. During the duration, her recovery ability increases by 20%. Although there is no piercing effect, it also has the ability to attack the enemy. Sweeping the wind, launching a devastating impact on the target. This destructiveness is debatable. These changes will appear. Zhou Suifeng guessed that it should be related to the part of refining the meridians. When she awakened her martial soul before, she found that there was a slight difference between her nether spirit cat and Zhu Zuyun, and she had integrated some of her own blue-silver grass soul power. I will study it when I have time. Next, I need to help Tang Yin hunt high-age soul beasts, which is quite dangerous. Send the people back first. You stay here and don't move. I'll be back soon. After that, he summoned the blue-silver flying eagle, hugged Zhu Zuyu and jumped up, and left. The two people left behind cursed at the same time, dog thing. Sitting on the flying eagle, Zhu Zuyu remained silent. After absorbing the soul ring, she felt the warm energy, and she felt unprecedented stability, and her uneasy mood was swept away. The look she gave Zhou Suifeng was inexplicably close. She herself was unaware of it. The martial spirit possessed her, driving the soul ring back and forth, having a lot of fun. The flying eagle was completely made of blue-silver filaments. Although it was facing away from her, all of Zhu Zuyu's actions were still in front of Zhou Suifeng. Should I add some cultural courses? I don't want to take 3 village girls out in the future. Thinking of the place to cultivate etiquette and demeanor, Yuexuan came to mind subconsciously. According to Ning Yulin's investigation, Yuexuan has been open for a while. I don't know what Tang Yuehua opened Yuexuan for. Is it because I want to collect information about Tang Hao? But what useful information can I get by mixing with a group of nobles who should be swept into the garbage dump? Or is it the intention of the upper echelons of Haoshan sect? Want to use the power of the noble class of the Tiandu Empire to prepare for the sect's comeback in the future? In short, Yuexuan's existence seems reasonable, but it always feels a bit strange. Or maybe it's Tang Yuehua's own toy. While thinking, Fei Ying has returned to the botanical college and put Zhu Zuyu down. He glanced at Zhu Zuyun and nodded. Very good, she wears casually at home, that lace, that pleasing to the eye. After telling her a few words, he stepped on Fei Ying again and returned quickly. Zhu Zuyun didn't care about his sight at all. It's been several years, and she has long been used to it. Looking back at his sister. Zuyu, what soul skills did you get? Back and forth, straight line distance. It took only half a day to reappear in the forest. The speed of Fei Ying can be fast or slow, and the size can be large or small, depending entirely on Zhou Suifeng's soul power output. The two did not listen to Zhou Suifeng's advice not to move, but had already gone deep into the forest for a distance. Investigate the soul beast first. Luck is unstoppable. The two found a power-type soul beast that perfectly matches the clear sky hammer. It is said to be an ape soul beast with the blood of the Titan giant ape. Dark green fur all over the body, cocky pupils. With more than 30,000 years of cultivation, the body is huge. Standing upright, it is more than 7 meters. Do you want to do it? Tian Rui looked calm, Tang Yin was shocked and hesitated. Although it is a little longer than the scheduled 15,000 year first soul ring age, we still have soul bones, absorb them, strengthen physical fitness, and go for it. But how many pieces should be absorbed? The previous experiment only lost a few levels of soul power. Now, will it directly lose a large level? After thinking about it, it seems that there will not be too much problem. If it is lost, it can be repaired again. If the soul ring is really lost, then add soul rings after the broken limbs are connected. Anyway, Zhou Suifeng will be back next year, whether it is Blue Silver Grass or 7 Treasure Glazed Tower, they can be reconnected. Done. The 7-meter-tall little monkey was enjoying the sun when he saw 2 strong men less than 2 meters tall jumping out of the bushes, shouting Dimesha, justice from heaven, and rushing towards him. Roar! Raising a hand much bigger than a palm leaf fan, the little monkey fought back. When Zhou Suifeng came over following the induction, Tang Yin was already absorbing the soul ring. He took a piece of hand bone and leg bone from Tian Rui to absorb. Seeing him coming, Tian Rui briefly explained after he left. He talked about what happened. Since Tang Yin was so brave, he couldn't stop him. He raised his hand and wiped the soul guide, and took out 2 soul bones, one for the hand and one for the leg. Zhou Suifeng and Tian Rui each got half of the soul bones they had obtained. Controlling the blue-silver grass to decompose the body of the soul beast, naturally, no soul bones were found. Thinking for a moment, he turned to Tian Rui and said, when he reaches the 3rd ring, should we find a soul hunting team? Since Tang Yin chose to use soul bones for additional blessing, the 2nd ring may not work, but the 3rd ring must be more than 50,000 years old. Soul bones of 50,000 years of quality are almost enough for the 5 people. As long as they are not skull and torso bones, they can be used at any time. Tian Rui agreed to the proposal, but the soul hunting team that was confident in accepting the list of 50,000 year soul beasts was probably not a weakling. According to Master Yu's theory, 50,000 year soul beasts are within the scope of choice for the 7th soul ring. To defeat a 50,000 year old soul beast in a one-on-one fight, a soul master of at least level 65 must be required. Soul masters of this level are already the backbone or even the decisive force of some small clans. I wonder if there are any soul hunting teams still hanging around. You said we should go to the soul fighting arena to offer a bounty, is there anyone who will take it? Tian Rui came up with an idea. The soul fighting arena is so big that there should be more than just the soul fighting. And with so many people coming in and out every day, there should be someone who is bold enough to take the order. You can try. Zhou Suifeng replied casually. It seems that the probability of their soul bones exploding can only be triggered by the hired team. Ning Yulan and Enlan, who brought people from their respective forces to hunt souls, did not gain anything. It feels that the absorption time of this soul ring is unprecedentedly long. The two felt strange and looked at each other. Could this guy playing with the hammer have an accident? 99 Chapter 99 New Soul Ring, New Ability, Take Off. 99. But when the two of them came over to observe, this guy looked peaceful again, without any reaction. After waiting for several hours, Tang Yin finally woke up. Sorry, the process of adding soul rings again seems to have some subtle changes. He couldn't describe the specific changes. If adding soul rings at the beginning can be described as pouring a cup of water into a bucket of water, he felt just as if something was added to the water, and the water became a little viscous, and after rubbing for a while, it returned to water. He was very satisfied with the effect of the soul skill, and he was too lazy to give it a poetic and awesome name, just a simple word, huge force. The strength is increased by 50%, and the larger the basic value, the greater the increase. Each attack comes with an additional heavy hit effect, with a 20% chance of ignoring defense. 30,000 years, he thinks this effect is okay. But Zhou Suifeng and Tianrui think it's a bit lame. That's it, except for a 20% chance of ignoring defense, there are no other special abilities. It's a pity that there are none. Can't Garen use whisper, silence, and break defense? By the way, it seems that I have never seen any ability that can silence other people's soul skills or martial souls. Wait for me to calm down first, and then continue to look for soul beasts. Tang Yin waved his hand, he felt a little dizzy. Maybe the battle ended too quickly, and the soul beast's cultivation was high enough, and the residual soul was unexpectedly complete, he really suffered a lot. Zhou Suifeng summoned the blue-silver grass to help him heal and alleviate the situation. Rest for a whole night. At dawn the next day, the three continued to wander in the forest, looking for soul beasts. Silent. There was only the sound of constantly stepping on dead branches and leaves. Tianrui suddenly spoke. What do you think? Do you want to go to the core area now? I seem to remember that some gossip said that there seems to be life gold at the bottom of the core area's lake of life. Also, it will take a few months before Tang Fozu officially debuts. The rabbit may still be in the forest. Life gold should be effective for forging. Tang Yin nodded, then shook his head. Going to the core area, looking for death? Even if the three merged together, they couldn't beat the snake and the monkey now. It's a waste of resources to die for no reason. Let's talk about the rabbit later. With Zhou Suifeng's participation, the search for soul beasts was much faster. In 5 or 6 days, the second soul beast was found. A violent soul lion with 46,000 years of cultivation. In view of the experience of the previous soul beast, the three did not use the fusion technique at the first time. First, there was a fierce battle to consume its energy and soul power. Zhou Suifeng controlled the field and assisted, and the strength of the blue-silver grass was beyond imagination. This lion is known for its strength, but it can't break free at all. Tang Yin and Tianrui attacked, and they were not afraid of being injured in the blue-silver field. The alternating use of martial soul and electric current push made the lion overwhelmed and exhausted. After a long battle, the lion felt that he was going to suffer, and he might not be the opponent of these three humans. He fainted and tried to escape. He opened his mouth to gather strength, pretending to use a big move, and roared to the sky, with a burst of sound waves. It had no effect on the three people, but the three people still let the lion run away. It took a lot of effort, little by little. With the help of the blue-silver grass, it couldn't escape from the palm of the hand no matter what. Zhou Suifeng led the three people far behind. The lion ran wildly and ran to a place that he thought was safe. He breathed a sigh of relief and was about to rest. The three people reappeared like ghosts, and a new round of battle began. Then the lion ran again, and the three chased again. The second time, it ran to the territory of another 10,000-year soul beast, but the opponent was not as high as it, and relied on the advantage of physical cultivation to fight hard. After a fight, he drove the other away and hid in the other's nest, using the original smell to conceal his existence and avoid the hunt of the three. Although the 10,000-year soul beast has a similar intelligence to humans, except for some gifted ones, most of them still think like animals. As expected, the three people still appeared in front of it. Lion, I'm broken, I'm really broken. But I still fight for survival. The three let it go again. Repeated several times until it was exhausted. Tang Yin gave it a good time. He named the new second soul skill Pa Jun, which increased the attack power by 45%. At the same time, it caused an additional 25% penetration effect on shield-type abilities. As the three speculated, the lion was consumed so many times, and the power of the residual soul vibration during the absorption process was weakened by a considerable part. But the lion's cultivation has reached 46,000, and it is only 4,000 years away from the level of 50,000 years to become the king. His ability has already shown signs of transformation. Although it is weakened, it is much stronger than the 30,000-year-old monkey. No, I need to rest. The pressure is a bit high. After a simple experiment on the effect of the soul skill, Tang Yin waved his hand. The soul ring fusion went very smoothly, but the mental pressure was a bit beyond imagination. Originally, I felt that I had recovered with the help of Zhou Suifeng's blue-silver grass, but after being rushed by the lion's residual soul, I felt like I had practiced immortality for several consecutive nights in my previous life. I felt dizzy and ecstatic. According to the original plan, we should find a soul hunting team next and try to hunt soul beasts over 50,000 years old to see if soul bones can be exploded. The three of them left the forest and took a short rest. After Tang Yin recovered completely, the three of them began to search for the soul hunting team. They found that they thought it was too easy. After a round of the soul hunting camp, as expected, no one took orders for soul beasts over 50,000 years old. It was rare for the teams that wasted time in the camp to dare to take orders for ordinary 10,000-year-old soul beasts, not to mention the 50,000-year-old soul beast kings. Those who are qualified to absorb 50,000-year soul rings have already reached the level of leaving the ranks of low-level soul masters. Generally, they will ask 3 or 2 friends to help them and do it on their own. Those who can't find helpers will join a faction. Soul masters of this level rarely lack money. Therefore, it is rare to see soul hunting teams of this level. The three of them planned to go to the Soto City Soul Fighting Arena to post a bounty and try it out. After paying the handling fee, they left their contact address. While waiting for news, they watched the soul fighting. Originally, they wanted to go on stage to play, but the soul ring ratios of the 3 people were completely different from those of ordinary soul masters, so it was better to have less trouble than more. Wandering in the Soto Soul Fighting Arena, it was natural to meet people from Shrek. I only saw Flanders, but I didn't know which one was a student of Shrek this year. Seeing Flanders' figure, Tianrui's eyes flashed. How about we hire Shrek's people to hunt souls? It saves time. General soul saints are not short of money, but Flanders is obviously not one of them. There are also the patriarchs of the Min clan, they all have their own ethics and disdain to make money. It is feasible, but how to explain that Tang Yin's third ring needs to absorb for 50,000 years? Moreover, how to deal with it after the soul bone explodes? Flanders has been famous for a long time, has rich combat experience, and is a flying bird's martial soul. If he brings Zhao Wuji and others, the 3 of them will be in trouble. 100 Chapter 100 Continue to take off. 100. Others are easy to talk about, but that Zhao Wuji has outstanding defensive capabilities and is also known as the Akala. I heard that he escaped from the siege of more than a dozen spirit masters of the same level in the Spirit Hall. Is it the Spirit Hall? Why do I remember that he didn't have a conflict with the Titan of the Slave Clan? Who knows? It changes all the time. The previous version was a grudge against the Spirit Hall, and the current version is against the Slave Clan. The 3 discussed, and temporarily gave up the idea of hiring a few people from Shrek. After waiting for half a month, the 3 increased their remuneration twice, to 300,000 gold soul coins, but still no one took the order. During this period, Zhou Suifeng went back. Zhu Zuking's meridians were nourished before the spirit awakened, and the nourishment time was kept regularly to avoid instability in the end. How about forget it? Tianrui proposed a new idea. It's just a team anyway, just find a few people who have nothing to do with us. Let's just go to Lord Soto to buy a few death row prisoners and take them for a walk in the forest. The 3 of them thought about hiding the real goal and randomly forming a 1,000-year soul beast hiring team, but it didn't work. People are not fools, they will run when they feel danger. At that time, the 3 of them will either kill the people or let them go. Neither will have the desired effect. Just arresting people, everyone has no hatred or resentment. It will only cause trouble and kill people. It doesn't matter if you pay to hire people, every adventurer is mentally prepared to die. As for the death row prisoners. While hesitating, the people from the fighting spirit field came to the door. Someone has accepted the bounty for the 3 of you. Please follow me. Finally someone came, and the 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief. It would be better to set off on their own if they continue to wait. It will be time for Tang Fozi to awaken his martial soul soon. He will officially debut soon, and he must complete his soul ring before then. Zhou Suifeng asked the visitor about taking orders. The other party didn't know much about the information of the person who came, but was just a servant sent by the fighting spirit field to inform him. As a result, the person who took the order was still Flanders. The three looked at each other. They were speechless. But thinking about the situation of Shrek Academy, it was not unreasonable for him to come to take the order. Flanders looked at the three people and murmured. Although the strength of a soul master cannot be measured by appearance, the faces and temperaments of these three people are too young, so young. You need a 50,000-year soul beast? It's you who want to hunt a 50,000-year soul beast. He thought the three people might be messengers who were pushed out to represent. The three did not speak, but exchanged glances. Tang, what do you say now? Tian, this guy is rushing to the front and not leaving, and forcing me to retreat. Zhou, don't waste time talking to him, since he came here himself, there is no need to waste time. Zhou Suifeng spoke. No need to test, it's us three. The bounty may not be very clear, it's not 50,000 years, but a soul beast of at least 50,000 years, power system. If you are not satisfied with the reward, we can add an additional 500,000. Power system over 50,000 years? Hiss. Although Flanders wanted to make some extra money, this request was really a bit troublesome. Although he was a soul saint, a soul beast of 50,000 years of power system was not an ordinary soul beast. But the additional 500,000 plus the original 250,000 can allow Shrek to renovate, or add some facilities that were originally lacking, or buy some high nutrition things to maintain the students' training, etc. Pushing his glasses, Flanders lowered his eyes slightly. At least 50,000 years? And it has to be a power system? The three of you are not easy to solve the request. Add another 250,000, a total of 1 million, a fixed price, take it or not, forget it. Zhou Suifeng raised the price again. A total of 1 million? If you use it tightly, it can make the academy use it for 10 years. It's a rare opportunity. It's not a good idea to always rely on an outdated grocery store and the registration fees of students to make a living. I'll take it. But I need to prepare and call 2 more people. Can you 3 wait? Looking back at Tianrui Tang Yin, Zhou Suifeng continued to represent. Meet at the herbal tea stall 15 miles outside the city gate at this time tomorrow. Okay. After making an agreement, Flanders left in a hurry. Go back to recruit people. Zhou Suifeng handed half of the reward to the Duhun Arena supervisor who stayed to witness. If the transaction went smoothly, Flanders would need to come back to the Duhun Arena to get this half of the reward. As for whether the Duhun Arena would be swallowed up, the three thought it was unlikely. 1 million gold soul coins? It sounds like a lot, but it's just the turnover of the Duhun Arena for a few days. There's no need to ruin your reputation for such a small amount of money. The next day, the three left the city early and waited for Flanders to arrive. It didn't take long, more than half an hour. Flanders appeared with another stranger and introduced himself. Xiao Xin and Lu Kaiban. I have an impression of Xiao Xin and the other two. Wuhan Sugar Beans, Food Department. This Lu Kaiban is. On the way out, he showed it a little. Oh, it's the teacher of the control department. Originally, Flanders wanted to test the origins of the three people and inquire about the information. Tianrui blocked him with a word. Sir Flanders, a transaction is a transaction, please don't have other purposes. You do the work, we pay the money. Don't make trouble. Ahaha. The four-eyed cat owl smiled awkwardly and stopped talking. Xiao Xin rolled his eyes at him, I told you to talk too much. Lu Kaiban quietly looked at the three people, wondering what kind of family can cultivate young people with such temperament. Tang Yin didn't speak from beginning to end, closed his eyes and concentrated on practicing. I always feel that after adding the soul ring again, something seems to have changed. Back to the forest again. After entering the range of the 10,000-year soul beast, Zhou Suifeng immediately summoned the martial soul and sensed the soul beast breath suitable for Tang Yin through the domain. Generally speaking, soul beasts that are good at strength usually have a heavy aura and are easy to distinguish. Flender and the other two were shocked. This is the blue silver grass martial soul? Can blue silver grass reach this level? Zhou Suifeng only used the domain and did not activate the soul ring, otherwise they would be more surprised. Going around and around. A few days later. That is a great earth storm bear king, which is close to 60,000 years old. Is that all you want? The group encountered a cocky giant bear. Flender looked solemn, this guy is not easy to deal with. But the three of them liked this soul beast very much. That's it. Zhou Suifeng continued to speak on behalf of the group, please try your best to consume its state. Consume more, it will be easier when Tang Yin absorbs it. Flender tidied his clothes, pushed his glasses, ate a few sugar beans of different colors, and flew over directly. Liu Kaiban quietly approached the giant bear on the ground, and his martial spirit unfolded, expanding into a huge chessboard phantom, hiding underground. The three of them were slacking off in the back. Zhou, this Liu Kaiban's ability is quite interesting. I feel that the ability of the blue-silver domain has been suppressed. Tian, really? So powerful? Tang, I wonder what ability this earth-violent bear will provide me. 101.